while since I saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break.
So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though.
Just as long as it's entertaining to you. Right? You guys having fun? All aboard the toxic gossip train. Chatting down the track, so this information.
The toxic gossip train. You got one-way ticket to manipulation station. Toxic gossip train. Climb into the trucks and harass me for my past.
These rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crush. But hey, at least you're having fun.
I've been sharing my life online for over 15 years.
I poured my heart out to you, and because of that I feel like I'm talking to my friends. But in the beginning of my career, I didn't really understand that maybe there should be some boundaries there. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which is really weird of me.
I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability.
But that's not very interesting, is it? So let's go on the toxic gossip train. Locomotives fueled with hateful accusations. Toxic gossip train.
Steamrolled over someone's reputation.
Toxic gossip train. Hop on board but close your eyes, otherwise you realize
The train is made of lies, and that person we despise maybe didn't deserve to die. But hey,
at least you're having fun. I thought you wanted me to take accountability, but that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No.
your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize their lies and monetize their demise.
I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating. She's a narcissist and a rat. I would never make a mistake like that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that all of you are perfect, so please criticize me. Bring out the daggers, me from your perfect past, and stab me repeatedly in my bony little back. I'm sure you're disappointed in my shitty little song.
I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take that route of admitting to lies and rumors that you made up for clout.
Everybody I thought so into to harass. She did some things that I do not like in her past. So everybody gather round, cause we're about to attack.
But not based on facts.
Won't help. You're loaded with weapons, your fingers on the keys.
You don't need any armor when you can hide behind a screen.
So shoot me down quickly, the click and bam. Our reputation's deceased. The toxic gossip train. You're chugging down the track, so this information. Toxic gossip train.
You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station.
Toxic gossip train.
You tied me to the tracks and harassed me for my crush. Rumors look like facts.
When you don't mind the gaps,
I won't survive in the crash. I hate. Oh yeah. At least you're having fun. What's going on, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all of the MBs are all having a wonderful time, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today's yet another 81 degrees and sunny day here in Los Angeles, California. That's right, folks. I'm Hasan Piker, and we're live and alive. We are live and we're alive, ladies and gentlemen. It is Wednesday, July 26, 2023, 11:28 a.m., and this is my first day alive as a 32-year-old man. I think that's how it works, right? Or my second day, technically, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, let me put this down real quick. Ooh, sheesh. Over the hill, baby. Over the motherfucking hill. Over the hump, over the hill, over whatever you want to call it. Am I hungover? No. I drank a little bit last night. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Obviously, a lot of you want to know because yesterday I ended the broadcast with a lot of people at my house. Will knew exactly how to shop for a 32-year-old man, just shop for a 16-year-old boy. Yeah. It's true. I mean, I got a lot of incredible gifts. We'll go through them in a little bit. But folks, I'm live and alive. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Wait, hold on. Okay. What is this? Mitch McConnell is dying. He froze in a fucking news. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's actually incredible. He might have just shit himself though. I did see the crane that fell in New York. Don't worry, I'm gonna talk about all that. Folks. Not the chicken. The chicken is very much alive, and I hope that the chicken will be able to outlive the freak that the chicken was named after. Which, now that the chicken is no longer skinny and abused, I feel like he don't even look like goddamn Mitch McConnell anyway. But hey, okay. So let's talk about it. What happened yesterday? So a bunch of people came to my house for a decadent Korean meal, not a succulent Chinese meal, but a succulent Korean meal. We did KBBQ at my place. Okay, we did Korean barbecue at my place, and honestly, it was great. Yeah, shouts out to Ray for setting all of that up. She is the birthday goat across the board. I mean, it was incredible. Does Ray always go crazy for people's birthdays? Yes, she is the birthday queen. Like, she is so good at, I mean, this is like above and beyond. I've never had anything like this. This is like an insane experience, honestly. I'm not a very big birthday boy myself, you guys already know. And like, I get really awkward, as you guys probably saw on stream. But, yeah, no, it was insane. It was incredible. Shouts out to Emily as well, obviously, for setting all of that up. Be careful with your phone. The painting behind you reflects pretty hard. I don't think it'll be a problem. I'm going to put it away in a second. But yeah, the ending of yesterday's stream with everybody singing happy birthday was so wholesome. It fucking broke me a little bit. But but yeah, last night I ended the broadcast. A bunch of friends came over, some normie friends, some streamer friends, some friends that are in the industry. And yeah, we shot a bunch. March was on the camera, and he shot a bunch of footage. So we'll probably make a vlog out of that. If Austinox will make a vlog out of that. It'll happen. It'll happen one day. Copium. Probably. But did you vlog cutting into the Kai cake? I did. Yes, we did. It was terrifying and scary and oh no. Shit. I just found out that I can't use Ethan's dog groomer. Ethan's mobile dog groomer said that she won't, or they won't service my area. Anyway, hire a second editor if you're not too lazy. No, that's not a... Okay. I have been real quiet since HasanAbi cut the cake. Yeah. The meal was incredible. It was delicious. It was great. I've never had an experience like that in my entire fucking life. You know, it just, I feel unworthy. You know what I mean? I feel unworthy. I don't feel like I deserve it. But no. But this is the one part that was like genuinely and legitimately traumatic, where Myth actually legitimately cut Kaya. That cake is actually way too fucking realistic. Okay, that cake is way too fucking realistic. I couldn't do it. I like literally cut like a toe. I couldn't do more than that. So, Myth is a mad lad. Yeah, the cake is still here. It's just like, how are you going to keep all these gifts in this room? No, I'm just going to show you what I got. And then that's it. Why didn't you bury it? Myth almost shot the chef too. Yeah, he's a bit of a menace. It's crazy. But in any case, I'm going to actually post about it. Hold on. I'm going to post it on my Instagram, like the final cake. Like the way she looks. Nobody even ate the cake. Like, we couldn't even eat it. You need to hang up the gift Ray gave you? I know. So, you know, they came over. We had an incredible meal, some laughs. I, for the first time ever, had unfiltered sake, which I realized is like a lot better than filtered sake. I don't know why the fuck they even filter sake. Now that I've had the unfiltered version, I'm like, yo, that shit is great. Lamau, who brought you the suitcase? Do they understand it's copium that you'll ever use it? No, I'm gonna get to that in a second. The suitcase is actually crazy, and you'll understand why in a moment. That was Murat. It's one of the most insane gifts I've ever gotten. One of the most like well thought out. I mean, dude, I don't deserve my friends and family. That's how I feel. Like, but yeah. So that's how I feel every birthday. Yeah, exactly. Now that you raise your desk more because you're treadmill walking, you need more higher up decorations. Perfect spot for raised painting. Yeah, I need to figure out a new place to put that because it's so massive. Maybe like right there in this white space on the wall, lower enough. But I don't know. I don't know where to put it. Get rid of Obama and Queen. That's not a wall. There's a window back there. Obama and the Queen cover the window. That's the purpose that they serve. Growing up in a Jehovah's Witness family cucked me out of birthdays. I mean, listen, I'm Muslim, okay? We didn't have like 98% of the fun holidays that Americans enjoy. I'm a Muslim in Turkey. Like, we don't have Thanksgiving. We don't have Christmas shit. You know what I mean? Like, there is a curtain. It just, yeah. Like, we had birthdays, but we didn't have any of the other fun shit that Christians and capitalist Christians enjoy. So, you can hang her behind the shelf, like centered above the basketballs. No, that's not good enough. It'll be blocked. We'll figure it out. Jehovah's Witnesses literally do no holidays. Lamau, I know. Is Turkish ice cream good? Yeah, no, it's incredible. Turkish ice cream is so good. I was just poor, so I didn't celebrate birthdays. Yeah. How are your ribs now? My rib is fine. But I woke up with like some minor back pain. Not like the end of the world. It's not the worst. But it's a little bit of back pain. I have a little bit of throat pain. Like right here. And I also have, I have a little bit of throat pain and a little bit of a headache, but it's okay. I mean, that's what it is. It is what it is. My Balkan friends got 2 birthdays because they celebrated their name day and their birthday once they got to the U.S. Damn. Am I falling apart? No. Not at all. How was the orgy last night? It was incredible. Ludwig threw it back. He is so overzealous. He's such an overzealous bottom. It's crazy. He threw it back for everybody. I was like, Lud, stop. We Bahova Witness want to know the one true anime Hasi. Yeah, you mean One Piece enjoyers? Ludwig is a cum dumpster and a great guy. Yeah, he is so selfless. It's crazy. C-Dog VA said he would do a Crane video with you in Japan since you rated him yesterday. Yeah, this motherfucker's just lying on his birthday and mine. You know what I mean? These massage guns, dude, these massage guns work at all? I've been working out 5 times a week. Been wondering if it helps. I mean, the massage gun is the same as a lacrosse ball. It's not going to work unless you also accompany it with like actual exercises. You have to do that. Because if you just do the massage guns, it's not going to help. You have to stretch. And you have to because what you end up doing is if you untangle a knot, whether with a massage gun or by some other thing, okay? When you untangle a knot, what you have to do is still work out that area so you can still develop the right muscles so that your problem doesn't persist. All the massage gun or lacrosse balls or things like that will do is basically, take away the pain a little bit. But if you do more, I mean, you still need to do much more than that. I'm just doing that because I want to take away the pain a little bit. But you still need to get blood flow in there. You still need to work out that area, It's temporary relief. It's a reduction in inflammation. Yeah, exactly. It makes your voice sound like RFK Jr. Wait, is it? Is it making it? Bray, the massage gun is actually an invention of Ashkenazi Jews to avoid COVID, which is a bioweapon. I've been taking the getting pussy vaccine, which is, of course, TRT and Anavar. But I haven't been taking the COVID vaccine because that will kill me. Anyway, UFOs are real, brother. They're turning our trans kids. They're turning our kids trans into aliens. Yeah. Where was I? Anyway, yeah, the event was great. Here, we'll cover the I'll show you what I got. Mount the Kai picture to a flat screen TV bracket and angle it behind you in place of Queen and Obama. No, that sounds insane. Just saw the Twitter pig of the new strap. That's got to be an airsoft gun. No shot you're getting that legally in Cali. What do you mean? A Daniel Defense Mark 18? No. I am not getting that legally in California. It is an airsoft gun. It's got a pistol grip. It's got so much. It's got a pistol grip and a butt. So it's not happening. Also a 30-round mag. Yeah, this guy called me a gun pervert, lol. Well, I mean, you don't have to be a gun pervert to know that California's got some dumbass fucking gun laws. You know what I'm saying, brother? Fucking bullshit. Can't have a goddamn pistol grip. Can't have more than a 10-round magazine. What is this, Canada? How am I supposed to go hog hunting? I see a lot of negative shit about this dude, but he seems all right. Are you talking about me? Yeah, it's mostly unhinged weirdos that spend an incredible amount of time lying about me. Chatter. That's it. I'm a very normal person. I like that the people that shit on me do it in such like an aggressive capacity that like if you do end up coming in to see for yourself, you're like, what the fuck? Like this is so weird. Why are they saying these things? He doesn't seem to be like that at all. Is that the box with the airsoft? No. Yeah, we're going to do the Ice Cube Tucker Carlson thing as well, but not the whole thing. Oh, it's only 12 minutes. Maybe I'll watch it then. Literally, every time I see someone shit on you on Twitter, there's like a 90% chance they're a Nazi and waiting to call you a roach. Yeah. Everyone's going to be saying that Mitch had a mini stroke or shit himself, but 100% he laid an egg and was going his best to slurp it back in. If you listen closely to the videos, you can actually hear a faint slurp. Oh my God. I was one of those haters, but now I'm a leftist. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So. All right, let's do it. We'll do the, when is the UFO hearing? It's been going on. It might have ended already. It's kind of dumb, but anyway. I'm live and testing out some of the new gadgets I got. Are UFOs real? Hunter Biden plea deal interrupted. That JFK video was super educational, by the way. Thanks for that coverage. Hey, don't thank me. Thank the real truther on Twitter who popped off with that. The leg massager will only be Will could only call LeBron James. Yeah, it is LeBron James. Might want to change the angle or move the picture, big time reflection on it. No, I know. I'm gonna take it away. The hearing is probably 1 to 2 hours total. Get in now to find out. Does anyone have a good blast off meme for this? Chat, do we have a blast off meme? My life is a meme, so you can use that. Dumb. They talked about a football field sized red cube that came out of the ocean at a military base and flew away. You know that like people can just straight up lie, right? Like, there's, like, insane people. Like, there was a lady who just straight up faked a kidnapping of herself for no discernible reason other than getting attention. And that didn't happen that long ago. You know what I mean? Like, That was this week. People do insane things that are completely unhinged and are impossible to understand the reason for why they do it. You know what I mean? I think the real meme here is fucking Mitch McConnell possibly stroking out. That's something that I'm interested in. Anyway, all right. Here, I'm blasting off, folks. I'm blasting off. We're blasting. Why are you trying to hide the truth? Are you an alien? Yes, I am an alien. All right, we're blasting. We're Xing off. Live and testing out some of the new gadgets I got. Are UFOs real? Hunter Biden plea deal interrupted. Did Mitch McConnell have a stroke? Vaccine? Question mark. Get in now to find out. We'll do the aliens in a second, and we'll do the Hunter Biden plea deal as well. And also Kevin Spacey found not guilty. We're Xing so hard. The Macy's, thank you for the playlist. Okay, so a massive crane collapsed in Hell's Kitchen. I know. I saw. We're gonna cover that too. Luckily, nobody died. I think it was like 6 people injured, right? One of the guys who was being questioned alleged some of his colleagues were hurt, threatened, and even killed to cover up UFO stuff. I mean, if that's true, why would they do that for something that doesn't exist? /Jen. Wait. Okay. I have to say something to you. And you have to remember this, okay? People can lie. Like, a lot of people, as a matter of fact, especially in the UFO space, lie all the time. Like, regularly. Just one thing you have to take into consideration is, like, are these people lying? Especially, are they lying collectively? Like, are they lying together? I don't know why everyone is like, oh, well, it's a congressional hearing, so we have to take it at face value. When yesterday I showed you Robert F. Kennedy Jr., RFK Jr., lied at a congressional hearing so openly and so demonstrably. Okay? He just straight up was like, I've never been an anti-vaxxer. I've never told people not to get the vaccine. You know what I mean? He's lied. He's omitted the truth. He's misrepresented data, both in that meeting and also about himself. It just, people lie to Congress all the time. Lie under oath for what? They are all credible with long military standings. They have nothing to gain. It's a robust industry that you can tap into. We look at how incredibly insane every single person is all the time. By the way, I'm not even saying that, like, here, first things first. I'm not even saying that, like, aliens in the way aliens are fake or they're not here, they've never come here or anything like that. You know what my perspective on aliens are, right? I've talked about it many times over. I believe that yes, it's a very likely possibility that there's other life on the planet. I just don't believe that it is something that we can understand with our human minds. It's not something that we can see, feel with our human minds. Or did I say planet? Sorry, I meant universe. The universe is infinite. Of course, there's other life out there. Is it other life that is capable of traveling over here? Perhaps. But even if they are capable of traveling to our planet, or even our dimension, if you want to call it, if you want to consider it that, I don't think that it is something that we can understand and perceive with our very limited human minds. And whenever people talk about aliens, it's like always, it's always so limited to the human imagination. I've seen the round metallic UFOs on 2 occasions in San Diego, hovered in place for 30 seconds and zipped away horizontally faster than I've ever seen a plane go. Not saying it's aliens, but these things are 100% real and out there. Yeah. Lord of Peacocks, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thoughts on abduction stories? I mean, I think those are... I see it in the same way as I see... Oh, this is a banger tweet. You should juice it. Yeah. I forgot. Mitch McConnell is a vaxxer, so like, I feel like this will debate a bunch of anti-vaxxers into believing that I said it like unironically. We'll cover that in a second. We're gonna get to that in a second, okay? Don't worry. All your Twitter replies are brain broken weirdos. I was talking to some other content creators, man. Like even people that you would not expect to be like on the left or anything like that, but a lot of people are annoyed with the way Twitter is now. Like they recognize it, they just don't really understand why it's become the way it has. They don't really think about like the consequences of giving every single fucking idiot with $8 of disposable income who's dumb enough to purchase Twitter the capacity to be elevated. The capacity to be elevated on the timeline has done unimaginably awful things to the discourse. You know what I mean? But a lot of people are frustrated with the way it looks right now. They're like genuinely, legitimately upset at like how stupid people have become, not realizing that it's not necessarily that people have become stupid. It's just people are always stupid. It's just you're seeing it more. Why haven't you switched to Threads? Because it still sucks more than Twitter, unfortunately. Did you get a payout as a blue check, not pocket watching, just curious? No. Of course not. First of all, I never purchased the Twitter blue check mark. Elon gave it to me and others who are over 1 million followers on Twitter. So I don't think that like we are allowed to get it, but I don't want it anyway. I don't want his fucking money. Baby Machelada, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Here's the issue. Okay? I am not interested, even remotely interested in giving my motherfucking Social Security to a platform that is run by Elon Musk. Okay? Like Tesla is also run by Elon Musk, but I feel like that is not as like micromanaged by Elon Musk as Twitter is. You know what I mean? Like he is basically eviscerating. This platform. I'm not, and it's not secure. I'm not fucking putting. You've got a Tesla? No, I do not have a Tesla. Anyway. Look, all I was going to say is parasocial update. We already blasted off. You know, I had a wonderful time, by the way. We're like talking about news already. I jumped into it, but you need to be approved for the subscription service activated on Twitter to get a payout. Dumbass chatter's thinking all you need is pay $8. Yeah. Chat forgot a company owned by Amazon leaked all its creators' pay and expect Elon not to fuck the shit up. Yeah. Can you make an account on Threads? Please let me be parasocial. I have made an account on Threads. Blue check replies are always so out of the loop. It's like these people have zero sense of sarcasm or humor or misinformation. It's just fun to fuck with them. Yeah, it's really annoying. All right. Let's get into it. So first and foremost, Will got me a Daniel Defense Mark 18. You guys know that already. I showed you guys this already. It is a 100% exact replica, including the fuck. I never know what the gun parts are. I always forget the name of the gun parts, but this is it's a SBR. Technically, the barrel, like the actual barrel is like, I'm pretty sure a literal. I don't know if you probably can't. I mean, it's not a real barrel, obviously, but every part of this gun, including including the pulley system or whatever the fuck, like every part of the gun is basically it's the same, except it obviously has airsoft rounds instead in its magazine that you fill up, and it has like a crazy charging handle. Also, he just flagged us all, chat run. I just don't know. I don't know the proper terminology for gun shit is, because I'm not a fucking gun pervert. Bolt carrier, magazine, everything is like 100% fucking accurate. I totally understand gun perverts. The more I have, the more I play around with this thing, its weight and everything else as well, the more I'm like, God damn, I get why fucking gun perverts are the way they are, because it's such a like fun toy, even though this doesn't actually kill people. You could seriously hurt someone, but it doesn't actually kill people, whereas the real version of this quite literally does do that all the goddamn time. You are a gun pervert in the making. This is an airsoft gun, yes. Does it fake recoil too? No, no. I haven't shot this specific one yet, but I shot airsoft guns. No, their recoil is not even remotely close. Even though these guns also have very light recoil regardless, the airsoft version is still even lighter than that. So, it's got safeties on currently, but it's got semi-automatic and automatic, which obviously does not exist in the real Mark 18. I don't think you can get it in an automatic unless you have a specific license and tax that you pay for it. It's like 15 grand or something. Not sure. I don't think Daniel Defense sells those automatic. But it's got a hollow sight on it. And it's got iron sights on it as well if you want to put it up. But overall, it just feels really cool in my hand. Is it with a battery or CO2? No, it's a CO2. Can you shoot something in the backyard? Sure. Clone rifles? Is this lower receiver? Is this the same one? I don't know if this is the right one. I mean, this is not the same one. Didn't you do an airsoft stream with Zoil? No, we did a paintball stream, but we've also done an airsoft stream as well. Will and I in Japan. Will and I in Japan went to an airsoft area, like an airsoft gun range, and it was awesome. If you guys remember, that's why he got this for me. He got himself a Glock, I think. He got himself a pistol, but this is so sweet. I mean, it's sick. He's probably gonna get one as well. çok oynama onunla Hasan şeytan doldurur. I know. Farkındayım, evet. Does airsoft have less pressure than a BB pellet gun? I don't know. I think it is the same, isn't it? I think these are fire, but like if you're gonna get an airsoft gun, I feel like, and this is something Felix brought up actually, and I think it's a brilliant idea. Why don't you get it wrapped? Like a fucking CS:GO gun, you know what I mean? Like I feel like it's already airsoft, it's already fake. You got to get it like fucking wrapped in some like idiotic shit, you know what I mean? BB guns are way stronger than airsoft. Oh, is it? Yeah, get it Ahegawa wrapped. You can actually kill small game with BB guns? Oh, nice. Bikini Nico Robin wrap? Yeah. But yeah, now add it onto the collection. There it is. Keep both guns on the table during Fear and please. Yeah. I had no idea that Blicky was fake until yesterday's stream. Yeah, it's fake. Or is it? Wrap it in the camo you made for your merch. Former U.S. intelligence official David Grush claims under oath. Yeah. We're gonna cover the fucking alien shit. Don't worry. So that was the first. That was the first gift. Second gift was from Valkyrae, who got her thumbnail artist to make this incredible, absolutely beautiful painting, which I will be hanging up, obviously, by Art Konina. Art Konina. Here it is. This is the actual painting with a fuck ton of Easter eggs in it. It's massive Godzilla Kaya in Japan eating a Tesla. You got the Teikusi in the background. I'm in a samurai armor with a Turkish flag on it, eating a bento box. With a belt with like little... No, it's the katanas I have. I have 3 swords for Roronoa Zoro, and the swords have little fish heads on them. Here are some of the fun little Easter eggs. It's an Elon Musk Tesla that Kaya is eating. You got the Fear End logo on the vending machine. Little fish heads on fish heads with the fez on the swords. And also wanted poster of Luffy says W terrorist, and an Attack on Titan poster that says Mecha Anime. And then the Pokemon store. So it's pretty fire. Kayaju, I like that. Found the perfect gun wrap for you. Top of the ad break. Oh, fuck you. God damn it. That's an insane... Dude, that's the first one of the day? Really? Really? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, weaves are now banned. Weaves are now fucking banned for that reason. Okay, fuck you. Next to the Pokemon store, it says Attack on Titan is a mecha anime in Japanese on the wall. Oh, I love that. Here's the 3-minute ad break coming to you. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully it's me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub. Lost Peoples, thank you for the 5 gifted. We are being persecuted. Weebs need to be persecuted further. They are not persecuted enough, okay? Wait, what happened? Make the art your background wallpaper? Maybe. Anyway, let's move on. Schmaltzy32, thank you for the 5 gifted. All right. Second thing, or I guess second thing was the masterpiece that I just showed you guys. With the wallpaper, I'm trying to figure out a good way to good place to put this because it's massive. I tried doing it. I tried putting it somewhere this morning, and it just simply did not fit anywhere. I also got the the LeBron James leg thing. What is it called, chat? Myth got me the LeBron James leg thing. Nice personality, Hasan. What do you mean? Like the leg compression thing. Here, I'll show you a video of it, but still can't dunk. What is it called? Mitch McConnell, the Shogun camera. Dude, I know. I fucking know, man. I tweeted about it. Mitch McConnell had a goddamn vaccine injury on camera. I know. It's like a leg sleeve kind of, and it compresses and it wraps your leg. Therabody recovery air, is that what it is? I mean, it's like right here. I don't know why I'm asking you guys. Yeah, Recovery Air Pro. Here, this is what I got. I tried the most expensive recovery tech, Normatec versus Therabody.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back.
And we're gonna try it later. Okay, that's what Myth got me. My parents are gonna see the Voice of Freedom today. Pray for me. It's all good. Oh my God, we're heading for a new Cold War. Johnny Harris, I love that. Oh, my king. And last but not least, here I'll just show you guys this really quickly as well. So Murat got me this one final gift that I'm going to show you guys, and then we're going to get to the news, okay? Murat got me this massive Pelican case, and I was like, what the fuck is in this? Like, this is huge, and it's very heavy. I don't know what's going on. So, here. And then move over here, and I'll show you exactly what it is. So it's a Pelican case, which is like a professional case, right? For, I guess, for like music equipment and stuff like that. What you're supposed to do apparently is put it down like this. And it opens up. And there's a fucking key light in it. I was like, what the hell is this? A Go XLR Pro, a keyboard, a mouse, a key light, and then he was like, hey, pull it up. See what else is in there. An Asus monitor. And then you pull it up one more time and there's another Asus monitor. And then underneath it, a whole bunch of cables and whatnot, so that I can, if I want to, travel with a case where I can just basically professionally stream with the same exact setup that I have off of a gaming laptop anywhere around the planet. Crazy. So yeah, Murat wanted to give a gift, not only for myself, but also for the entire stream. I'm a Murat expert. Actually, Murat will give people that exact gift when they want to be taken to Japan again. Oh, that's crazy. You're a Murat expert, huh? You forgot to mention that it's waterproof. So when the plane crashes, you can stream and give us the news from an island. W. Murat, yeah. But it's crazy. And Kaya is back. So do you check that or carry on? Yeah, the unfortunate problem is that, of course, it is not something that I can... Yes, it is not something that I can bring onto the plane, and I will have to check it in every time. Yeah, that is not a fucking carry-on. Dude, I promise you he picked that up right after you got back from Japan. I think so. You can carry that on in first class, probably? No. It's a 1510. I've done it before. You need a tracker for it? Not even in business class? No, dude. No. Not even in business class. In business class, they let you carry on two. They will let you carry on 2 carry-ons, but they won't let you carry on a fucking massive crate, dude. That shit is so heavy too. You can get these stickers that show if it's been roughly handled, so when you check it, you have some extra protection if they fuck with it. We use them all the time at Intel when we ship for shows and stuff. May I ask what you got Murat for his birthday? I mean, it was not as nice as the Pelican case. It was not as thoughtful. I got him like a Bellstaff biker jacket. I got him a Bellstaff biker jacket, which is really, really, really nice, which he said he said was not one that he can wear. The jacket is cool as fuck. It's got like protective padding all over it, but it's like this interesting technology where it's actually soft to touch, but when it hardens instantly on contact. I also took him to the Japan trip, but he doesn't consider that to be a gift for his birthday, but more so a gift for me. He was like, my presence in Japan was a gift for you. That is not a gift. All expenses paid, a business flight to Japan with like an incredible amount of experiences. That's not a gift. What the fuck? That was business. Anyway. Yeah, Murat turned into Samurat, and you guys are over here talking about how it's not a gift. Bro, he's your brother? Yeah, I know. I mean, he deserves the world, but regardless, nanomachines, son, so they harden in response to physical trauma. Wait, what do you mean nanomachines? Anyway, I got him the sick ass jacket. He didn't like it. And then I got him the Apple Watch that I have for myself as well. I got him the same one. It's the Apple Watch Pro or whatever the fuck it's called, which has like, you know, because he does more. He needs more. Oh, it's a Metal Gear reference. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, I got him the Apple Watch MK Ultra Watch or whatever that does mind control. I got it for him specifically so that when he's like, you know, motorcycling around, he has more access to stuff on his arm, which he wouldn't be able to basically have with his phone, you know what I mean? But he can't use it at Boeing, so he can't have it on him at all times apparently. But hopefully he will he said he'll use it. I don't want to derail, but I noticed that I have prey eyes and a negative Cantal tilt. Is it over for me? Should I rope Okay, Palace. Fucking chill, dude. Jesus Christ. I know you meme, but like maybe you're memeing a little too close to the sun there. What else did you get for your birthday? That's it. Oh, and then I got a whoop from Ray because I was complaining about the Apple Watch, so she got me the whoop. But I forgot to mention to her that the reason why I stopped using the whoop wasn't just that it like sucked or anything. It's actually pretty good. It's better than the Apple Watch, in my opinion, because of some components. I can give you guys a quick breakdown of it. Now that I've utilized the whoop for I think more than 450 days, as a matter of fact. I was like consistent. I had consistently had the whoop on my fucking body for more than 450 days. I already have a subscription. I still have the subscription for the whoop because you can't fucking cancel it. I had already paid for it. But I'll give you guys a quick rundown of this, okay? So I have the whoop. I have this. I used it for a year plus, right? A year and a half. I also now have been using the Apple Watch. What is this one called? Is it the Pro one or whatever? The Pro Max Ultra, whatever, the Apple Watch Ultra. And I'll tell you some of the problems, okay? The whoop doesn't have a screen, so that's actually not a bad thing. That's actually a good thing. Because it doesn't have a screen, it just like kind of stays on your arm forever. And it's not heavy, it's light. It can lead you to have some rashes because you need to make sure that it's like, touching your skin so it can correctly get your biometrics. And overall, it's got advantages that the Apple Watch does not have, possibly because of this thing is for only one purpose, and that is tracking your biometrics. Now, the issue is the Whoop itself is like about $200, I believe, but that's not the only thing. This comes with 12 months of membership in it, and it comes with a battery pack, the Whoop 4.0, plus the 4.0 battery pack. That's what it comes with, the wearable fitness tracker in here. It's good. It gives you your sleep cycle. It tracks your sleep. It measures your resting heart rate. It measures your heart rate all the time. It measures your respiratory rate. It measures your recovery, and it measures your strain. This is not a hashtag ad at all. Okay? The problem is the reason why I stopped using it, the battery life is really good. But the reason why I stopped using it was it was really good at first because it got me off my ass, because I realized like I'm actually not spending a lot of time getting any strain. I'm very sedentary, and it would make me anxious to stand up and do physical activities, which was genuinely helpful, right? But then there was also another side to it. There was another side to the story, okay? The other side of the story was anxiety with sleeps. This has a sleep score on the application. It also is like $30 a month on top of that. If you get the $200 like thing, it gives you 12 months free. But like $30 a month, it's fucking ridiculous. It's very expensive. So after the first year is out, like you have to give $30 extra a month for this thing to fucking track you. You can get it for a little bit cheaper if you get it for 12 months ahead of time. But yeah, a subscription for biometrics is like kind of dumb, especially because like your biometric data is being sold most likely. You know what I mean? I think it's ridiculous to purchase a subscription for something like this. Obviously, it doesn't matter to me. It's not that big of an expense, but I'm talking about it from like the average consumer's perspective. Unless you're like a fucking super freak about health, about your health and your fitness and all this shit, I don't think that it's like super worthwhile. So that's an issue. Use the whoop Ray gave you, or we will have issues. You are a double watch guy now, like the TikToker. Yeah. Whoop is for super freak cyclists and runners. Yeah. However, the main issue that I had with this, even though the battery life on this, because it's basically nothing, it's just a biometrics tracker, is awesome. You can have it on for pretty much 3 fucking days without ever worrying about it. And when you charge it, it's super simple. There's a recharger pack that you charge separately, okay? There's a battery that you recharge separately, and you just boop, plop it on top of it for like 15 minutes to 30 minutes, and then boom, you're good. You don't have to ever take it off, which is huge. Obviously, one of my main issues with the Apple Watch so far, why does everything have to be a fucking hashtag ad, man? Like, people do tech reviews all the time, okay? I'm giving you tech reviews. I also bought a recently, even though I wasn't here to receive it, so unfortunately it's like going back to Asus. I bought the Asus Republic of Gamers handheld console after I saw Mudahar playing around with it, so I wanted to see if it was good or not, because I love the Steam Deck. But anyways, I was saying, Apple Watch is kind of a bitch to charge, even though you can just like plop it on your little charger, your little magnet charger, for 15, 20 minutes when you're in the shower or whatever. But I kind of don't like it. It's also really bulky. This one is really bulky, even by my standards. I'm a big boy, and I would say that like the Ultra is pretty heavy and pretty bulky, even from my standards. I have the medium large band. The bands are like $90, which is fucking ridiculous. They have so Like they're just so expensive because it's fucking Apple. You know what I mean? Every part of it is expensive. Every component, every customization, even the charger, everything is so goddamn expensive. Even though they do not charge you $30 a month. The Ultra is not for the general population. I mean, I guess, yeah. And the Ultra actually has better battery life from what I understand in comparison to the regular Apple Watch. The regular Apple Watch is basically like your phone. You have to charge it every day, right? So, you have all the complaints I had about the watch. Seriously, look into the Venu 2 Plus by Garmin. Give Garmin watches a shot. Doesn't have to be their $1,000 ones. Ultra is like for hikers and shit going into the middle of nowhere. Yes, that's precisely why I got it for Murat, because it has like an internal GPS, I think. It has a compass. It has all of these different things. I got it so I could test it out and see if I like it. I got it so I could basically do this, what I'm doing right now, give you a review of the product and also see if I appreciate it more than the Whoop itself. So there's advantages to both and disadvantages to both. I think that, you know, it's good for diving and stuff. I don't obviously ever do that, and I'm never going to do that, but regardless, some people might. It's got like a waterproof mode, which is cool, and then it like unlocks. Turn off all notifications on the Apple Watch. Use it as a watch and a health tracker. You'll get 4+ days of battery. Yeah. You should get the Withings and watch too. Okay. Anyway, the Whoop does the sleep tracking thing, which like an Oura Ring also does. Basically, the Whoop's disadvantages is that it's not got no screen. It's not like a watch. It doesn't even tell you the fucking time. It's only biometric scanner. $30 a month is fucking ridiculous for the subscription for them to track all of your biometrics and possibly even sell it on the back end. Not entirely sure if they do that. It's named Whoop, which I don't like. I think it's like a really stupid name as well. You know, I used it for like a year and a half consistently. And the worst aspect of it was basically sleep anxiety. This is something that I've heard from people that have also used the Whoop and used Aura and all these other biometric scanners out there. You develop an anxiety when you go to sleep. When you wake up, when I used to wake up, the first thing I would do on the Whoop watch was go to my app to see, have I slept enough? Have I slept enough? And obsessively. The workout anxiety that it gave me was good. It basically was like, dude, you got to work out more. You got to work out more. And I like that. And that was actually a good thing, right? Because it made me get up and it made me less sedentary. But the sleep anxiety was not great. Okay? It was not great. I noticed that I was always like uncomfortable. I was like, I didn't sleep enough. I didn't sleep enough. It like, you know, it didn't make me happy. It made me unhappy. You want to know how? You want to know how you can avoid that? Just fucking go to sleep without a watch on and then wake up when you wake up. I feel more comfortable, and it's not everybody's the same, but I feel a lot better when I just go to sleep and I wake up on my own. I got to go to work, man. I mean, I wake up at 6 pretty much every day, so yeah, I still do that regardless, but motherfucker worried about his sleep MMR. Can't you turn it off? I don't think you can. So yeah. Mr. Hollywood, where can one buy your biometric data? Yeah, let me tell you exactly where. Do you think it's okay when people make fun of Ben Shapiro for his height? Yeah, he's a big bully, so, you know. I don't really care. Here's Joe Rogan complaining about these things too, lol. Yeah, I think Joe Rogan had Polar, which is like a heart rate monitor he was using for a long ass time. And when I tried to use it today, it informed me that I have to give up consent for them to use my personal data to use the app now. Specifically, it says, I agree that my personal data may be transferred and processed outside my country of origin as described in the Polar Privacy Notice. I can change my settings about this consent at any time. Thing is, if I change my consent or don't agree to the consent, I can't use my heart rate monitor anymore. No thanks. Anyone have a good alternative heart rate monitor that doesn't want you to agree this to use it? I think the irony is like the only thing that probably works better is the Apple one. I'm not entirely sure, but I think Apple only gives it for now at least to academics. Like there's actually a what is it? There is a like Apple is currently working, at least that's what my doctor said. Apple currently is working with like medical professionals that are running research on things like this, but you can opt out of that as well. But ironically, Apple is one of the only good ones that, I mean, it's literally better for your data privacy if that's what you care about in comparison to all these other ones who are trying to make additional bucks off of selling your biometric data most likely. Yeah, they're doing health studies. I think Google Fitbit also does the same. I could be wrong. Yeah, they run health studies. Apple Health data is fully encrypted locally on your device. I used to work for Apple Support. Any health calls get sent to a special department. There is a sleep placebo effect. So having a low number from an app could make you perform worse. Yeah. I could see that. What is biometric data used for when it's sold like that? What do you mean? It can like everything. Your biometric data is everything. It could sell you, I can't even begin to imagine. It sells you everything. It's just every part of your body. Health products, health insurance companies. You can figure out a lot. You can make a lot of assertions off of your biometric data. Pretty much everything off of your biometric data. They could probably figure out your gait, like the way you walk. And if you have like your shoe size or your height off of your biometric data, it's everything. It's everything. And then they advertise it. They can advertise appropriately towards that. So, Dr. Mike and MKBHD talks about it. What you're talking about with anxiety. Yeah, I've seen Dr. Mike talk about sleep anxiety as well. Yeah, like you'll start getting ads like, seems like you're feeling lethargic lately. Try our vitamin supplements or energy drinks. You know what I mean? Things like that. It's crazy. Think about it this way. In the tech dystopia that we currently live in, don't you get freaked out whenever you talk about a particular thing and then all of a sudden that thing is being advertised to you on your Instagram or whatever, like literally whatever you're using, you start seeing ads for it? That kind of shit is terrifying. Now think about what they can do with when they know every little aspect of your life and your health. Like, what does Mitch McConnell's biometric data say about him? That's a good segue, I think. Into talking about the first news story of the day. That's right. Let's get started. First news story of the day. Mitch motherfucking McConnell freeze at the top of the GOP briefing. Later,
well, good afternoon, everyone. We're on a path to finishing the NDA this week. It's been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
Okay, Mitch? Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Go ahead, John. I'll take it back.
My man's brain is doo-doo, man. Is fucking doo-doo.
Go ahead, John.
Bro, did he shit himself? What happened there? Did he poop himself, or did his brain poop itself? I think his brain pooped itself. He might have stroked out right there, baby. I'm not gonna lie, but of course I had a take on it. Maybe it's the vaccine injury, you know? You never know with these things. Let's run that again.
And a string of
I love the zoom from C-SPAN. From my mom, who's an epilepsy nurse, this was a focal seizure with impaired awareness. He had that fall not too long ago and said to have a concussion. I'm sure he had a subdural or something. He may not even know it happened.
Are you good, Mitch?
Okay, Mitch? Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office?
Guys around him are so funny too. He's like, "Hey, Mitch, you got some more words to say, or should we just escort you inside? What's
Do you
happening?"
want to say anything else to the press?
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it back. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
So this is we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the IRA, and
yeah, we are, laddie. The 1-year anniversary of the IRA. So the least cognitively impaired Congress member, dude. First and foremost, okay. Why are all of our fucking most powerful congresspersons literally 700,000 years old? Mitch McConnell has got one health bar, okay? Barely. Nancy Pelosi, one health bar. Rarely. Barely. Dianne Feinstein doesn't even have a health bar anymore, okay? She's on a potion that allows her to just like extend her lifespan. She's dead already. She's literally dead. She's not even 1 HP, okay? She got 0. Someone said glitch McConnell. Oh, that's so good. Anyway, someone throw a Pokeball. Yeah, throw a Pokeball at him. You definitely are not going to be able to capture him, though, because he's dead. He's dead. Pharmacists have come out and said a pharmacist says he has filled Alzheimer's medication for members of Congress. They're making the highest laws of the land. They might even remember what happened yesterday. This touches on a very weird category of like, is this illegal? And I think it absolutely is illegal. But this is from 2017, by the way. But also, but it's still worthwhile. Like, it's like information that the public should know about. You know what I mean? Is that thing that game devs do where the last 5 HP actually lasts longer than 5 HP on a full health bar? This definitely violates HIPAA, but who cares? It's one of those things where it's like you're kind of a whistleblower, you know what I mean? Like, I think it's worthwhile to say, you look older today. It's because I am older. I'm 32. Reminder, Young China takes on aging empire viral photo. Viral photo, resurgent Young China takes on aging U.S. in retreat. 2018. Oh, look at that. Yeah, 100 years ago versus now. Update on Mitch. Asked about the episode Minority Leader Mitch had at today's press conference, McConnell aide said that McConnell felt lightheaded and stepped away for a moment, and he came back to handle Q&A, which, as everyone observed, was sharp. Mitch McConnell from another angle. God. looks like shit. Definitely good to have some of the most powerful members on the planet, okay? These are some of the most powerful human beings on the fucking planet. It's great to have them be basically brain dead, like vegetables. It's cool. Doesn't matter, because their job isn't like to actually do anything. Their job in many respects is to do nothing. Their job in many instances is to basically just keep business as usual going, keep corporate interests maintained. Doesn't matter. They're just like a monkey in a suit. They're corporate puppets anyway. They're not reading the laws. Nobody thinks that they're reading the legislation that they're passing. They're not writing them either. It's lobbyists that write it for them. So it's a cushy-ass gig, you know what I mean? We got a new angle of the pull away. It's bad. Flag. McConnell stopped abruptly during his opening statement during the GOP leadership presser and appeared to be unable to restart talking. He then stepped away and walked away with Barrasso. Yeah, great stuff. Overall, he went back, for the record, he went back and he delivered a Q&A. Let the speculation start. I speculated maybe vaccine injury. Okay. This one was really good. I think this is probably the best speculation out there. Jabuki says, it was so hard squeezing the fit under that podium and making sure my throat didn't make any noises. Thank God I zipped him up before they pulled him away. Maybe it's aliens. Suck the soul out of them. Need to suck it harder. Difference between left and right. The left will show empathy to this. If it was right, they would pile on. Wait, what? I don't want to show empathy to this at all. The fuck do you mean? Fuck that. My man glitched out. That's fucking bullshit. We shouldn't show empathy to this. The real empathetic thing here, if you have an empathetic bone in your body, is to get him the fuck out of power, okay? Put him in a goddamn retirement home or some shit. But let me tell you something. Especially after watching Peter's videos on Kentucky, think about that. Mitch McConnell is the senator from Kentucky, okay? Think about the conditions that those people live in. This motherfucker is almost single-handedly responsible for that, okay? I'm sorry, I got no empathy for this dude. He's a lizard. He's awful. He does not care about his own state. He's a gigantic fucking piece of shit. I don't care. I hope that there is some level of karmic justice where he experiences a fraction of the pain that he has caused to millions of Americans. Okay?
So this is we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary of the IRA. And,
God damn, different angle. Let's take a look at the second video of him being pulled away. Update, McConnell comes back to the presser. Maybe he just shat his pants, you know? But yeah, they're saying that he was lightheaded. They gave him a shot in the locker room. Should be good for the second half. Power and misery, traversing the grid of death. He had a stroke. His face is all droopy right side. No, I think that's just how his face looks all the time. But anyway, flag on the play. Mitch McConnell, I mean, he came back, which is disappointing. But, you know, I don't think that he's doing great. This is a better stare, the angle of him pausing. We already saw this. I just watched this. There's nothing in there, dude. There is nothing in there. In that moment, there is that 30-second pause. There's absolutely nobody home. Okay, crickets. It's just, you can see it in his eyes. He's dead. Might as well be. He's a vegetable. Very cool though to have. Oh, this is another problem. Yeah, Mitch McConnell talks to reporters. That was in 2020. This motherfucker is literally. The worst part about access to platinum healthcare that these guys have is that they just keep surviving. You know what I mean? They just keep surviving for much longer than the shelf life. You know what I mean? This is, if your chicken looks like this, you're tossing that out. If you're, this is like, my man is decomposing. He's decaying in real life. Meanwhile, he's decaying for what purpose? To ensure that other people who are under similar healthcare circumstances have no access to healthcare whatsoever and are done. Just ridiculous stuff. You mean the 3D printed chicken at the grocery stores? Yeah. I'm telling you, the actual deep state is a single necromancer under the Pentagon working all these husks like puppets. But he's our Republican friend that helped us get the historical IRA passed. If anything happened to him, that would stop Congress. Yeah, I know. He's so good. He's such a good guy, Can you cover the RFK Jr. town hall? Not really. Is it happening tonight or something? I think it's happening tonight, right? I don't really want to, but I guess maybe. Physics nerds are kind of freaking out over this news. Oh, yeah, I saw. For the first time in the world, researchers succeeded in synthesizing a room temperature superconductor working at ambient pressure with a modified lead apatite structure. The paper is slated to win a Nobel Prize, right? It's I don't really understand what the fuck this means. I just don't understand what is happening there, what the implications are. I'm sure some of you fucking nerds will fill me in on it. We got aliens on the docket. Better link. Today might have been the biggest physics discovery of my lifetime. I don't think people fully grasp the implications of ambient temperature pressure superconductor. Here's how it could totally change our lives. Okay, 85,000 people liked this. 15,000 people retweeted it. Let me tell you something. I don't think there's 85,000 people who understood fully what this was, okay? They're just liking it because they're like, oh, sick, scientific discovery. Love that. It's like, bitch, you don't know you don't know what's going on, okay? Don't act like you know. The paper hasn't been peer reviewed yet. Don't believe it. 1 billion kilowatts of electricity are wasted on transmission losses each year in the U.S. alone. That's equivalent to 3 of our largest nuclear reactors running 24/7. Superconductivity enables lossless electricity transmission at high voltages and currents. According to the authors, the LK99 material can be prepared in about 34 hours with extremely basic lab equipment, a mortar, pestle, basic vacuum, and furnace. These results could replicate within days and weeks. Nuclear fusion reactors rely on superconductors for plasma confinement. Modern designs use RBCO, YBCO superconductors cooled with LN2 or liquid helium, creating a huge temperature gradient and challenging operation. Ambient superconductors enable a whole host of new reactor designs. Quantum supercomputers use superconductors to preserve coherence in qubits. Small changes in temperature and pressure can cause the entire QC to fail during operation. Imagine a room temperature quantum computer on your desktop, now possible. Superconductors might be the best batteries out there. Simply inject the current and keep it in the coil until you need it. Previously, too costly to maintain, now totally feasible. What do you mean? Apparently, it's nothing. We're reporting on this paper today, and hopefully we'll publish a story today. Spoiler, it's very likely nothing. Wait, what? Maybe it's just jealous nerds on this side. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's jealous nerds. You know what I mean? Your iPhone won't overheat when playing Subway Surfer with a YouTube video in the corner anymore. Ultra efficient computer chips will have zero resistive losses during operation with superconductors. No need for cooling fans. And the common ones, super cheap MRI machines, maglev trains everywhere, and a super efficient electric grid. Basically this. I cannot contain my excitement. It feels like January 2020 with a huge wave coming that no one realizes yet, but in a much better way. Addendum. A lot of my Princeton physics friends are convinced this is pretty legit, and I am too. Like, figure 4 is a pretty good sign that was nowhere to be found in previous fiascos. Hope it all adds up. Well, New Scientist had something to say about it. Room temperature superconductor breakthrough met with skepticism. Creating material that perfectly conducts electricity at room temperature and pressure would be a big deal, but a research team's claims of creating one has attracted more scrutiny than optimism. It's not peer reviewed and it's too big of a step too fast. Came out of nowhere, and that doesn't happen in material science. And the dude has... Wait, what? He has... What the fuck? He's actually done retractions? This isn't the first time someone has claimed to have discovered room temperature superconductor. People have previously lied about this shit. I don't get it. Why do people lie about it? That's a different guy? Okay. Okay, here's what I don't understand. Why do people lie about it? Like, what do you gain nothing, dude. It's fun. I mean, it's one of these situations where, like, you fucking lie about this shit and then you're kind of over, right? A very disturbing picture. Another retraction imminent for controversial physicist Ranga Diaz will have a second paper revoked. Is this the same guy, though? I don't think this is the same guy. Ask the guy who lied about the Alzheimer's drug. He wasn't caught for 30 years. Yeah, that shit was crazy. But I feel like this is that's a different story. That's pharmaceuticals, and I feel like this is a scientific breakthrough that is going to touch every field and not just like Alzheimer's research and pharmaceuticals. You know what I mean? The announcement came today from South Korea. Sometimes it's super duper biased, like they spend several years to find nothing. Sometimes they do a bit of cooking to make it seem worth it. It's over if you don't publish. The pressure is immense. Motherfuckers love attention. There was a Korean veterinarian who faked cloning. It's a big thing in science. Lots of papers are bullshit. We have this capability. What you don't understand, I mean, imagine your funding is contingent on you getting results, so you fight some results so you don't lose funding. Okay. My suspicion here is that these guys are big HasanAbi heads, and at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay? And they're like, fuck, how are we going to avoid the ads, right? I don't want to watch a 3-minute ad break. We saw the number of PhDs that actually gotten smaller in recent years. We got to improve our HasanAbi broadcasting experience. How can we do this? Well, we can get $5 in the form of a subscription to avoid the top of the hour ad break, right? Or we can get a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime. But also we can spread the love around and gift subs like Preston for the Win just did, or Baba Yaga just did with 2 5 gifted subs, or like Infinite Ryman with the 10 gifted subs, allowing 20 total people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. So in order to get funding for that, they had to lie about their paper. That's what I think. HasanAbi's nipple, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. B Zella, thank you for the 10 gifted. Bro, my physics teacher sent this to me and it's not peer reviewed. I am a fool. I went to Princeton to get a community college education. Somewhat shown situation who faked his way to getting a Nobel Prize. 3 out of 10 debate, but 10/10 world building for the debate. Thank you. I like to sometimes dude, this is an hour and 19 minutes long. I like to sometimes do a little bit of world building for my segues. Here is part 3 of a very long YouTube essay about the first time this happened. Bobby Broccoli did 3 fucking videos on this. That's insane. Can I get this reduced to like a 10-minute format or what? Please don't shit on CCs. They have some of the best education. What? I bet it's a very good video. It's like 18 hours long. There's a difference between biodiscovery and materials discovery, and materials discovery is much easier to test and debunk. It's incredibly unlikely it's true. A room temperature superconductor is considered like the holy grail of science. It would make something like maglev trains incredibly cheaper. No expensive supercooling needed. He's excited about the news. The good news, this could be fundamental revolution in physics. The bad news, this may be a great brockumentary in 2 years. Okay, so he's not excited about it. Electrical conductors all have resistance. Higher resistance means higher power requirements. Higher resistance means higher power requirements. Superconductors have almost zero resistance, but superconductors only exist at super cold temperatures or super high pressures. This is a room temp, normal pressure superconductor. The world record at the moment for a superconductor temperature is minus 140 degrees centigrade. This paper claims they made one that is plus 127 centigrade. I don't understand. If they have how the fuck did nobody else figure this out in a goddamn lab? If they were the ones who did it. If it's so easy, like what happened? Did they like stumble into it? Like they're like, "Oh, dude, it's super simple. It's like this pivotal achievement in scientific discovery, and you can just like make it in a lab with like regular ass tools." That's such a dumb take. I'm just saying, like, if they're able to do this, it's a lot of testing, dude. Okay. They solved the McConnell mystery from fart. I think I'm not going to click on that link. I mean, if it's replicable, I feel like there will be a very quick dismissal of this, right? They will look at the details, especially because they are saying that it's easily replicable. We will know in like a couple days whether this was real or not. Superconductors are materials through which electricity can move without encountering resistance, and so would significantly cut down the energy cost of electronics. Like, I understand why it's huge. I understand why this is like, I'm memeing a little bit, but I get why this is a tremendously important scientific discovery. I do get it. It would also have massive renewable energy implications as well. It seems like it would change the way that we, if it's real, it seems like it would change the way that we change our relationship with energy, and would be a gigantic leap in technological improvements if you could have like quantum computers running in your iPhone or in your house all of a sudden. it's a incredible leap from like Pentium A4 or whatever chips in your bulky ass desktop PCs looking like it's nothing in comparison to the modern day iPhone that you can use, right? It would be like 1000x that. Or not A4, i4, sorry. What was the Intel Pentium chips? Yeah, Pentium 4. Like when I first got my desktop PC, that shit was ass cheeks in comparison to the iPhone that I have in my hand now. You know what I mean? That it would be that technological leap over the course of like almost 30 years would look like nothing overnight. Now, Kim and his colleagues claim to have made a material that is superconductive at room temperature and pressure. If their claims hold up to scientific scrutiny, this new work would truly be extraordinary. So the burden of proof of the research team is equally exceptional. The fact that some previous reports of breakthroughs in superconductivity were later retracted and the other teams failed to replicate the results also raises the stakes. To make the new material called LK99, Kim and his colleagues mixed several powdered compounds containing lead, oxygen, sulfur, phosphorus, then heated them at a high temperature for several hours. This made the powders chemically react and transform into a new dark gray solid. The researchers then measured how much millimeter-sized sample of LK99 resisted electricity passing through it at different temperatures and found that its so-called resistivity fell sharply from a sizable positive value at 105 centigrade, 221 Fahrenheit, down to nearly zero at 30 degrees centigrade, 86 Fahrenheit. Okay? The researchers also tested the material's response to a magnetic field at a range of temperatures because superconductors are known to expel them as a part of the phenomenon called the Meissner effect. They concluded that it did exhibit this effect in the temperature range where it also had near zero resistance. Because of the Meissner effect, a superconductor floats when placed on a conventional magnet, and the researchers recorded a test of this levitation as well. In their video, they placed a piece of LK99 above a magnet, and it clearly rises above the magnet's surface. We watched that little video earlier. We saw the video. It's on the Twitter thread. The first video on the Twitter thread. This one right here. Get back to it. However, only one edge of the flat coin-like material fully levitates, while the other seems to stay in contact with the magnet. Kim says this is due to the sample being imperfect, which means that only some part of it becomes superconductive and exhibits the Meissner effect. Currently, 2 papers concerning LK99 are available on the preprint service ARXIV, which does not conduct peer review, and a related past study published on the Journal of the Korean Crystal Growth and Crystal Technology in April. Wait, what? Crystal Growth and Crystal Technology? Kim has only co-authored one of the RXIV papers, while the other is authored by his colleagues at the Quantum Energy Research Center in South Korea, some of whom also applied for a patent on LK99 in August 2022. Both papers represent similar measurements. However, Kim says that the second paper contains many defects and was uploaded to ARXIV without his permission. In that paper, the work is described as opening a new era for mankind. Some commentators on social media heralded the findings as generational breakthrough. Oh, it's archive. Okay, got it. That's RXIV is just archive. Susanna Speller and Chris Grosvenor at the University of Oxford say that when a material becomes superconductive, there should be clear signatures on a number of measurements. For 2 of those in particular, namely the response of the magnetic field and a quantity called heat capacity, Speller says neither is demonstrated in the data, so it is too early to say that we have been presented with compelling evidence for superconductivity in these samples. The other experts that the new scientists consulted were similarly skeptical about the results. Maybe they're just jealous. Maybe they're just jealous. Paper is backed by a South Korean PhD at a prominent university. The rough paper was rushed to a publication, which is apparent in the norm for big discoveries. Given how easy the process seems, it will be a quick review. Room temperature superconductors have been discovered. They just crumble to ambient atmospheric pressure. This new material has the temp resistance and the pressure resistance. I work on quantum computers, and these are bold claims with a lot of red flags. However, these are relatively common materials, so it should be easy for people to test it in a lab. Notice they published one of the papers with only 3 authors in case somebody wins a Nobel. Yeah, I saw that. The original paper had 6 authors on it, and then they simultaneously released the same exact study with 3 authors on it, specifically because the Nobel Prize has a cap for 3, I guess, which I don't even know why. That seems kind of dumb, but whatever. So they were very confident, is what people are saying. They were very confident about potentially winning a Nobel Prize for this, but that could also mean that they're, trying to scheme their way into a Nobel Prize, like the previous story that you guys were talking about that you wanted me to see, the guy who conned his way into a Nobel Prize. The theoretical models that Kim and his colleagues cite explaining why the new material can superconduct at such different conditions than all previous ones have also been called into question by one of the researchers that new scientists spoke to. Kim says that he's aware of the skepticism, but believes that other researchers try to replicate his team's work to settle on the issue. Once their findings are published in a peer-reviewed journal, which Kim says is in the works, he will support anyone who wants to create and test LK99 for themselves. In the meantime, he and his colleagues will continue to work on perfecting their samples of the alleged miracle superconductor and move towards mass producing it. I've been working on materials research for 10 years, and this sounds like BS to me, and this whole removing authors is a scumbag move. If this is true and we find ways to bring supercomputers to the public or even bad actors opposing governments, we will break modern banking and privacy forever. Like quantum hackers? Quantum computers aren't necessarily faster than current computers. They just use qubits instead of bits. Bits have 2 binary states on and off, whereas qubits have multiple states. Quantum semiconductors will likely not be used for commercial use and will instead most likely be used by governments to decrypt things like RSA encryption. Read my essay. Wait, what? LK99 is a lead-based insulator discovered in 1999. They added some copper to it and now claim superconductivity. They have a patent for it and is now conveniently room temperature superconducting. I am skeptical. When are we talking about aliens? I'm not going to lie, guys. As much as a dumb bimbo as I am, especially as it pertains to science stories, this seems infinitely more interesting and entertaining, to me at least, than the dumbass alien story from one guy who's like, yeah, I have no photo proof, but like a lot of people were harmed to bring this information to you, and I saw aliens, I promise. I literally think this is way more entertaining, whether it be the dramatic aspect of it or whether it be dreaming of a future where this is feasible. I think that this is like, this is unironically something that is real, even if this specific aspect of it might not be. It seemingly is more real than the fucking alien situation. It would destroy our current encryption methods, but there are new forms of encryption that cannot be cracked by quantum computing that are being considered, so not GG in the future. Kurzgesagt on
For most of our history, human technology consisted of our brains, fire, and sharp sticks. While fire and sharp sticks became power plants and
Okay, I'm going to go pee while this plays real quick and explains quantum computers.
nuclear weapons, the biggest upgrade has happened to our brains.
I don't want to hear about how it's fucking propaganda or some shit, okay? Shut up and learn.
Since the 1960s, the power of our brain machines has kept growing exponentially, allowing computers to get smaller and more powerful at the same time. But this process is about to meet its physical limits. Computer parts are approaching the size of an atom. To understand why this is a problem, we have to clear up some basics. A computer is made up of very simple components doing very simple things, representing data, the means of processing it, and control mechanisms. Computer chips contain modules, which contain logic gates, which contain transistors. A transistor is the simplest form of a data processor in computers, basically a switch that can either block or open the way for information coming through. This information is made up of bits, which can be set to either 0 or 1. Combinations of several bits are used to represent more complex information. Transistors are combined to create logic gates, which still do very simple stuff. For example, an AND gate sends an output of 1 if all of its inputs are 1, and an output of 0 otherwise. Combinations of logic gates finally form meaningful modules, say for adding two numbers. Once you can add, you can also multiply, and once you can multiply, you can basically do anything. Since all basic operations are literally simpler than first-grade math, you can imagine a computer as a group of 7-year-olds answering really basic math questions. A large enough bunch of them could compute anything from astrophysics to Zelda. However, with parts getting tinier and tinier, quantum physics are making things tricky. In a nutshell, a transistor is just an electric switch. Electricity is electrons moving from one place to another, so a switch is a passage that can block electrons from moving in one direction. Today, a typical scale for transistors is 14 nanometers, which is about 8 times less than the HIV virus's diameter and 500 times smaller than a red blood cell's. As transistors are shrinking to the size of only a few atoms, electrons may just transfer themselves to the other side of a blocked passage via a process called quantum tunneling. In the quantum realm, physics works quite differently from the predictable ways we're used to, and traditional computers just stop making sense. We are approaching a real physical barrier for our technological progress. To solve this problem, scientists are trying to use these unusual quantum properties to their advantage by building quantum computers. In normal computers, bits are the smallest units of information. Quantum computers use qubits, which can also be set to one of two values. A qubit can be any two-level quantum system, such as a spin in a magnetic field or a single photon. 0 and 1 are this system's possible states, like the photon's horizontal or vertical polarization. In the quantum world, the qubit doesn't have to be in just one of those, it can be in any proportions of both states at once. This is called superposition. But as soon as you test its value, say by sending the photon through a filter, it has to decide to be either vertically or horizontally polarized. So as long as it's unobserved, the qubit is in a superposition of probabilities for 0 and 1, and you can't predict which it will be. But the instant you measure it, it collapses into one of the definite states. Superposition is a game changer. 4 classical bits can be in one of 2 to the power of 4 different configurations at a time. That's 16 possible combinations, out of which you can use just one. 4 qubits in superposition, however, can be in all of those 16 combinations at once. This number grows exponentially with each extra qubit. 20 of them can already store 1,000,000 values in parallel. A really weird and unintuitive property qubits can have is entanglement, a close connection that makes each of the qubits react to a change in the other's state instantaneously, no matter how far they are apart. This means that when measuring just one entangled qubit, you can directly deduce properties of its partners without having to look. Qubit manipulation.
They're making our fucking computers non-binary, brother. I'm sick and tired of it. That's all I got out of this goddamn bullshit. Let me tell you something, folks. I'm sick and tired of it. Okay? What do you mean? Non-binaries in our schools? Non-binaries in our motherfucking computers? I don't want that shit. God damn it, Biden. Stop it now. Woke ass PCs. I just want to look up hentai. Sick and tired of it. I'll tell you what, folks. They're transing our computers.
Is a mind bender as well. A normal logic gate gets a simple set of inputs and produces one definite output. A quantum gate manipulates an input of superpositions, rotates probabilities, and produces another superposition as its output. So a quantum computer sets up some qubits, applies quantum gates to entangle them and manipulate probabilities, and finally measures the outcome, collapsing superpositions to an actual sequence of zeros and ones. What this means is that you get the entire lot of calculations that are possible with your setup all done at the same time. Ultimately, you can only measure one of the results, and it will only probably be the one you want, so you may have to double check and try again. But by cleverly exploiting superposition and entanglement, this can be exponentially more efficient than would ever be possible on a normal computer. So while quantum computers will probably not replace our home computers, in some areas they are vastly superior. One of them is database searching. To find something in a database, a normal computer may have to test every single one of its entries. Quantum algorithms need only the square root of that time, which for large databases is a huge difference. The most famous use of quantum computers is ruining IT security. Right now, your browsing, email and banking data is being kept secure by an encryption system in which you give everyone a public key to encode messages only you can decode. The problem is that this public key can actually be used to calculate your secret private key. Luckily, doing the necessary math on any normal computer would literally take years of trial and error. But a quantum computer with exponential speedup could do it in a breeze. Another really exciting new use is simulations. Simulations of the quantum world are very intense on resources, and even for bigger structures such as molecules, they often lack accuracy. So why not simulate quantum physics with actual quantum physics? Quantum simulations could provide new insights on proteins that might revolutionize medicine. Right now, we don't know if quantum computers will be just a very specialized tool or a big revolution for humanity. We have no idea where the limits of technology are, and there's only one way to find out. This video is supported by the Australian...
The smaller you go, the more physics has to rely on probability instead of definitive answers. The weirdest part is that small things do everything until it's measured, and then will come with a definitive answer. Is weird as fuck. Quantum computing doesn't break current cryptography. It just makes solving the discrete logarithm problem simpler. Current state-of-the-art encryption will just become twice as easy to break, i.e. some previously unbreakable will be breakable, but will remain reasonably unbreakable. I work in cryptography at a big search company. But like, wouldn't they just then turn around and use it for... I mean, wouldn't they use quantum computers to make new... forms of encryption? Like, am I wrong about this? Yeah, it would just like, it could potentially make it, quantum resistant encryption is already being developed.
Right now, some nations...
Veritasium is talking about how quantum computers can break the internet starting now.
States and individual actors are intercepting and storing lots of encrypted data, like passwords, bank details, and social security numbers. But they can't open these files.
I mean, when you think about it, I feel like, at least if you're an American consumer, this shit's not very reasonably protected anyway, or at least like social security numbers and whatnot if you use like TurboTax. You know what I mean? You know, you can literally guess a social security number if you know when and where people were born. Yes, I know. Why are you mentioning this in the chat? I hate when people say that. Yeah, I mean, it's true. He's not wrong. What that chatter is saying is correct. Logan Paul is shit talking our boy Bradley Martin.
Bradley.
Why is he saying that?
I think you're getting lame. I think you're getting lame as a person or a person who's either searching for clicks. He had Nate Diaz, who my brother's fighting on August 5th on this podcast.
Yeah.
And like in the same sentence, he's like, yeah, I'm cool with Jake. I like Jake. I just hope you beat his ass. I just want to see him get his ass beat. I want to see him get turned into a meme. Why, Bradley? You're cool with us. He's in the family. You even said yourself you like him. Why say that? Are you searching for clicks? Even the way you're talking about street fighting Nate, like, bro, you're not going to beat Nate Diaz in a street fight. You just searching for clicks?
Well, what if
I mean, the answer is yes. I don't really understand it. Like, yeah, no shit. I mean, how do you not know that? You are also like that. You are the king of searching for clicks, so much that you searched in the fucking suicide forest. You know what I mean?
If he is.
Yeah, what if he is?
I think he's lame. Bradley, you got to be humbled. That's what you need. It doesn't sound like you've had it yet. And I will invite you to Puerto Rico to spar with me to be humbled.
He'll do it. Bradley's a tough.
He won't. Bradley, if you're serious, I'm inviting you to come to Puerto Rico to promote my next upcoming fight. And I will spar you and I will fuck.
I like that it's like he literally was like, wow, are you clickbaiting, dude? Which is why I will clickbait with you clickbaiting. It's funny. Wait, Activision is suing a TikToker? It's not just a TikToker. This is not a TikToker. This is my friend. It's fucking Anthony Fantano. Activision sues music critic over TikTok pizza clip. Activision says it's getting ahead of a legal threat by suing the creator of a popular TikTok video after the company used the audio from his clip in its own post. Activision is testing the theory that repurposing content on TikTok is fair game and not something it has to pay for. It's also accusing Anthony Fantano, the video's creator, of asking for an extortionate amount of money to avoid being sued for using the audio, which it says was permitted by TikTok's terms of service. The Activision suit was filed in California. It seeks a ruling confirming that the company did not infringe on Fantano's rights when it incorporated audio of Fantano talking about a thinly sliced pizza into a video about sneakers themed to its video game character, Crash Bandicoot. Fantano's 19-second clip was uploaded in April 2021. It's been liked by more than 5 million times on TikTok and became a meme. We've used it as well. Wait, hold on. I'm going to text him right now. Oh, the video was repeatedly reused and remixed over the last 2 years, which Fantano celebrated according to the suit. Activision's Crash Bandicoot clip was uploaded in June, but it's no longer online. According to the suit, Fantano contacted Activision in late June, threatening to sue, and has not been satisfied by Activision deleting the video. On July 11th, Fantano allegedly asked for a 6-figure payment. Defendant also apprised Activision that he reached settlements with other entities based on similar use, that these entities had paid a similar sum in order to avoid an expensive litigation, the suit states. But Activision says TikTok's terms of service indicate that users grant third parties the right to modify, adapt, reproduce, or make derivative works of their uploaded videos. Activision also says it pulled Fantano's audio from a listing of sounds that TikTok marked as cleared for commercial use. For those of you who don't know, this is, I hope Fantano doesn't actually sue us, but this is, of course, the famous Austinox meme of the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. Here is that meme being utilized.
A fresh pie? Save me a slice. That's good. Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's... All right, that's good. Okay. All right, okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's enough slices!
The crypto chatter is either lying about his credentials or very bad at communicating. All common crypto schemes are completely broken by Q computers with Shor's algorithm. There are new crypto schemes that are quantum resistant, but none are used at large scale, and we don't have a good idea if they're secure. One of them got completely broken out of the blue. HasanAbi, female. Wait, wouldn't Fantano ruin TikTok if he won? I don't know. I feel like you could absolutely do a specific carve out for commercial usage, because this is very clearly a commercial usage of his audio. You know what I mean? This dispute is a textbook example of how intellectual property law can be misused by individuals to leverage unfair cash payments from users of social media networks such as TikTok, Activision's lawyers say in the suit. I like that Anthony Fantano is the harmed party here. Sorry, Activision is the harmed party. Who are they harmed by? Anthony fucking Fantano. Like, what is going on here? I guess why are they countersuing? Like, do they think... I don't get it. Like, are they countersuing because they're like, no one ever can come after us for using your audio ever again if you upload it on TikTok? Is that what it is? Like, how do they get to play the victim here? Ultimately, what do I think? I am not a fan of intellectual property, but I am a fan of, small content creators in this regard making money off of corporations. So this brings me to an impasse, okay? It's a unique predicament where, like, intellectual property, especially when it's, being commercially appropriated by a giant corporation, should understandably lead to an adequate compensation for whoever the fuck is, like, making a big stink about it. You know what I mean? Fantano should borrow some Disney lawyers. I'm sure they'd lend their time pro bono to defend the sanctity of copyrights. Yeah. IP laws are only ever enforced in favor of corporations. That's why it sucks. Yeah, literally. Okay, but there wouldn't be a carve-out, dummy? No, for commercial utilization, you would absolutely put a carve-out there. What are you talking about? Potentially. I mean, it depends on how they frame this. It's been reused 54,000 times on TikTok. Argument is stupid despite being a giant corporation. I texted him. Let's see if he responds. Why are you defending IP Lamau just because he's your friend? Fuck off. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm defending him, because he's my friend. The other side, Fantano did not... Fantano. And Fantano did not reply to a request or comment from Axios, but in an interview with Overcome last year about the clip's popularity, Fantano said, I have so many other irons in the fire going on that I don't really give a shit about what happens with the sound of me yelling at pizza. But he added, for somebody who literally has nothing on their name other than, hey, I have this popular song on TikTok or this popular sound, for them to not see any kind of benefit off that whatsoever, that's terrible. That's awful. Yeah, Fantano and Tano. Corporations need to license everything, and I mean everything from marketing materials, even fonts. Anthony probably knows this and is trying to simply license original audio to them. Very typical in the marketing world, and Activision is being a typical cheapskate corpo fuck. Source, I work in marketing. Ethan was saying the same thing when he saw Selena Gomez use his audio to promote her new makeup line, obviously memeing. I think Fantano has a decent chance to win. I don't think he uploaded the sound to TikTok. I don't think he uploaded the sound to TikTok's cleared commercial system. Other people have ripped the original video and uploaded it. Activision threatened to sue me for working on a decompiled open source version of old Call of Duty games. Fuck them for abusing their money and power to shut down smaller people. While this situation is different to mine, it's still insane. I feel pretty bad for the 18-year-old social media intern who caused all this. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I copyright law sucks so much in the U.S. Most historical works should have expired in 1965 because they never extended their copyright, 90%, but they just lie about it. They'll also claim something from 1920s was never published and so is still copyrighted. Corporations are the ones abusing it, not Fantano. By the way, people thinking six figures is a lot have clearly never worked in big corporate marketing. Dollar figures are absolutely insane in this world, trust me. Yeah. No one is writing articles when music or movie companies do this to creators, but now it's a story when it goes the other way. I think it's a story because Activision, it seems like, according to what Activision is saying, Fantano reached out and was like, hey, give me some money. You used my voice in an ad, and I didn't clear it. And then they didn't like how much money he was asking for. So then they were like, fuck you. We're going to sue you. If being anti-corpa means being pro-IP, then I'm the most Marvel-loving Disney fan this side of Mississippi. In my opinion, it's very similar to the Ron DeSantis meme videos. Cillian Murphy didn't give his permission to use his likeness for the video. Yeah. I do think that it opens up a litigation floodgates for a lot of horny lawyers and also a lot of horny motherfuckers who just want to, like, turn around and sue anyone and everyone. So I do see the other side of this conversation where, like, anything and everything that is meant to protect people will oftentimes be, one, utilized by corporations to protect their interests, and two, will be utilized by random dumbasses who wanna litigate every little thing. You know what I mean? It feels strange, but I could totally see this backfiring on, like, the internet, as long as it's not, like, very clearly defined. I could see that totally destroying fair use even. I could totally see it destroying, I don't know. I could see it being weaponized by, like, any Tom, Dick, and Harry. So that's why I said we're at an impasse. But if Fantano wins and the corporation has to pay that, will strengthen the rights of the small content creators? Yeah, I agree. Bradley off the perk. Bro does not understand how good these pro fighters are. Okay, that's like you're on mobile. What is this? Oh, I'd literally never show my face again?
There you go. You don't want to, yeah, that's too tender, you think? But fair enough.
You guys in the middle?
Yeah.
Right here? It's a little.
God damn.
Both of you? Yeah, right there.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Why did he do him like that? That's kind of messed up. I'm not going to lie. Let the man get a feel, dude. What the fuck? Run it back. You guys didn't see that? You didn't see it? Here.
Yeah, right there, guys.
You don't want to, yeah.
He had his, Simu Liu has his hands on the small of Ryan's back. Okay, Ryan Gosling's back. Ryan Gosling, I'm going to give you a play-by-play. Ryan Gosling says, no. Literally, nobody likes him. Is crazy. I feel bad, dude. What the fuck? He seemed like such a nice guy when I hung out with him. Why the fuck does everybody hate this dude?
Yeah, right there, guys.
Look at his face. Oh God, I feel, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I feel bad.
You don't want to, yeah, that's too tender, you think? But fair enough.
You guys in the middle?
Yeah.
Right here?
I think he does a decent job of, like, dousing it with some water, you know? You are parasocial? Brother, you can't be parasocially invested in someone if you've met them in the real world and have, like, hung out with them, okay? It's just, it doesn't work that way. And also, I'm practicing what is known as empathy. Yes, you can. No, I don't mean like at a fucking meet and greet. I mean like as peers, okay? Jesus Christ.
Salute, both of you? Yeah, right there, guys.
Are they supposed to be doing this shoot during the strike, though? They're not. Tomboy lover. This is not during the strike. This is before the strike. Yeah, I mean, was this hate? Margot Robbie also dunked on him, apparently. Here.
Most like that on screen.
They asked Margot Robbie, which cast member is most like their on-screen Barbie / Ken?
Maybe Simu? Most.
She says Simu is the most like his on-screen Ken persona. Bro, because he did a lot of problematic shit back in the day. That's why the hate. Yeah, dude. Ryan Gosling has your level of deep knowledge over Simu Liu's Reddit account, dude. Yeah, totally. Ryan Gosling, a 50-year-old man, is aware of Simu Liu's like fucking random ASEAN identity adjacent Reddit account from like 2012, and that's why he's behaving that way. That's so funny. Come on, man. These motherfuckers don't even, half of these people don't even use like telephones all that much, okay? You're out of your fucking mind if you think that like out of touch ass Hollywood Andes are that in tune with what the fuck's going on in the world of internet. Ryan Gosling is 42, my bad. Fucked up. It's because they're enemies in the film, Ken versus Ken. Oh, I don't know. I haven't watched it yet. Genuine question, are these vids from before the SAG strike? No, they're all actually violating SAG-AFTRA strike rules currently by doing it today. As you know, red carpet promos happen after the movie has been released for weeks now. No, man, this is old shit that they're just like resurfacing. But no, this wasn't during the SAG-AFTRA strikes. No, this is like old. Is this just Asian discrimination or is he just kind of whack? What's the deal? I don't know. I can't give you a good assessment on this because I can't give you a good opinion on this because like I just don't know what, like, that would be parasocial. Like how could I ever make a like an inference off of this 1 second thing? Maybe it's because he's maybe it's because he's Canadian. But yeah, look at his face, dude. It's fucked up. I'm doing it now. They're acting. They did this during the entire red carpet. Oh. Okay. Ryan Gosling is Canadian? Oh, shit. That's the worst. You hate to see it. Dude, you hate to see Canadian on Canadian social violence, dude. Oh, my God. That's the worst kind. You hate to see it. Two snow Mexicans attacking one another like this, it brings a tear to my eye, okay? Makes me fucking sad. The hate for Simu, old Reddit post plus criticizing Tarantino and Scorsese's comments on Marvel films. Yeah, I doubt that it's his old Reddit post that these people fucking know about. If you... Remember, one thing you need to always recognize is that if you know a story inside and out and it like pertains to Reddit, most people in Hollywood do not know, okay? Like most people, the trade publications probably didn't fucking pick it up. Like it wasn't on CNN. These are people who are much older. You're in a fucking bubble, okay? They don't know, they don't care about that kind of shit. But the comments on Tarantino and Scorsese, because both have criticized Marvel films. If he defended Marvel films against Tarantino and Scorsese, I could see that being a reason for why they would be annoyed with him or some shit. But like even then, probably not. Even then, it seems unlikely. You're failing to take into account that Ryan Gosling is literally me. Oh my God, Ryan Gosling is born in London, Ontario. That explains so much. Wait, what does that explain? I don't know anything. If the UFOs are fake news, what do you make of the hearing? Do you think the witnesses are lying, they're misinformed, or Congress is trying to distract with it? No, the Congress does fucking hearings on dumb shit all the time. They had like RFK Jr. on not that long ago to specifically address internet censorship or whatever the fuck. I think it's fun and entertaining and interesting. Keeps people, paying attention. I guess there's not really much going on in terms of legislation. Anyway, whatever. Let's move on from the Simu Liu and Activision story. Let's get to a story that really matters. Not the UFO one yet, okay? Not the vaccine injury. We already covered that. But instead, and not Tucker Carlson yet, but instead, motherfucking Hunter Biden drama. Judge makes a surprise decision amid the drama at the Hunter Biden hearing. Our king, our God, our legend. The man with the golden penis, a penis that will shake the earth to its very core, a penis that if every American sees will undoubtedly deliver a sure victory, an assured victory for the Republican Party, which is why the Democrats are so desperately trying to stop you from seeing it. That man is now, he's done a lot. He's done a lot of stuff. And he's in court over it, some of which is tax evasion. Others are irresponsible gun ownership, I believe, illegal ownership of a weapon. And most importantly, the fact that the Democratic Party and the pedophiles at the Democratic Party want to stop you from seeing his cock.
Just into CNN breaking news, the judge in the Hunter Biden case making a surprise decision after a whirlwind morning in court. Let's get to CNN's Kara Scannell, who's outside the courthouse in Wilmington, Delaware. Kara, bring us up to speed. What is the latest?
Yeah, Boris, so the judge said that she could not accept the plea agreement as it was structured. Remember, there was a plea agreement where Hunter Biden would plead guilty to 2 tax misdemeanors and then a diversion on a felony gun charge. Well, the judge taking issue with both of them, saying that on the plea agreement related to the tax charges, she was saying that this agreement as structured just had her, as what she said, a rubber stamp. It did not allow her to weigh in on whether she thought that the plea was acceptable. She had questions about that and wants both sides to brief her on that. Also on the gun diversion, she had questions about how that deal was structured because it inserted her in the process if Hunter Biden breached the terms of this agreement and the government had an issue with it. They wanted the judge to act as a neutral arbiter because they cited the political nature of this investigation and of who Hunter Biden is. So the judge saying she wasn't sure it was constitutional for her to have a role that could interfere with the Department of Justice, the executive branch's decision to bring a criminal case. So she said she wanted additional briefing on this. She told Hunter Biden, I am sorry. She said she knew he wanted to resolve this, but she said she wanted to make sure he got what he understood he was getting in terms of immunity under that plea agreement and that the diversion agreement was constitutional. So both sides will be briefing on this issue, and the judge will then have them back in court again to resolve this matter. But as it stands right now, Hunter Biden entered a plea of not guilty because he said he would only plead guilty if this plea agreement was intact. Boris?
Kara, please stand by. We also have Evan Perez with us. Evan, just a moment ago, we were talking about the back and forth, this ordeal where prosecutors walked in with Hunter Biden's defense team. They had something laid out, an agreement on these 2 federal charges for tax evasion and the gun charge. And then essentially there was a dispute over the agreement. They then went into recess, came up with a new agreement, but the judge ultimately decided it was invalid. It wasn't up to her standard.
Right, and I think at issue here for the judge is she's trying to protect Hunter Biden's rights. She's trying to make sure that whatever he thinks he is agreeing to is indeed what the government is agreeing to do. And the reason why that is in question is because the judge, as a result of the judge's questions, the prosecution admitted that there were some aspects of this that are not covered, that there are some aspects of this investigation. Remember, Boris, this is a 5-year investigation, an investigation that has spanned 3 U.S. attorneys general all the way back to 2018. We have a Trump-appointed U.S. attorney who has been held over by Joe Biden's administration to continue this investigation. It has looked at everything from money laundering, from this potential violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. It's looked at his, obviously, his drug issues, and of course these tax issues. And what the Justice Department was saying at this court hearing was that there is some aspect of this that is still ongoing, that is still being investigated, and that really Hunter Biden still has some legal jeopardy over. And so that's the reason why she has these concerns, because she wants to make sure that anybody who's agreeing to plead guilty, that they understand what they're pleading guilty to. Because in the end, obviously, if that is not really buttoned up, it raises constitutional questions, obviously, for the defendant. So what it appears now is going to happen is that the two sides are going to go back to the table and try to work out what it is that they can agree to. And then they can come back to the judge. But it appears the judge is going to ask them to put this all in court filings, and then she will bring them back to make sure that there's an agreement that she can consider to be constitutional. Boris.
Evan Perez, please stand by. Jim, obviously this is a case with immense scrutiny. It appears the judge wants every detail analyzed very, very closely.
No question, and perhaps in the interest of both parties, we're joined by now, in fact, bringing back just a few minutes later, Elliot Williams, a former prosecutor himself. So looking at this now, you heard Evan Perez's description there as the judge, in effect, looking out for Hunter Biden's interests here, that he knows exactly what he's getting out of this deal and what he's not. Do you share that reading of this?
Yes and no, because I think the judge doesn't live in a vacuum and knows that there's a tremendous congressional and media scrutiny around it, so it's not just about the defendant's rights. Now, in terms of this whole rights question in the Constitution, it's important to know what a plea deal or sort of a plea hearing is, Jim. And it's the defendant's not just saying, I'm guilty of the crime. The defendant is, number one, waiving a number of rights he has. He has the right to a trial in front of his peers. He has the right, you are waiving, or at least acknowledging that you may not be allowed to vote after being convicted, that you may not be allowed to possess a firearm, ironically, after being convicted of a crime. All of these things are rights that a defendant waives. And a judge needs to ensure, and the parties, frankly, need to ensure that the defendant is aware of those things before he says, I'm guilty. Because all of those things could jeopardize the integrity of the plea down the road and give the defendant a right to reopen it or appeal it at some point. So she is onto something. You really need to be clear that the defendant knows what, under the Constitution, he is getting rid of by agreeing to plead guilty.
Understood. Okay, so I asked you last time we spoke, just moments ago, when we thought we had a deal, whether you thought the penalties Hunter Biden is facing are in line with how these crimes are generally charged. You said yes. When you look at the judge's involvement in this plea deal, of course, there's an enormous amount of attention, which you cite here on this, so probably taking a little bit of extra care. But do you see the judge doing anything kind of out of line as they discuss this, or does it seem on the up and up and as one would expect?
Right now it does seem to be up and up. When we talk about out of line, the problem is that there isn't really there's a template for firearms and tax cases. Those exist. There isn't really a template for the son of the current president being charged and pleading guilty to a crime. And I do think that every party involved with this, including the court, is being extra careful, or ought to be extra careful, to recognizing the maelstrom that will certainly follow if something gets wrong in how this matter is resolved.
Though ideally you want it to be everyone equal under the law as well, but we know the scrutiny that we're living in right now.
Genuinely confused on what exactly they're accusing him besides tax evasion being cool. I mean, tax evasion and an unlawful possession of a gun. I mean, those are pretty significant charges. It's understandable, and he should be. I think he should be tried. And the cock thing is not. I mean, it's all jokes aside, dude. Dude, can you please stop? I don't even, are you trying to bofa me? Is that what it is? You keep saying Kosa. Can you please talk about Kosa? Is this a bofa thing? Is it, I Googled it. It's fucking what? The Kids Online Safety Act. What is this? Did you see this on TikTok? Is that what it is? Is this a it's like Sesta Fosta. People online are all riled up about it. What is it? What's going on? No, apparently it's a real thing, but people keep coming in here about it for some reason. They were all up in AOC's chat about it the other day. What is it? It's just like here, it's Pearl Mania did a video on it. Is that what it is? You want me to cover this? I'll fuck it. I'll do it. I'll cover it. What is it? Why doesn't it link me?
Men who are in relationships.
It's not linking me to the fucking actual video. God damn it! What is this? Okay, fuck. Here, this is what I found on Kosa.
Kosa for sure.
Jesus Christ, it's so fucking loud.
But in reality, this is some garbage to make sure that they know. 40 senators have sponsored a bill to make sure that you have to upload your driver's license before you can use your First Amendment on the internet. That's what they want. That's what this bill is. This bill is designed to make sure that they have your home address before you can actually post about anything on the internet. The bill is Senate Bill 1409. 40 senators have sponsored it, Republicans and Democrats. This isn't a left or right issue. This is a speech issue. And they call the bill the Kids Online Safety Act, or KOSA for short. But in reality, this is some garbage to make sure that they know where you live when you post. This bill, they claim, is to protect kids from restricted material on the...
Yeah, I think it's fucking bullshit. Seems dumb as fuck. Seems like an extension of the surveillance state. Seems really stupid. Doesn't seem great at all.
Internet, but what it's going to do is it's going to restrict the internet for everybody and then make you prove you're over 18 before you can look about anything. So maybe there's some history of America that is a little bit dicey, right? Maybe you want to learn a little bit more about the Second Amendment. Maybe there's some controversial stuff out there. Well, this bill allows every attorney general in every state of the union to make sure that they can sue internet companies like TikTok, like Facebook, like Twitter, that they can sue them if they aren't making sure that everyone who looks at controversial topics are over 18. So all these companies are going to have to keep a database of all their users to prove that everyone looking at these controversial...
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. Today, we're talking about a really bad idea. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you know that I have always talked about privacy on this channel. And for me, privacy is very important. One of the things we're looking at today is the ESRB, okay? Because they've come up with a legendarily bad idea, in my opinion. Now, for those of you who don't know, video games come with age ratings, right? So some games are E-rated, some are T, some are M-rated, like this one, because it's got blood and gore, intense violence, strong language, sexual themes, and the use of alcohol, okay? That's not for kiddos. Now, you know and I know when we were kids and GTA Vice City dropped, their mom and dad went to the store to buy it. Simple as that. Nowadays, the ESRB wants to...
Which was bullshit, let me just say. Basically, this will make it so that your online activities are trackable back to your offline address. I mean, your online activities already are trackable and traceable back to your offline address. I don't know why people don't realize that. It's called your IP and your cell tower that it's pinging off of, and everything is already accessible. This just like makes it easily accessible. It makes it more legal to be able to just like draw this information. And also it opens you up to additional attacks, especially as it pertains to like doxing and whatnot. You already don't have a lot of privacy, but at least it's a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more complicated to like figure all this stuff out. You certainly still can, and the government absolutely can. However, in this situation, you will make it easier for bad actors to basically access this as well. It just makes that kind of doxing process more efficient. Can you imagine having your fucking ID and your address, your home address, be easily accessible by every website? You don't fucking know who's going to be able to trace it. You don't know how protected that information is. It's going to make clicking on every single website. MAC addresses and IP aren't legal proof. IP addresses aren't legal proof of identity. I know, I'm just saying, like, people were talking about how they can pinpoint your location or something, when in fact, like, you can have a different address on your ID than the one you actually live on as well, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Yeah, in Alabama, missing woman case, the sheriff had all the Google searches that proved that she was fake and being kidnapped. Like, this is why people don't use Facebook gaming. They don't want to shitpost on their government name. Yeah. SB2 is like that is not needed by any corporation unless for tax purposes. Storing that information is super risky. Yeah, I don't like giving that. No, I do not like giving this level of information to every single fucking website that you access, when we know that all of these websites, some of them are barely good at, like, keeping your fucking password encrypted. You know what I mean? Literally all the case in Sweden. All I need is your name, age, and city to find your address and occupation. Literally already the case in Sweden.
Implement facial scanning technology to check people's age. They've sent this to the FTC, and there's been a bit of misinformation around this, so I wanted to look past the headlines for everybody and just get down to the real nitty-gritty of why this is, in my opinion, not a good idea. So, for instance, the FTC has been told by the ESRB that facial age estimation technology works like this. Basically, the user grabs a photo of themselves, not a selfie, but a live facial check, which basically checks if there is an actual human being in the frame. Then it's uploaded to a back-end server for a company named Yoti, which they're using as the facial scanner company in this case. And what they will do is they will check an estimation of your age. It is an entire 38-page post that they've actually made. So
I have to keep pushing her from underneath me. She's like always underneath me. Bro, the state of Louisiana leaked the entire state's socials because we need it for a driver's license. Imagine trusting anyone to hold anything. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
The way that it works, according to their actual like white paper over here, you can see this person, they detect your face. The face is detected to an image and reduced to pixels. Each pixel is assigned a number that the artificial intelligence can understand. The numbers are computed by a neural network that has been trained to recognize age by looking at millions of images of faces, right? And then the AI finds a pattern in the numbers and produces an age. Now, they have said that this is scarily accurate. For instance, facial age estimation is accurate. It estimates that someone is an adult 99.97% of the time. Facial age estimation is effective. An average 35% of users in the EU and UK who attempt to prove they're adults are rejected for being under the age threshold. Facial age estimation is private. It requires no collection of identity or payment card information, and no images are stored. We'll get to that in a little bit. So generally, the idea going on forward over here is this is a COPA VPC method, which a child, for instance, visits an online service. So here they've actually detailed how they deploy this stuff, okay? So for instance, a child visits an online service and is presented with a neutral age gate. So basically, how old are you, kiddo? Back in the day, we used to just say, yeah, we're 99 years old. They'd let us into the site, okay? Easy as hell. Operator, so basically the service in this case, collects a parent's email address from the child. Hey, kiddo, you're under 13? What's your daddy and mommy's email address? You give them the address. Operator sends a direct notice to parent pursuant to section 312.4. Dad gets the email. Hey, yo, your kid's trying to access the service. Are you cool? And then, of course, you go down and do it. The parent provides relevant permissions for the child. Operator informs parent of the requirement to verify they're an adult. So this is actually a way to beat the entire idea. So basically, if a child was asked, hey, give me your parent's ID address, back in the day, we just used to give a burner email that we would also have access to.
Also, what the fuck are you going to do if you're like, you look young? You know what I mean? You're just, sorry.
Pretend to be the parent and get in. So what this is trying to do is a parent says, hey, listen, to prove that I am over the age of 18, 25, whatever, I'm going to give you facial age estimation checks. So a parent is basically told how to do it. They put their phone up. The phone basically does a facial check. It checks if the person is actually.
The bill would also place a legal duty on platforms to prevent matters that pose a risk to physical and mental health of a minor, which is likely to lead to a crackdown on content about sexual health, information on substance abuse, etc. Oh, 100%. Like no more LGBT content in red states, maybe even in blue states without parental supervision, depending on if your parents are conservative or not. And also no more making LGBT decisions.
Alive, you know that they're not like some selfie that the kid is showing. That gets sent to a server. The server confirms their age estimation and either gives a yes or a no. That's pretty much how this is going down into. There was a lot of misinformation from some people where they were like, oh, if you buy an M-rated game like GTA 6 whenever it drops, are you going to be able to access the game or will it require a facial check? No, this is literally a system designed for verified parental consent, meaning that a parent who's being tested has to prove that they're actually above the age of being a parent. You know what I mean? Even the ESRB cleared this up too. Basically, they said that there was a lot of misinformation from a lot of articles. They basically made it sound like kids were being scanned into it, when the reality of this is not necessarily the kids being scanned, it's actually the adults who are the parents of said children. So even the ESRB says any images or data used for this process are never stored, used for AI training, used for marketing, or even sent to the operator. The only piece of information that is communicated to the company requesting VPC is a yes or no. So basically the algorithm will tell you this person's over the age or they're not over the age. And again, it's designed that before you collect any information from the child, the company would request that the parent of the child provide their consent using a live facial scan, which, as they say, is not a selfie, meaning that you actually have to have a...
I'm scared because I feel like you could easily sell this bill to like every fucking panicking parent by being like, you can monitor all of your children's activities online. This gives you better tools to combat sex trafficking that happens literally everywhere and every day, all the time. And then the very likely result is that you need to do a fucking face scan to purchase a $5 subscription to avoid the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? Especially if you look young. You're a young looking HasanAbi head and you want to no longer see ads at the top of the hour when you log on to Twitch. At twitch.tv/HasanAbi because there's a 3-minute ad break, and now you have to fucking upload your scan, and if your parents look young, you got to go find your grandparents to come and upload their face so that, you know, they can allow you to see this kind of explicit content. It's really messed up. It's really terrifying. But of course, ultimately, at the top of the hour, the 3-minute ad break comes for you regardless, unless you subscribe at the time being. You don't have to upload your face to do that. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky, I guess, by someone else who has uploaded their face to the website and their ID. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Scanning Granny's face at the funeral to log into X videos.
A present facial, like a present human being, eyes open, maybe blinking, showing some sign of life in order to be alive. So again, to understand, the reason why I'm against any technology like this, period, is this is gaming. This is a entertainment medium, all right? If we're getting to the point where data collection is so bad, not just for children, but for adults, that we are now requiring like visual like scans of our faces in order to grant yeses or nos and bypass the threshold of being 18, that's not okay at all. So to understand, this is very similar to a process that kind of happens in China as well. I believe over there, they actually do it with children just to make sure that, you know, they're over the age of 18 to access certain games for longer than I believe it's an hour or maybe 30 minutes a day. Which again, that's like the Chinese standard. That's a country known for violating human rights and violating human privacy. It shouldn't be a standard over here.
I like that. We don't take any of the good parts of China and we just only look at the bad parts, like the aspects of Chinese existence that even I, Xi's biggest dick rider, refuse to come to terms with. You know what I mean? Like, this is like some of the things that I regularly talk critically about with respect to China. And America's like, no high-speed rail, no even development, No rapid development whatsoever. You're not even going to have, at this point, if you live in a rural area, you can't even pay for healthcare in a reasonable, healthcare that is like basically in a reasonable distance, like no hospitals for you. And then the only thing we're doing is the surveillance state beefing itself up so we can figure out whether you're, young looking or not.
Here. And again, there is no 100% confirmation that this information isn't used to help these companies train their algorithms even better. Again, I don't believe that these big billion-dollar companies are not using any speck of data that they cannot get their hands on for bettering their own algorithms. There's very little oversight from what I've seen, and there's very little anybody can do to prove that they're not actually violating the law and their own terms of conditions. Just, do you actually trust Epic? Do you actually trust any of these companies, period, is what I'm going to ask you. So to me, this is super duper wild and ought to see that just to confirm age in video games, or it's not just video games, just for parents to confirm ages, we're getting to the point where actually sending like live facial checks, running through algorithms to confirm validity in this case. Now, people have said, is this a violation of your privacy? I would 100% say yes. No video game.
Isn't it a bit weird that this is happening, but background checks before being able to purchase firearms are basically non-existent? Bring up a very good point. Well, one's protected by the Second Amendment, brother.
No movie, no.
The other is technically protected by the First, but the United States of America don't give a hell. They don't give a dang about the First Amendment, let's be real. I know a lot of people say, oh, I need my Second to protect the First, but the reality is, in so many states right now, 35 to be exact, if you have participated in a right, your First Amendment right to engage with the boycott, divestment, and sanctions on the State of Israel movement, that is a peaceful movement, you cannot be a public school teacher, for example. Like, advocacy for Palestinian rights are illegal if you want to hold a position. If you want to be willingly employed, gainfully employed. It's absolutely unimaginable, but it is the reality. Okay? So we don't really care about the First Amendment, really. This kind of stuff happens regularly.
No piece of music. Nothing is ever a requirement that this needs to be a thing. This shouldn't ever even become a thing. Now, the reason I can see this access, like the service kind of existing, is for games like, I would assume, Call of Duty Warzone or Fortnite, or a lot of these free-to-play games that kids are all in now. And, it's not just the fact that kids are accessing these services that are filled with all these dark patterns and gambling, like through skin boxes, battle passes, so on and so forth. And of course, to understand at the core of it, when kids play these multiplayer services, there is a shit ton of data being collected on them, okay? When a child, a 13, 12-year-old kid, plays a game like Call of Duty Warzone, if they lie about their age and there's no parental checking done right there, a lot of these companies can technically be violating the law by capturing that child's speech, by capturing their text, by capturing whatever data that they are producing, and then sending it for analysis. And I think this implementation is designed just so that these companies can weed out potential issues like that. But that also just raises the question why these companies are harboring all of that data to begin with. Obviously, it's to make a more addictive product, but at the end of the day, maybe these companies and maybe these games should be considering what kind of data that they are harvesting. If companies who produce M-rated video games or video games that collect this kind of data, then I believe the simplest age gate should literally just be a credit card or a debit card right there. There's actually adult services on the internet that pretty much require you to have access to a credit card or a debit card in order to prove that you are 18 and above. Now, you might be wondering, well, Muda, how is a credit card going to be a filter for somebody at the age of 18? I personally believe that's an actual more effective filter than just requiring companies or giving them the ability to actually do facial scanning. Because personally, in my opinion, if you're a child with a credit card or a debit card, you're probably connected to a parent's account anyways. And if you're, for instance, purchasing adult service.
So all of these things Here's one aspect of what Muda is saying that's like kind of correct. I'll give you a different perspective than what he's saying. There is fundamentally no difference between none of these safeguards 100% will stop you from cheating it. Okay? There is not a lot of difference between like clicking on a thing that says you're, born in 1919 versus some other extra steps, extra measures that they put. The more you add safeguards, it doesn't necessarily like legitimately prevent children from accessing these websites. You put them there. Obviously, some are more effective than others, but the reason why you put them there is so that you're stopping at least like a large percentage of people who don't want to take the initiative. Okay? I think that you need to make it difficult, certainly. I think you need to make it difficult. I am in favor of a level of difficulty. Are you going to cover the Colleen Ballinger stuff? Are you okay? What happened now? Are you a time traveler? Like, are you a mobile chatter from a month ago or something? Yeah, chatter's logging on from an Internet Explorer from a goddamn pager from 1993. Anyway, you have to do a cost-benefit analysis on every single circumstance, every single new safeguard measure that you put in place, and I think that this doesn't meet the muster. This doesn't pass the smell test. I think that it's not great. Especially when you're talking about like AI face scanning or uploading your identification to a website that's not very protective.
Services like OnlyFans, for instance, through your credit card, your parents should have a.
What is happening? Do I have like a bunch of gray names in the chat being like, watch this person's TikTok? How are they getting clapped so quick? Are we getting botted? You can get botted on, you can get chat botted on Twitch too? What the hell? They give you petitions and call scripts? I don't know what's happening here. It's weird.
A pretty clear view on what it is that you're doing with your credit card purchase. And if you are using your parents' credit card, it's very easy to A, monitor that as a parent, and then B, remove that access entirely right there and then from the financial service. I don't believe that we should be allowing any of these services to start facially scanning us. I get that they already probably do that, but giving them the keys to the VIP is just not the actual play to be having here. So I wanted to look behind the misinformation. No, this isn't used to age-gate children out of M-rated games. That's stupid to begin with. Companies would never want younger audiences to never play M-rated games. That's more than half of their fucking player base. The other reality is, obviously, these companies want to prevent some of these children from giving up their data on an 18-plus game, or, they have to be above 13 per COPA compliance, so that when they are giving up their data, these companies can confirm that they are of age to give up their personal private data. And I think this is what it's pretty much implemented for. But yeah, I still don't think this is a good idea. I still don't think the ESRB promoting any form of facial scanning tech to be regular in video gaming is a good idea. We're getting to the point where privacy is literally non-existent, okay? And it's becoming more non-existent day by day. I think this is a generally bad idea. I think giving any company the ability, even if they claim that they're deleting all of your information as soon as they're done with it, is not a good idea, period. Time and time we've seen companies get hacked. Time and time we've seen data leaks occur. And the less data that I think we give any of these companies, the better. And, if the ESRB gets mad at that, then they can kick rocks. If companies are mad that they're not getting their permits for facial clearing technology, then kick rocks, okay? This is a free part of the world, and it should be a private part of the world too. Companies should only get as much data as they legally require. And if video games are so invasive and collect so much data, then maybe that's on the actual company right there. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and a lot to unpack over here, but I wanted to talk about it because I think it's a legendarily stupid idea, and I hope it doesn't go through. I am out.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow. I just kicked the shit out of the gate as I was jumping over it. I don't know if you guys could hear it. All this COSA stuff seems to be from a week of action led by this group that started on 7/20. Today we launch the week of action to oppose bills like COSA and EARN IT and demand Congress focus on privacy laws to protect us from big tech companies and data brokers instead of pushing through misguided legislation before August recess. Take action. Yes, this is what happened on AOC stream. I have a feeling it's a Discord server raiding, asking you to check their website. I don't even understand. Is this like a bullshit? Is this like real legislation? Is this kind of like bullshit? And then like people are making a big stink about it. There's something very suspicious about all of this that I don't really fully understand. Especially considering I don't think it's that. I think it's just the astroturfing campaign by this group. Like, especially considering the botting that just occurred where there were so many people. There were so many people just like posting the same exact message as soon as I brought this up. Like, there's something that's like real fishy about this. Like the viability of this legislation. I bet it's someone who just told their audience to go and say something in your chat since they're talking about this issue right now. They're not probably bad or bots. This reminds me of SOPA and PIPA bills in 2011. Remember this? Oh, I do remember this. Notice this image has been found in violation of HR 3261 SOPA and has been removed. Security through censorship. For more information about the Stop Online Piracy Act and how it affects you, visit AmericanCensorship.org. Like, guys, here's the thing. People push bills like this all the fucking time. Not all of them pass. A lot of them don't actually pass at all. They're like just silly, dumb bills. Similar bills, not SOPA, but similar bills to what Senator Blumenthal has pushed, the Kids Online Safety Act, COSA, have pushed in different states for pornography, for accessing pornographic material online, but I don't really know. It's not COSA that will require a driver's license. It's the Mature Act. This is from Josh Hawley. Yeah, I just don't know if this is going to pass, like, at all. You know what I mean? Make Age Verification Technology Uniform, Robust, and Effective Act, or Mature Act. And it's from fucking Josh Hawley. You know what I mean? And it was introduced in February. It's a misinfo campaign. What? To distract us while they do a brain transplant in McConnell? Yeah, no. It won't. And then the TikTokers would declare victory and do the same thing for another bill that will never pass in 3 months. And I'm not even saying that this is like very difficult to pass exclusively because we have a gridlock Congress or anything like that, like an obstructionist House of Representatives. But I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. It seems severe, but I see a lot of severe bills that are really fucked up that rarely ever get. I mean, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, the Kids Online Safety Act is still a huge danger to our rights online. The AFF is pretty legit. They're pretty good. Bill to increase surveillance and restrict access to information in the name of protecting children online. COSA was introduced in 2022, but failed to gain traction. And today's authors, Blumenthal and Marsha Blackburn, have reintroduced it with slight modifications. Though some of these changes were made in response to over 100 civil society organizations and LGBTQ right groups' criticism of the bill, its latest version is still troubling. Today's version will still require surveillance of anyone 16 and under. It would put the tools of censorship in the hands of state attorneys general and will greatly endanger the rights and safety of young people online. And COSA's burdens will affect adults too. COSA still requires filtering and blocking of legal speech. Online child safety is a complex issue, but COSA attempts to boil it down to a single solution. The bill holds platforms liable if their designs and services do not prevent and mitigate a list of societal ills: anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, physical violence, online bullying, harassment, sexual exploitation and abuse, suicidal behaviors. Additionally, platforms will be responsible for patterns to use that or indicate or encourage addiction-like behaviors. So that sounds great, right? On its face. These bills often do. But let's take a look at what the fuck. Let's take a look at what they consider to be societal ills and also the vague generalities that would be so over-encompassing as to make most websites unusable for anyone, for everyone, actually, as a matter of fact, not just anyone under the age of 16. Deciding what designs or services lead to these problems would primarily be left up to the FTC and 50 individual state attorneys general to decide. Ultimately, this puts platforms that serve young people in an impossible situation without clear guidance regarding what sort of design or content might lead to these harms. They would likely censor any discussions that would make them liable. To be clear, though the bill's language is about designs and services, the designs of a platform are not causing eating disorders. As a result, COSA would make platforms liable for the content they show minors, full stop. It will be based on vague requirements that any attorney general could more or less make up. Utah has banned porn sites. Yeah, well, Utah didn't ban porn sites. They made something similar to this for porn sites, and porn sites stopped serving in Utah instead of complying with this law because the law is ridiculous. Attorneys General would decide what content is dangerous to young people. COSA's co-author, Blackburn of Tennessee, has referred to education about race discrimination as dangerous for kids. Many states have agreed and recently moved to limit public education about the history, race, gender, and sexuality discrimination. If COSA passes, platforms are likely to preemptively block conversations that discuss these topics, as well as discussions about substance use, suicide, and eating disorders. As we've written in our previous commentary on the bill, COSA could result in loss of access to information that a majority of people would agree is not dangerous. Again, issues like substance abuse, eating disorders, and depression are complex societal issues, and there is not clear agreement on their causes and their solutions. A big one example, in some communities, safe injection sites are seen as a part of the solution to substance abuse. In others, they are seen as a part of the problem. Under COSA, could a platform be sued for displaying content about them, or about needle exchanges, naloxone, or other harm reduction techniques? The latest version of COSA tries, but ultimately fails to address this problem in two ways. First, by clarifying the bill shouldn't stop a platform or its users from providing resources for the prevention or mitigation or of its listed harms. And second, by adding that claims under the law should be consistent with evidence-informed medical information. Unfortunately, were an attorney general to claim that content about trans healthcare, for example, poses a risk to minors' health, which, by the way, 100% that will happen, and it has happened already, they would have no shortage of evidence-informed medical information on which to base their assertions. Numerous states have laws on the books claiming that gender-affirming care for trans youth is child abuse. In an article for the American Conservative titled How Big Tech Turns Kids Trans, by the way, things that we joke about how, like, the internet's transing our children, like, that's a real thing that people write unironically and uncritically in conservative circles. So just remember that next time we're joking about this kind of thing. Like, I make jokes about it, but these motherfuckers are very serious about it. Despite leading medical groups recognizing the medical necessity for treatments for gender dysphoria. In the same article, the authors laud COSA, which would prohibit content that poses a risk to minors' physical and mental health. Same issues exist on both sides of the political spectrum. COSA is ambiguous enough that an attorney general who wanted to censor content regarding gun ownership or Christianity could argue that its harmful effects on young people, that'll never happen, of course, not in a million fucking years, know how, because liberals are pussies. They don't behave in the same way that Republicans do. COSA would still lead to age verification on platforms. It must, of course, know whether or not minors use the platform, who they are. Age verification mandates creates many issues. In particular, they undermine anonymity by requiring all users to upload identity verification documents and share private data, no matter their age. Other types of age assurance tools, such as age estimation, also requires users to upload biometric information such as their photos and have accuracy issues. That's insane. I don't want a website to fucking have my facial recognition. I do not want a website to have my license and identity. Okay? It's wild. France's National Commission on Informatics and Liberty, CNIL, reached this conclusion in a recent analysis of current age verification methods. In response to these concerns, COSA's authors have made two small changes, but they're unlikely to stop platforms from implementing age verification. Earlier versions would have held platforms liable if they knew or should have known that an impacted user was 16 years of age or younger. Latest version of COSA adds reasonableness to this requirement, holding platforms liable if they know or reasonably should know a user is a minor. But legally speaking, this doesn't result in giving platforms any better guidance. Second change is to add explicit language, and age verification is not required under the privacy protection section of this bill. The bill now states that a covered platform is not required to implement an age gating or age verification functionality, but there is essentially no outcome where sites don't implement age verification. This is kind of like the DMCA problem, okay? The DMCA system, which is regularly fucking abused, had to be put in place because otherwise you would have no safe harbor protections for websites, and therefore websites would never be able to create user-generated content. Every single fucking social media website that you currently utilize is protected by the safe harbor provisions in the law. Otherwise, they would have to be legally liable for all content that comes out of these websites, which would be absolutely fucking unimaginable. You would never be able to upload anything onto these websites. So a similar system would take place because websites would not want any kind of legal liability. They would either A, cease to operate, or B, try to create these incredibly unsafe measures where you have to upload your ID onto a fucking website. Anyway. There's no way for platforms to block nebulous categories of content for minors without explicitly requiring age verification. If a 16-year-old user truthfully identifies themselves, the law will hold platforms liable unless they filter and block content. If a 16-year-old user identifies themselves as an adult and the platform does not use age verification, then it will still be held liable because they should have reasonably known the user's age. A platform could alternatively skip age verification and simply institute blocking and filtering of certain types of content for all users regardless of age, which would be a terrible blow for speech online for everyone. It still leaves platforms no choices except to institute heavy-handed censorship and age verification requirements. These impacts would not affect just young people, but every user on the platform. There are better ways to fix the internet, says the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Researchers don't even agree that the platforms are responsible for in the first place, and it will lead to a more siloed, more censored internet. It unreasonably buckets all young people into a single category that requires surveillance of minors by parents. They remain troubling aspects of the law. There is no question that some elements of social media today are toxic to users. Companies want users to spend as much time on their platforms as possible because they make money from targeted ad sales. I mean, one way that the law works, right? And I don't know how this would work in this situation, but one way that the law works is like you can't, like, selling drugs are illegal, right? So what do? You use deterrence. Like, if you were to maybe sometimes find social media companies liable for what they do in terms of their algorithm, for example, after like a serious investigation with medical professionals, which I don't even know if you could get that done in a reasonable way. Other social media companies would follow suit very shortly thereafter if there were like any kind of fines for the depression and social anxiety that like children face by using Facebook, for example. You know what I mean? In part because they can open the field of competitors to social media options and force platforms to innovate, offering more. There's no question that some elements of social companies want to spend as much time as their platforms as possible because they make money from targeted ad sales, and these ad sales are fueled by invasive data collection. We need stronger competition laws, comprehensive data privacy legislation, in part because they can open the field to competitors to today's social media options and force platforms to innovate, offering more user choice. If users are unhappy with the content or design of current platforms, they should be able to move to other options that offer different forms of content moderation, better privacy protections, and other features that improve the experience for everyone, including younger people. COSA would not enhance the ability of users to choose where they spend their time. Instead, it would shrink the number of options by making it strict requirements that only today's largest, most profitable platforms could follow. I don't know what lobbyist groups are pushing for this, but I could see it being like a Christian one. It just screams like a protect our children type situation. I see this as like yet another silly ass like we are yet another silly ass anti-sex work, like Christian family values ass group that's pushing for this. You know what I mean? We never even finished the Hunter Biden story because we got into COSA. We got into COSA these nuts. So let's get back to it. Let's get back to Hunter Biden.
Williams, thanks so much, Boris. Thanks, I understand Kara's got some more news.
Yeah, we've got some reporting now from Kara Scannell, who is standing outside the federal courthouse for us in Delaware. Kara, obviously the judge in this case, coming out and saying that parts of this deal contain non-standard terms. She described it as unusual. Walk us through what that was like in court and what specifically she was scrutinizing that she found unusual.
Right, so she was focusing when she made that comment on the gun diversion agreement, saying that in other instances where she's had...
Yeah, back to Hunter Biden's penis, which ironically is something that conservatives want every American, regardless of age, to see. This was proven by Marjorie Taylor Greene, unironically going to a fucking FedEx Kinko's and printing out Hunter Biden's actual penis pictures and showing it in a congressional hearing. I'm not even fucking joking about this, even a little bit, okay?
cases where someone was on drugs and they had purchased a firearm, that was usually brought as a false statement case. That is something that we know that prosecutors, according to our sources, were looking at in this case. As part of their plea negotiations, they had worked it down into this diversion for a possession charge, which is a serious felony. But this was an issue she had questions about, of whether it was constitutional, because there was a ruling in the Third Circuit on another case, and a question of whether this law that he is pleading to is constitutional. So she was saying, what if this is eventually decided that this law is unconstitutional? What happens here? Maybe you should have brought this as a false statement. But both sides saying that this was what they had agreed to, and then the judge was just pushing on this point. They said that they would accept it, that this was a contract between the parties, that they would both agree to the terms of that. Biden's lawyer said that even if the law that this agreement was was found unconstitutional, it wouldn't matter. They would still abide by the terms of this. But this judge obviously having a lot of concerns about the constitutionality of the structure of these agreements, as well as the substance. She was saying that it looked like they were trying to do form over substance today because of the eagerness to get this done. But she said she wanted to make sure that this was done appropriately. And as Evan said, she is looking here to protect the interests in many ways of Hunter Biden, to make sure he knows exactly what he is pleading guilty to and exactly what the terms are of this deal, what the prosecution could do or not, because of course there could be changes in the administration, and it's not.
Am I weird for not giving a singular shit about this? Like a story of a rich politician's son doing something weird or illegal is the farthest thing from surprising, and hogs and libs are both going insane about it. So uninteresting. Am I crazy? I mean, he should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Like, I think the reason why Republicans lose their minds about it, even though it's like ironically about better gun control, which they are wholeheartedly against, is because it happens to be Hunter Biden, who they believe is their key to destroying the legitimacy of Joe Biden. I don't know why, but like, this is a hypocrisy story. Isn't it because of Ukraine, or have I been reading pro-Russian reporting? Wait, what? Of Ukraine? No.
Necessarily clear there's where anyone else would look at this. This investigation was under both the Trump administration and the Biden administration. It's been many years in the works, but there is a lot of politicalization around it. So
there's no charges on Hunter Biden as it pertains to Burisma, if that's what you're saying.
Griff, thank you so much. Let's bring in today's panel now. Harris and I are joined by Fox News contributor Tammy Bruce, director of the Tech Policy.
The judge denied the plea deal because she knows how important it is to Hunter Biden to smoke crack while in the presence of a firearm, and if he pleads guilty, he will no longer be able to smoke crack legally in the presence of a firearm, as he will not be able to possess one. They also want to posture as though his behavior is a national security risk. Yeah, I don't know why that would constitute a national security risk when he's like not exactly in the room when any decisions are being made, and they haven't been able to like show that, successfully prove that like Hunter Biden can move the needle on any kind of legislation or executive action that Joe Brandon has ever taken. So not exactly certain as to why they're making such a big stink about this beyond it's hypocritical, right?
Center at the Heritage Foundation, Kara Frederick, and host of Making Money on Fox Business, Charles Payne. Charles, we've had an explosive morning, and now these developments, which frankly raises so many more questions than answers. What do you make of it all?
First of all, I'm like, I got to become a lawyer all over again. It's like, I had to put on my lawyer hat. I didn't even know the FAR. I'm glad I heard Griff mention what it stood for. Here's what I think the angle I was looking at it, we all kind of anticipated, was just this notion that this was a sweetheart deal to begin with, right? And to remind folks, the Brady Handgun Violence Prevention Act of 1993 was ushered into law by then Senator Joe Biden, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, which made this form 4473 a key part of the background check. Lying on that form is a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Bottom line. That was already a big headline. So now the sweetheart deal apparently had a cherry on top. Immunity. Wow, it gets even sweeter for the Biden family. But how brazen do you have to be? How arrogant do you have to be to let this play out in front of the American public where so many people have gone to prison for far less?
Tammy, I want to bring you in. You're always so thoughtful and so cognizant of so many details. And part of what I find so frankly horrifying about this case, as someone who has spent hundreds of hours in federal prisons looking across the table at average Americans who were serving time for a fraction of what Hunter Biden has verifiably been accused of here, is the level of detail. For over 6 years that he either failed to file tax returns or when doing so, liked to claim things like his sex club dues, his call girl payments, his daughter's Columbia University tuition, the daughter that he recognized, that is. And when the tax division of the DOJ, when those supervisory and special agents referred, it's not just this one felony that we're talking about that everyone continues repeating. It's 6 felonies, actually, and 5 misdemeanors that were serious charges that he's facing decades in prison. And then after that, to learn that people whose salaries are paid by our tax dollars let the statute of limitations run, prevented search warrants from being executed, prevented this from being investigated further. To watch that smug face go in and out of a courtroom when average Americans who work hard all know someone that served time for so much less. I know a woman on chemo who didn't get the benefit of a plea deal of a misdemeanor. She got a felony for $35,000 of alleged tax evasion. He was accused by the DOJ of $17.3 million of tax evasion. What is fair in this? Help these viewers understand why they should be outraged, Tammy.
Well, I think also they should be pretty happy today. Is that because with everything that you've noted, we expected, and everybody seemed to expect, the media expected this to just go on through.
So
this was going to be a simple thing. It was going to take 30 minutes, that it was normalized. And when his actions were not just his smug look, but an attitude of doing things.
I do love when Fox News turns into like prison abolitionists simultaneously while they're still advocating for harsher punishments. Like Fox News turning into like a fucking Angela Davis ass, like, our prison's obsolete whenever Trump is in the crosshairs, or when they're using the 2-tiered criminal justice system and how fucked up that is whenever they're like Hunter Biden should go to jail permanently. It's so sick. Like, bro, we know what other kind of content and commentary you guys do, you know what I mean? Like, you're mad about tax evasion, which I think is bullshit, by the way. I mean, Hunter Biden should be punished for tax evasion. But you also want to abolish the fucking IRS. Like, what are you talking about?
In the open, expecting no problems. Americans, of course, sometimes what's taken into consideration is not just the crime that you do, but the intention behind it. Right. If you're arrogant about it, right. If you knew what you were doing was a problem, or if you were drunk, you didn't know, or whatever. But even back and forth, the nature of what you're doing is based on the kind of treatment you're expecting to get, or the kind of treatment you're not going to get. So this is what is the major problem. This is a microcosm of the major problem in this country right now, is who is this country serving? Is there, it's now almost like a little bit of a cliche, but it's true about a 2-tiered system of justice. The IRS was crowing the other day that, okay, we'll stop making surprise visits at regular Americans' houses because they owe us a little bit of money. And, so that's supposed to make them, good guys. But this is what the American people see. The American people, no matter what they do for a living, understand fairness. This is about fair play. So many things in this country, about sports, about the nature of politics, about prison time, about reform. And the only thing this guy's not wearing is a tutu at this point, is like dancing into the courtroom and flipping off America in general because of the absurdity of what it is we're facing. This judge's actions today in the current situation is good for the country. They talk, it might be a trial. Well, you know what? For a lot of Americans, it is a trial. Or sometimes they plead to something that only gives them 50 years in jail. This is
literally how liberals are talking about the Trump This is how liberals talk about the Trump cases. Like, this is the same network that goes, if this can happen to Trump, it can happen to you, okay? Like, what do you mean? It's just, I mean, it's not surprising. Everyone is just, like, fucking personally invested in their own... That's not... Yeah, keep licking. Acting like she wasn't just trying to bite my jewelry. Immediately, as soon as I go, she starts licking it. She's like, oh, I wasn't trying to bite it. I was just... She's so mushy. $15 years for taxes is crazy. Yeah, I think it's fucking ridiculous. I think our carceral state is disgusting. I am in favor of avoiding prison as best as you can. Like, I think it should be a last resort in so many circumstances. You know what I mean? Oh.
Is good news, and it's perhaps because of the conversation, because Americans were shocked, the system was shocked, and this cannot continue on. So good for that judge. Good for us that it didn't just get pushed on through, and good for the future that we now see that this is how the system should work.
And the landscape that Tammy just described, Kara, you know, it includes our, again, tax dollars paying for 87,000 new IRS agents. But that's against the backdrop of the tax division manual, which demands that if the elements of a felony can be proven, you cannot charge or let plea to a misdemeanor. So to that point, the flagrant cavalier quality that this case seemingly has been handled isn't this like a fucking lawyer, this woman? Like 98% of American court cases end up with a plea bargain, and almost like, and that in many respects, in many instances, absolutely does take felonies and turn them into misdemeanors. The fuck is she saying? What? Of us, believe me, do not get afforded that generosity is made all the more difficult to stomach.
Exactly. And here I'm looking at all this coverage and I'm thinking, okay, are the wheels of justice finally turning? So
Am I wrong?
Completely agree with Tammy. It looks like our system, which one of the central tenets of our system is equal application of the law in America. It appears that it is working today, which we've been a little worried about that actually being the case.
Why are you licking the mic stand? Stop licking the mic stand, weirdo.
In the past few months. But I do want to come back to what Tammy said too, you know, the smug look, the fact that they've not just trotted him out, especially in the courtroom, but they let Hunter take positions at state dinners. They take him to Ireland and he's glad-handing, you know, with people. So I see that. And to me, like you said, it's a slap in the face to everyday Americans. This man should be hiding. He should be keeping his head down because we know that the confluence of evidence indicates some wrongdoing here. So why are they just brazenly saying, here, fly on Air Force One, here, come to all our state dinners and our vacations? That to me is something that I think Americans are seeing, and they recognize it's a problem. Hopefully, we come to a resolution that is, frankly, more American.
I want to pick up on something that you said.
Yeah, when she says we need a resolution that's more American, they're like, throw the book at him and kill him. She's like, that's the more American resolution, brother. He needs to be under the prison. After spending such a long time talking about how ridiculous the criminal justice system is, where like a woman undergoing chemotherapy went to prison for fucking tax evasion. Like, yeah, we also need to, you know, execute this man immediately.
All the more, sorry, excuse me for a second, just to finish this thought. The presence at the state dinner was made all the more striking because the Attorney General was in attendance too. Right. And as you talked about the flying across the country, you know, as he failed to pay his tax returns and lied on them, he also flew across the country on a private jet to claim to an Alabama judge that he didn't earn enough money to pay child support. Harris.
Oh, and I'm sorry for cutting in, Emily. I just wanted to pick up on something that you said, Tammy, because this really is about the American people.
Yeah.
And I love the...
I have to describe something really funny here, but failing to pay child support, unlawful gun possession, and tax evasion are 3 of the most Republican divorced dad charges you could ever be hit with. If this is not eating away at like 90% of the Fox News boomer audience, I don't know what, like, this is, they're literally going to make Hunter look like an icon. It's like notoriously the top 3 worst offenses that Republicans engage in. They're like, yeah, half of our audience should be under the prison, actually.
fact that you can see through the, the forest, the thick forest of trees to some daylight, that forensically this is being shed today. The people can see that sunlight just cleaning everything out. And I also agree, and I said particularly the liberal media,
hold on.
we all went into this day thinking that this was going to be one and done really quick. However, that mantra was still being touted 2 hours ago as we were watching them walk into a courtroom. What had changed was somebody on his legal team had done something they shouldn't do. Somebody is accused, a young woman accused of pretending to be somebody else to try to get some evidence, kept out of the case. And those types of things the judge is taking a look at. So it's not anybody's opinion but hers that counts. Judge Marianne Norioka.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday.
It seems like they're just mad that more Republicans can't get these kinds of amenities, from the legal system. I don't really understand. I mean, let justice be served. I think it's understandable to be critical if they're critical of the two-tier justice system. It's odd when it's literally the Fox News brigade doing it, because it's peppered in between the exact opposite narrative and the exact opposite rhetoric deployed when defending Donald Trump. You know what I mean? This is literally in between coverage where right at the same hour and the same panel is quite literally doing the exact opposite rhetoric for Donald Trump. It's just odd. I know I said avoid hour. I've said all the trigger words. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Jesus Christ, you guys are annoying. Oh my God, I can't even communicate using the normal words I normally use without all you motherfuckers losing your shit. Jesus, Lord mercy, okay? I said avoid, I said evade, I said serve, I said hour. Everyone is so brain broken, but at the top of the hour, you no longer have to see those ads as long as you subscribe for $5 or for free. All right, let's look at the fucking alien shit, all right? God damn it. A lot of y'all been waiting for this moment. Let's look at the UFO hearing that was covered extensively by News Nation. Here's the playlist. We got top 5 clips from it. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's time. It's time for fucking aliens. Let's do it. UFO hearing. A former Navy pilot says sightings were routine. That's right. Former Navy pilot Ryan Graves testifies before Congress that in his experience, UAP sightings, which is a new classification for UFO, weren't rare or isolated, but routine. Graves says both military personnel and pilots for public airlines have shared similar encounters with UAPs with him and his organization. Let's take a look.
Member Garcia, distinguished members of the House Oversight Subcommittee on National Security, Representatives Burchett and Luna. My name is Brian Fobbs Graves, and I am a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security.
I'm sorry. Go to your bed, Kaya. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, she's getting unruly. She's getting rowdy. Motherfuckers got clowned on so hard by China, they're claiming aliens now. Yeah, so many commercial and military pilots, and this dude talked to 30. I mean, dude, I'm just deeply suspicious of people that have dedicated their lives to uncovering the truth about aliens. I treat them like Ghostbusters, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of that could quite literally be explained with one simple thing, which is carbon monoxide poisoning. Check if their homes have the fire alarm beeping. You know what I mean? Lead poisoning is another one, but bro, are you kidding? Wait, really? I'm not. Like, I just don't think it's as sexy and as like and as appealing, the truth, I mean, about other organisms on this universe that that exist or may not exist or may not have traveled to fucking Iowa. You know what I mean?
It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021,
you're really so arrogant as to believe that your five senses and our current science can measure and understand everything that exists. Wait, no, that's my argument. That's why I'm saying these guys who think they fucking found aliens are wrong. No, that's what I'm saying. That's my point. Hello? What the fuck? No, that's literally my point. That's why I'm saying, God, I've talked about this so many fucking times. Okay, listen. Number one, the universe is infinite. Do I believe that there's a possibility of other life out there? Of course I do. Okay? Of course. Do I believe that there is even a possibility that they could maybe travel to Earth? Sure. But my perspective on the matter is, okay? My perspective on the matter is that I do not believe that aliens and the way that we perceive them and the way that we understand it in popular culture is humanoid in any way, shape, or form. I think that both sides of the argument with a level of certainty revolves around hubris and human beings centering themselves in every fucking conversation. What do I mean by this? Saying with a certainty that there are no other living organisms out there is silly. You want to feel special. You want to feel like you are the only life on Earth and it'll never happen again. That is self-centered, okay? It's very narcissistic for humans to feel this way. The other side of the conversation is always, aliens are here. They've come and traveled to my backyard, to my cornfield, almost always in North America, by the way. And they are humanoid. They have like humanistic qualities. Okay? Again, most likely not true. I feel like both of these arguments are two sides of the same fucking coin, that the world revolves around human beings. Okay? That the entire universe revolves around human beings. What do I think? I think that aliens probably do exist. I think aliens might even have the capacity to come to Earth. I think maybe they might have even traveled there. Maybe they're here right now. But what I personally think is that it's not the way that we understand aliens. I think it's something that we cannot perceive with our senses. I think that it is not even maybe in our dimension. Okay? That's what I think. I certainly don't believe that there are humanoids, okay? Or I don't even believe that they're like a color. Do you see what I'm saying? Sounds like you're one of them, dude. Maybe. Who knows? especially with what we understand about space travel and what the human body or a living organism could withstand. I just don't think that aliens would be any way, shape, or form similar to like a human being. Okay, I just don't. He said they have biologicals. Yeah, I don't believe this guy at all. For the record, I just don't believe him.
All UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers. And I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace.
Oh, for the record, the people saying like, oh, like in Arrival, they won't look like humans at all. No, I mean like they will not be perceivable by our senses is what I mean. Like you cannot imagine what an alien looks like because an alien doesn't look like anything at all is what I'm trying to say. It's not perceivable by our current senses in our current dimension. It could be like radio frequencies or not even like radio frequencies. I feel like that's a more, yeah, you're a dumbass. Yeah, you are dumb. Yeah, you're a dumbass. You're right. I'm a dumbass. Aliens have existed amongst us this entire time. They always just end up going to Iowa to a fucking random cornfield. Even though they have the capacity to fucking travel through space and time and get to us, they are that advanced of a civilization. All they care about is putting a fucking probe up your ass, okay? Up your hillbilly podunk ass, okay? And that's why they always go there. They don't go to like fucking, they don't go to New York or any other area where there's so much heat and so much light. They always go somewhere secret, you know? Because they just don't want to be perceived by people, even though they keep getting fucking perceived. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because you're saying you're dumb for thinking spirit, ghosts, aliens are real. What? Your analysis is right. Your conclusion is just wrong. We can literally only see a small spectrum of light, and these dumb chatters really think we'd see them. Yeah. It just does not make any sense whatsoever to me that a being that is capable of having so much technology and a being that is like an organism in the way that you understand it, okay, like has some semblance of a flesh or whatever the fuck, is perceivable. They have so much technology that they can fucking come to America, okay, from wherever the fuck they are that we can't even track, okay, at the edge of the universe. And they're carbon-based, and then they just somehow get accidentally caught. They just accidentally get caught by some of the weirdest guys, by the way. Like, not just... It's almost always a dude who is just out of his fucking mind, okay, in every other aspect of his life. Rarely like a normal guy.
At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, and eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. Recognizing the need for action and answers, I founded Americans for Safe Aerospace. The organization has since become a haven for UAP witnesses who were previously unspoken due to the absence of a safe intake process. More than 30 witnesses have come forward, and almost 5,000 Americans have joined us in the fight for transparency at safeaerospace.org. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Fravor, the Tic Tac incident that you were engaged occurred in 2004. What kind of reporting took place after that incident?
None. We had a standard debrief where the backseaters went down to our carrier intel center and briefed what had happened.
It'd be really funny if it was the Tic Tac incident he's referring to wasn't that like this inexplicable spacecraft was shaped like a Tic Tac, but he's talking about TikTok. The Tic Tac incident, you were dancing, and then an alien was perceived behind you talking about Tic Tacs, tic-tac-toe. What is this? Just wait.
Tic Tac video. It's Tic Tac like the candy, not TikTok like the Chinese communist.
Oh my God, dude, dude. The American government is faster than I could ever fucking meme about something, okay? If you meme it, it will happen, okay? If you dream it, then you'll meme it. If you meme it, it'll happen. Oh my fucking God, dude.
App.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, not the Chatcom app. Not Tic Tac like the Chatcom app.
Candy, not TikTok like the Chinese communist app.
That's correct.
Yes, sir. I just want to make that because my daughter.
We might never. This video is describing the point you were making. We might never speak to aliens. Here's why. Yeah. I mean, we've covered so many Kurzgesagt videos on this matter, like the Fermi paradox, whether if aliens are like capable of fucking coming to, you know, our planet, then they're capable of like they probably would perceive us like ants. You know what I mean? It's the most basic way of explaining what would look like if we genuinely had an alien encounter is literally like you would never care about an ant, okay? If you like accidentally stepped over an ant, you just wouldn't even think about it. And someone like a organism that is capable of that level of technological and evolutionary achievement to be able to traverse space that easily would immediately mean that like they would be so profoundly evolved that they would just like not even think about us. Wow. Like they would not even think about us like we're you know, beings worthy of preservation. Assuming that it's anything similar, it's also very dumb though, so it's kind of theorizing, makes no sense. The unknowing, mystifying UFO cases. Ants don't have nukes though. That's so funny you're saying that because no, but ants, for example, are capable of incredibly impressive feats of strength, okay? Being able to carry, like if a human being had the strength of an ant, a human being could carry a fucking skyscraper, right? And yet, given from where we are standing, looking at the situation from where we're at, human beings versus ants, they cannot even they can't comprehend what a fucking microwave is. You know what I mean? They have strengths, ultimately, not a, oh wait, that's a horrible take. Sorry, not maybe a school bus. Is that what it is? But a being that is capable of traversing the fucking space that we exist in and go through galaxies to come to us is going to look at nukes and go, that's laughable. That's not even a thing. Do you understand? Like, nuclear technology is nothing to a being that can travel to the planet from a different galaxy that we have not even perceived. But what if they're so tiny, so we would be like at least hippos to them? But there are entomologists who study ants. Aliens have scientists too. I know, but the anti-human dynamic is not even a good one. I'm just trying to explain to you that it would be like the evolutionary and scientific differences would not be between a human and an ant. It would be 1,000 times that, maybe 1,000,000 times that. It's like you're not even thinking about it. It'd be like an amoeba versus a human. Like a bacteria versus a human being. Ants have no idea that we exist is a perfect example. They just know scary thing. Anyway, it's pretty embarrassing that you aren't even considering Martians. They don't have to travel that far. Yeah, I know. There's one. I feel really bad for the one Martian that has to run around with in front of the rover all the time to keep showing the rover like all this boring ass fucking red planet dust shit. It's pretty crazy. I respect your opinion, but find it boring and depressing, so I reject your worldview and substitute my own. I will have a hot alien girlfriend one day. I mean, listen, I wanna fuck an alien with big old honkin' bazonkas myself, okay? I have often said this. I've said this many times over, okay? You guys know this already. You know this. The problem is, it's highly, highly, highly unlikely that they look like that. But humans recognize ants as a species are important to our ecosystem. You know, big picture. Maybe aliens recognize that we have some sort of values to their ecosystem. I think you are... I think that is laughable because, one, they do not live in an ecosystem. An ecosystem in and of itself is a human concept that we perceived, okay? Like, a being capable of coming here like that would not see human beings as anything but cancer or something standing in the way of them extracting whatever natural resource that they want to fucking suck out of the earth before they move on to the next planet immediately. You know what I mean? So they'd be like, all right, flip the switch. There is mold on this piece of toast. Even though you're not supposed to technically eat the toast at all if there's any mold, because mold travels fucking super fast, but maybe the aliens are dumb. Why couldn't aliens be cool and empathetic? It's really weird to assume that they would have empathy, which is, again, a human concept. Like, I don't understand why you guys think about it like this. We're like pets to them. I don't know why that's so outlandish. It's called the zoo hypothesis. We're like pets to them. I don't know why that's so outlandish to you. Because I think it's very narcissistic to assume that an alien would think about a human being beyond like looking at it and understanding it from afar and then moving on. Like, I don't think that, like, I don't think the difference between humans and animals is the same as the difference between aliens capable of fucking traveling through space and time and human beings. And even by your metric, I'm about to eat some motherfucking chicken, okay? That's a thing that is significantly closer to me than a goddamn alien, and we still do a tremendous amount of cruelty to animals. So even by the zoo hypothesis, you're still failing to consider how unimaginably cruel they would be. Like, not only is it like a zoo where they're looking at us like it's a zoo, like we're zoo animals or whatever, but they're also fucking saying like, oh, there's a zoo animal that needs to be studied, and yeah. Alex is back. She couldn't leave. She loves LA so much. She was supposed to leave this morning, and she's back after like 12 fucking hours at LAX. The worst place on the planet. Yeah, the best. You've shared your opinion on all this before. What, lol? Why do you believe assigning human concepts to aliens is wrong, but then turn around and assign human concepts to them like looking down on inferior species? I'm saying they wouldn't even think about us at all, which is, very likely. You are projecting your own cruelty to aliens. No, I'm projecting indifference. The likelihood of indifference. It's not hatred. They showed this video too on the online only portion of the conference. Found it interesting at the very least. What is it? How do you explain what one brave American Air Force pilot saw when he stared directly at the Tic Tac, not the Chicom application, by the way, but the Tic Tac shaped flying thing, and looked in the window and saw this alien dancing like this? Wait, do you think aliens would eat us? No, I don't think that they would see anything of value in us at all. I don't think they would think about us at all. Oh. Anyway, listen. Let's continue on with this fucking idiotic conversation, which none of us know anything about and are just purely speculating. And then everybody's going, you're very wrong about this ant analogy.
And that was it. No one else talked to us. And I was in the top 20 in the battle group. No one came. The captain was aware, the admiral was aware, nothing was done.
Your commanding officers provide any sort of justification?
No, because I was the commanding officer of the squadron, so no.
Was this incident the only UAP event that you encountered while you were a pilot?
Yes, it was.
Okay. This is for any one of you. Based off of each of your experiences and observations, do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
I'll do it. Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere.
Here it is.
If you had one, you captured
there
one,
it is.
You reverse engineered it, you got it to work. You're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Okay. You two?
Well, I would also like to add, from a commercial aviation and military aviation perspective, we deal with uncertainty in our operating space as a matter of our professional actions. Identifying friend from foe is very important to us. And so when we have unidentified targets and we continue to ignore those due to a stigma or a fear of what it could be, That's an opening that our adversaries can take advantage of.
What steps should be taken to better understand and respond to UAP encounters in the interest of national security?
There needs to be a location where this information is centralized for processing, and there needs to be a two-way communication loop so that operators on the front end have a feedback and can get best practices on how to process information, what to do, and to ensure that their reporting is being listened to. Right.
Several months ago, my office received a protected disclosure from Eglin Air Force Base indicating that there was a UAP incident that required my attention. I sought a briefing regarding that episode and brought with me Congressman Burchett and Congresswoman Luna. We asked to see any of the evidence that had been taken by flight crew in this endeavor and to observe any radar signature as well as to meet with the flight crew. We were not afforded access to all of the flight crew. And initially, we were not afforded access to images and...
Yeah, because they were like, what kind of name is Congressman Bird shit? You made that up.
...to radar.
They were like, no way is that a real congressperson. We're not letting you come in here. You're a liar.
Thereafter, we had a bit of a discussion about how authorities flow in the United States of America, and we did see the image. And we did meet with one member of the flight crew who took the image. The image was of something that I am not able to attach to any human capability, either from the United States or from any of our adversaries. And I'm somewhat informed on the matter, having served on the Armed Services Committee for 7 years, having served on the committee that oversees DARPA and advanced technologies for several years.
Dude, this guy nodding so hard, like in agreement with Matt Gaetz, doesn't trigger any of your fucking red flags? Really? Like it doesn't immediately go, maybe this guy's a bit of a kook? Nope. Maybe I'm just too stupid. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just saying that when I see a guy respond that positively to Matt motherfucking Gaetz, I'm like, nope. No longer a viable, credible arbiter of truthful information to me. Or even one who is capable of exercising rational thought.
When we spoke with the flight crew, and when he showed us the photo that he'd taken, I asked why the video wasn't engaged, why we didn't have a FLIR system that worked. Here's what he said.
Someone in the chat said, you seem so much more certain than the intelligence expert. Yeah, dude. You're right. Because intelligence experts have always been incredibly truthful about like alien life and haven't used it as a fucking as a substitution for like more access, more surveillance, more technology, or just like lied regularly, used it as a mechanism of disinformation throughout history. You know, they are known for being truthful. So immediately I think, oh, intelligence expert. Well, this guy stands to gain nothing from spreading misinformation about this kind of thing. Certainly, surely, I don't know anything about the history of this kind of phenomena and our intelligence agencies. That's why I believed hook, line, and sinker when they said the Havana Syndrome thing was real. Remember chatters arguing with me aggressively about the truthful nature of Havana Syndrome? Because for chatters, all it takes is one New York Times write-up. All it takes for a lot in this community of critical thinkers is one fucking NPR New York Times write-up. And they're like, nope, it's fucking real. Shut the fuck up. This one hasn't even gotten that. I hope the aliens take you first. I mean, yeah. And have their sweet way with me.
They were out on a test mission that day over the Gulf of Mexico. And when you're on a test mission, you're supposed to have clear airspace. Not supposed to be anything that shows up. And they saw a sequence of 4 craft in a clear diamond formation for which there is a radar sequence that I and I alone have observed in the United States Congress. One of the pilots goes to check out that diamond formation and sees a large floating, what I can only describe as an orb. Again, like I said, not of any human capability that I'm aware of. And when he approached, he said that his radar went down. He said that his FLIR system malfunctioned and that he had to manually take this image from one of the lenses, and it was not automated in collection as you would typically see in a test mission. So
when you reported your experience,
like, I need you guys to understand something. We're talking about some of the most advanced radar capabilities and advanced targeting systems on the planet, who only like 2 or 3 months ago blew up a child's weather balloon project with a multiple $100,000, if not $1 million missile system. I'm sorry, but you're on fucking, if you think that these guys are infallible, if you think that these guys do not have a tendency to fucking panic, if you think that if you think that they don't have any alternative motives here, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that didn't happen that long ago. Also, the very same intelligence community security apparatus only recently said that the Chinese balloon was not capable of any additional surveillance measures. That came out like last week. Many people never even covered it. Excuse me if I am a little bit more skeptical of the American government, our intelligence communities, and the military in general, talking about potential aliens.
experiences with a UAP, did any of you face any repercussions with your superiors, yes or no?
No.
No. I've actually never seen anything personally, believe it or not. So.
All right. And then do you believe there's an active disinformation campaign within our government to deny existence of UAPs, yes or no?
I don't have an answer to that.
As previously stated publicly, yes. I think previously with like Project Blue Book, yes, but currently I don't speak for the United States government.
Okay, thank you. I have a few questions for Mr. Graves. What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs?
That's just my personal estimate.
In the incident off Virginia Beach, do you believe the Navy took the danger to your aircraft seriously after it was reported?
Absolutely.
A few questions for Mr. Favor. As an expert naval aviator, have you ever seen an object that looked and moved like the Tic Tac UAP?
No.
Did the Tic Tac UAP move in such a way that defied the laws of physics?
The way we understand them, yes.
Many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government, but in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots?
No, we have test ranges for that.
It took over 15 years for your encounter with the Tic Tac to be declassified. Do you feel there was a good reason to prevent lawmakers from having access to this footage?
No, I just think it was ignored when it happened, and it just sat somewhere in a file. Never got reported.
In a drawer. It happens a lot up here. Shocker. Mr. Grush, a couple of questions for you too, sir, this morning. What percentage of UAPs do you feel are adequately investigated by the U.S. government, of the 5% that are reported?
I can only speak for my personal leadership over at NGA. I tried to look at every report that came through that I could triage. So.
Do you believe that officials at the highest levels of our national security apparatus have unlawfully withheld information from Congress and subverted our oversight authority?
There are certain
elected leaders that had more information that I'm not sure what they've shared with certain Gang of Eight members or et cetera, but certainly I would not be surprised.
Okay. You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
Okay, I can't ask when you think this occurred. If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
And was this documentary evidence, this video, photos, eyewitness? Like, how would that be determined?
The specific documentation I would have to talk to you in a skiff about.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
The rule of thumb also is if someone is a whistleblower of this magnitude, they're not getting fucking positive coverage from the likes of Matt Gaetz. Okay? Oh, my hair is so ridiculous. They're not getting fucking help from Matt Gaetz. They're going to jail. You're not even hearing about it.
So, and you may or may not be able to answer my last question, and maybe we get into a skiff at the next.
Skiff is like a security clearance area. Like Donald Trump had one too. Like, it's just not public. It's classified information where only people with like the actual it's like a private room where people with actual here someone wrote it in the chat, sensitive secure compartmented information facility, sensitive compartmented information facility, secure, sensitive, one of those, whatever. It's just an area where you can discuss classified information with people that have the appropriate classification status.
Hearing that we have, but who in the government, either what agency, sub-agency, what contractors, who should be called into the next hearing about UAPs?
Usually has a Faraday cage around it too.
Either in a public setting or even in a private setting, and you probably can't name names, but what agencies or organizations, contractors, et cetera, do we need to call in to get these questions answered, whether it's about funding, what programs are happening, and what's out there?
I can give you a specific cooperative and hostile witness list of specific individuals.
Yes. A skiff is a real thing. That doesn't mean any of the other shit that they're talking about is real. What are you talking about? What the fuck? What do you mean? Back up your point. How would they have their biological material if they're unperceivable to us? Because I don't believe him. That's it. That's the whole point. This dude is not even, he doesn't even have first-hand accounts. It's like he's talked to other people. You do realize that David Grush is risking prison by alleging this under oath? Yeah, you're right. Because people never lie under oath, especially under penalty of perjury, especially in congressional hearings. That's precisely why Brett Kavanaugh never lied. That's precisely why RFK Jr. never lied about being an anti-vaxxer last fucking week. Come on, chat. What the fuck are you saying? Backpedaling, moving goalposts. This guy is so fucking stupid that he doesn't even know what he's saying. I said all of these things earlier today. People lie under oath all the fucking time at Senate hearings, especially. Congressional hearings, especially.
that were in those.
And how soon can we get that list?
I'm happy to provide that to you after the hearing.
Very much. Have you faced any retaliation or reprisals for any of your testimony or anything on these lines?
Yeah, I have to be careful what I say in detail because there is an open whistleblower reprisal investigation on my behalf, and I don't want to compromise that investigation by providing anything that may help provide somebody information. But it was very brutal and very unfortunate, some of the tactics they used to hurt me both professionally and personally, to be quite frank. Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. As they say, when you're over the target, that's when they do the most firing at you. Do you have any personal knowledge of people who have been harmed or injured in efforts to cover up or conceal these extraterrestrial technology?
Yes. Personally.
Have anyone been murdered that you would think, that you know of or have heard of, I guess?
I have to be careful asking that question. I directed people with that knowledge to the appropriate authorities.
Maybe in a, if we could get in a confidential area, SCIF, we could talk about that. But unfortunately, we were denied access to the SCIF, and that's very unfortunate in this scenario. Mr. Favor.
We begin with that historic UFO hearing on
News Nation's all over this shit. I genuinely don't understand his motivations. Like, why lie about this? Bro, these dudes are fucking crazy. They like dedicate their whole lives to this. What do you mean? Hasan, keep coping. Guys, I want aliens to be real. I think it's fucking chill. I promise you I am not your enemy here, but it's hard for me not to think rationally and critically about the situation, no matter how much I want it to be real, okay? Like, why are you so resistant to the change that these guys are telling the truth? They've been tangential to this issue for decades. Dude, it's only news to you. Oh my God. Like, not a single person thinks it's weird or suspicious that all of the conversation that we are having about UAPs, a new classification from UFO, which distances itself from something that is otherwise known as like conspiratorial and crazy, a legitimate classification for it, came at the heels of a Space Force. Like, that's not even remotely shocking, interesting, confusing, suspicious, like at all. At all. Not even a little bit. Like, you're not going, wait a minute. Why is the government now all of a sudden declassifying certain unidentifiable phenomena in the air, in the space? Also, why these alien motherfuckers only looking at the United States? I mean, come on. Come on now. It is, in my opinion, infinitely more likely that these are some of these crafts that people are misrepresenting or perceiving in a weird way are either like regular old hallucinations or regular old hallucinations paired up with like other top secret aircraft that we're working on or testing. You know what I mean? It's a matter of who has the classification to understand what the fuck they're looking at. And in most circumstances, a lot of the videos that they find are also not exactly, a lot of the videos that they've declassified are not exactly proof in the way that you would assume it's proof. Or the UFOs are probes just to collect data and the government is using it to get funding. Okay. Other countries have declassified documents regarding UFOs in recent years. Again, you don't know what you're talking about, Hasan. Let's stick to anime and Japanese 7-Elevens, my man. Oh my God. Oh my God. People are being objectively unchill about something that is so fucking... This dude's name is Hack the Rich, 28-month subscriber, and he's like, dude, let's not even have this discussion because it's so incredibly important to me, and I've done so much research on this. A lot of you motherfuckers sound like anti-vaxxers, man. I'm gonna be honest. The left's dismissal of this topic is frustrating. Oh my God. No, you're right, dude. You're right. You're right. It's real. Aliens are real. They're fucking real. The government is finally unable to stop this truth from coming out because of the brave F-18 pilots. You're right. Right. You're so right. You're right. I'm wrong. You're fucking right. It's a war happening in different aspects of the government. Half of it is actually trying to hide the truth. The other half is trying to tell you the truth.
Capitol Hill today, as we just said, the bipartisan push for transparency, certainly decades in the making. The nation watched gripping testimony of UAPs, accusations of a government cover-up, calls for action, and demands for greater transparency on this issue. What are these unidentified objects?
I'm not gonna lie, this is so bad. At a time when motherfuckers are becoming dumber and dumber online, being like, mirrors are magic and ice trolls are real, like having a congressional hearing on a situation like this and then like publicizing it heavily. Holy fuck, dude. We 100% just bricked like 4 million additional brains. Okay, maybe people were like, the COVID stuff is like crazy, come on now, whatever. Like people who were like, oh yeah, the vaccine's like good, I don't know what these people are talking about. Like, we just bricked an additional 5 million people who didn't believe in like ridiculous conspiracy theories who now believe it. Easy. We just short-circuited 5 million extra brains, okay? It's so Jover. It's never been more Jover.
Where did they come from? And are we alone? Take a listen. Here are some of the key highlights from that hearing.
Finally, I'd like to thank these three brave witnesses here. They took an oath. They took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and dadgummit, they're doing it. And we owe them a debt of gratitude.
I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. Today, I would like to highlight 3 critical issues that demand our action. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings...
Yeah, the American government, especially the dadgummit guy, would really be in favor of a fucking real whistleblower that is like uncovering something from the military, that the military is classified as a matter of national security interests. You're right, chatters. You think that dadgummit guy wouldn't be advocating to fucking hang these dudes for treason if this was a real government project that they were like trying to hide? Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? He said dadgummit on a motherfucking congressional hearing. If there was any credence to the shit that they were talking about, then it would be a matter of national security. It would be it would be in the interest of our national security apparatus to hide this shit. Okay? And that man right there would be personally advocating to execute these motherfuckers. Not the other way around. Not going, hey, thank you so much, brave con soldiers. I love you. Yeah, it's fine, though. 35 years down the line, we'll find out that the CIA was like, for one reason or another, trying to do yet another fucking psyop by, I don't know, revealing the likelihood of aliens existing in continental United States to fund another black site or another project that we don't even know about yet. And then everyone will go, oh, damn, that's so crazy that they did that. There's already a long and comprehensive history of the CIA and other intelligence agencies around the world, as a matter of fact, utilizing alien stories in a way to whip up or the public or distract them, because this kind of stuff is like very, very interesting for obvious reasons, but ridiculous if you think that like a real whistleblower that is whistleblowing on our security agencies and legitimately putting our national security at risk is going to be celebrated this way? No fucking shot. Yeah, Edward Snowden, Chelsea Manning. But what do I know?
Things are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. In 2014, I was an F-18 Foxtrot pilot in the Navy Fighter Attack Squadron 11, the Red Rippers, and I was stationed at NAS Oceana in Virginia Beach. After upgrades were made to our jet's radar systems, we began detecting unknown objects operating in our airspace. At first, we assumed they were radar errors, but soon we began to correlate the radar tracks with multiple onboard sensors, including infrared systems, eventually through visual ID. During a training mission in Warning Area Whiskey 72, 10 miles off the coast of Virginia Beach, two F-18 Super Hornets were split by a UAP. The object, described as a dark gray or a black cube inside of a clear sphere, came within 50 feet of the lead aircraft and was estimated to be 5 to 15 feet in diameter. The mission commander terminated the flight immediately and returned to base. Our squadron submitted a safety report, but there was no official acknowledgement of the incident and no further mechanism to report the sightings. Soon, these encounters became so frequent that aircrew would discuss.
Not an NPC, but a knee-jerk reaction to non-credible accounts of UFO encounters is kind of an NPC take. No, you're right. I'm an NPC. No, you're right. I'm being NPC. Everybody does the same fucking insult / like defense of their own personal perspective online, no matter where you go, no matter what it is. It's basically the same sequence playing itself out over and over again. I'm the handsome Chad emoji. You're the lame soy jack emoji. So obviously I'm right and you're wrong. You're an NPC. I'm a free thinker. It's literally the same shit. That's it. Every argument is like, it doesn't matter. Let's not analyze what I'm defending. Let's not analyze how you are perceiving this information. It's just that you're being an NPC because of your knee-jerk reaction. I do it too. I get it.
Discuss the risk of UAP as part of their regular pre-flight briefs. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits.
My favorite is when they're like, oh, they're fucking airline pilot veterans, you know what I mean? Like, you know, famously, they have better eyesight, better vision, and never actually like mistake a group of journalists, for example, and maybe even doctors for enemy combatants.
or J-hooks. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science.
I was informed in the course of my...
For the record, having said all this, I do want to see it. Like, whatever the fuck the government's supposedly hiding, I want to know. You will not find me making an argument to stop transparency here. I just don't believe them. I still want to fucking see it. So I guess we're absolutely on the same page on that front. You know what I mean?
My official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency.
The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. We arrived at the location at approximately 20,000 feet, and the controller called merge plot, which means that our radar blip was now in the same resolution cell as the contact. As we looked around, we noticed that we saw some whitewater off our right side. It's important to note that the weather on this day was as close to perfect as you could ask for off the coast of San Diego. Clear skies, light winds, calm seas, no whitecaps from waves. So the whitewater stood out in a large blue ocean. All four of us, because we were in F-18Fs, so we had pilots and Wizzo in the back seat, looked down and saw a white tic-tac object with a longitudinal axis pointing north-south and moving very abruptly over the water like a ping-pong ball. There were no rotors, no rotor wash, or any sign of visible control surfaces like wings. As we started clockwise towards the object, my Wizzo and I decided to go down and take a closer look with the other aircraft staying in high cover to observe both us and the tic-tac. We proceeded around the circle about 90 degrees from the start of our descent, and the object suddenly shifted its longitudinal axis, aligned it with my aircraft, and began to climb. We continued down another 270 degrees, nose low, where the tic-tac, or we consumed 270 degrees to where, and we went nose low to where the tic-tac would have been. Our altitude at this point was about 15,000 feet, and the tic-tac was about 12,000. As we pulled nose onto the object, within about a half mile of it, it rapidly accelerated in front of us and disappeared. Our wingmen, roughly 8,000 feet above us, lost contact also. We immediately turned back to see where the whitewater was at, and it was gone also. So as we started to turn back towards the east, the controller came up and said, "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that thing is at your cat point, roughly 60 miles away in less than a minute. You can calculate the speed." We returned to Nimitz. We were taking off our gear. We were talking to one of my crews that was getting ready to launch.
Bro, he's not even reading. What the fuck? My man has memorized it, dude. He is fucking... He's living and breathing it, brother. That's crazy. Bro, he witnessed it. He was the pilot. I'm just saying, he's like... He keeps going down to his notes, and I think he's like... I think he's gonna, like, read his report. He's like, nope, don't need to do that. I wonder how many times he's repeated this. It's like me at the top of the hour, you know what I mean? Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, I serve it to you so many times that it's like second nature. I don't have to think about it. I could just tell you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. If you want to avoid the tic-tacs, well, you're fucked. You can't avoid them. But you can't avoid the top of the hour ad break, though. You know what I'm saying? The notes in front of him just say tic-tac over and over again, scribbled onto the page. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, dadgummit. FYI, the whistleblower David Grush said he's given the committee a list of people who are privy to the non-human crash retrieval program. He said that to AOC. I love that. I've seen some incredible shit. My memory's crap enough. Yeah, I mean, look. My point is, and I think you guys will agree, even if it's like completely fake, which I do think it is, at least it's like kind of entertaining because like alien guys are always so fucking insane. Maybe because they saw aliens, like legitimately. Okay? Maybe because they legitimately fucking saw aliens and now, right? Now they've lost their minds. Like they have, the contact with the aliens have altered their minds permanently. Kind of sound like an asshole. Come on, man. Can I not have fun with this? Like, why do you have to... Look, believing in what they're saying is one thing. But, like, treating it as though it is, like, the most... You know, treating it with the utmost sanctity is fucking ridiculous, man. Fuck. Like, I hate when people are just like, dude, you need to take this shit super seriously, you fucking asshole. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, calm down, man. No, I don't need to take this seriously at all. It is a profoundly unserious thing. I appreciate that you're growing slightly more open with each video, to be honest, and for covering it at all. First of all, I have always been open-minded. I already described it from the jump. I just don't think that we can perceive it in the way that these guys are claiming. Okay? That's it. I don't believe these guys. I do believe that aliens are like some form of other organism lives out there. Have they come to our planet? Probably not. And if they have, we have no idea what they look like, and we have never seen them.
It to them, and they went out and luckily got the video that you see, that 90-second video. What you don't see is the radar tape that was never released, and we don't know where it's at, of the active jamming that the object put on an APG-73 radar.
Panel now to discuss this historic hearing. We have Dr. Stephen Greer.
Okay, I think we should skip this because this is going to really make the alien truthers look bad. Because, you know, every single advancement that you just made will be undermined by approximately 30 seconds of News Nation coverage on the matter from their experts. Because, like, I think the alien stuff is fun. Top right is one of the aliens. Yeah, he's like, yeah, it certainly doesn't exist. Please look no further.
He's founder of the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, also the Disclosure Project. We welcome in Professor of Science and Astrophysicist at Harvard, Avi Loeb, as well as retired U.S. Navy Chief Master at Arms and investigative filmmaker Sean Cahill. Thank you, all three of you, for being here. And I know all of you watched every moment of this today. Sean, I actually want to start with you because you were an eyewitness to part of the Tic Tac incident that was described today. What is your reaction to the hearing today?
I was quite emotional watching the hearing today. It's been a very long battle to get this information out, to get it treated with respect and with dignity. A great deal of the information that was useful to most people is classified, and it required the pilots and other eyewitnesses to come forward. So I'm very heartened by what happened today. We have truly crossed the Rubicon. This is a very historic event.
Is there a moment in particular that made you particularly emotional today?
It was.
Isn't Newsmax like super evangelical Christian? Why are they on board with this? This is News Nation, not Newsmax. This is the Chris Cuomo channel. But even News Nation would be on board with it too, because it's like, even Newsmax would be on board with it too, because like, brother, like 90% of what evangelical Christians believe about the rapture is just alien shit anyway. You know what I mean? Like, have you listened to what they think is going to happen? I watched the whole hearing. Grush also testified that he gave all the info on non-human crash retrieval program to the inspector generals with his whistleblower complaint. All the info we and you want is there, but it's not declassified, so we in Congress can't access it. They can only view it in a SCIF, which is all being set up as we speak. I love that. I love that because, like, I'll at least have, like, direct and personal access to a person who will potentially see this information. Not that they would ever give that to me, obviously, but it's still cool.
I have a minute left. I apologize, we only have 5 minutes today, but for the record, if you were me, where would you look? Titles, programs, departments, regions, if you could just name anything. And I put that as an open question to the three of you.
I'd be happy to give you that in a closed environment. I can tell you specifically.
Thank you. Commander Fravor?
I would say, and I've told people that you have to know where to look. They're not going to divulge it to you because of the classification levels. But if you know where to look and who to talk to, which is exactly what Mr. Grush can point you, then you have them.
Okay. Mr. Graves?
I was an operator, so I was depending on folks like Mr. Grush to do that homework.
Okay. Thank you very much. I yield back to the chair. Because I only have...
Zaza Smoka. When are they going to bring on the head of spaceology department at the Correspondence College of Tampa? I feel like this should be a bigger deal. It feels like they're gearing up for a big reveal, right? I was napping. What happened? Yeah. Remember when Tom DeLonge was found by the leaked Hillary emails discussing aliens with Podesta? Yes. Only because TrueAnon talked about it when they covered the alien stuff. And I don't remember the names of the people that they were talking to, but my very public perspective on whether aliens exist or not is almost identical to the expert that they had on. Which was, at least it like made me feel happy that I was like, oh wow, I've like the things that I have said for years is also being repeated by a dude who's like studied this shit way more than I have.
It was towards the end of the one of the gentleman's speeches where I believe it was Representative Burchett, where he acknowledged all of the people who have worked behind the scenes over the years to keep this alive and to not allow it to be obfuscated to the point where it was completely disregarded. I represent a great deal of those people, and I work with them every day, and you may hear it in my voice right now. We have truly achieved something revolutionary today, and I look forward to the results.
Yeah, I really feel that from you. And Dr. Greer, what stood out most to you today?
Well, I think it's gratifying. You know, I've been briefing people like the CIA director for Bill Clinton since 1993 and been recommending hearings like this, open hearings. I will say there are a few points that need to be explored. One is
Dog. Founder of the Disclosure Project, featured on Larry King's The UFO Cover-Up, frequent guest on the Joe Rogan Experience, 200K Instagram followers. This is why these guys desperately look for anyone and everyone that has like an ounce of fucking authority. Which, of course, like, doesn't change the reality that you can be a kook after working in the military. Like, I'll tell it to you like this. They love people that are like, this is a master at arms. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is a sergeant in the, Space Brigade or whatever the fuck. They love that shit. Okay. Like, guys, Michael fucking Flynn was a general, okay? Like, it means nothing when you are a higher ranked military member. Michael Flynn was a general. QAnon's very own Michael Flynn. I'm sorry. Well, you are a streamer. Exactly. I'm a streamer. And I have more mental fortitude, even though I'm a fucking dumbass, than Michael Flynn. No, that's my point exactly. If Donald Trump came to me and said, hey, I'm going to give you $500,000, I need you to get a burlap sack with your fail son, Michael Flynn Jr., and head over down to Pennsylvania and go into the fucking Gulen compound and kidnap him with a burlap sack and put him in the fucking, put him on a private jet to Turkey, I'd say, yeah, I can't do that, dog. That's dumb. Michael Flynn was so stupid. He was like, yeah, no, we'll do it. And it wasn't Trump. It was actually Erdogan who asked for it. But come on. Michael Flynn believes in QAnon. Michael Flynn was fucking crying about Cat Turd being upset that he didn't get money from Elon Musk in the influencer marketing scheme that Elon Musk is putting together on Twitter. That man is a general, man. He was a general. Regularly critical of the Afghanistan operations. This dude is an actual researcher, though. Flynn is a product of military being crayon eaters. I'm sorry, dude. I don't trust this guy as far as I could throw him, okay? One, he looks like an alien. So I think he's a psyop by actual aliens to be like, I'm so kooky. Clearly, you can't believe me. I'm not a believable person, and I'm telling you aliens are real just to do a double whammy and make you think that aliens are fucking fake. He's an alien. I think you're just as crazy as they are, brother. I'm fucking way crazier. I'm way fucking crazier than they are. You don't even know. Crazy like a goddamn fox, brother. Where, dude, you know what's really wild to me, though? Like, where are all these motherfuckers when I'm talking about the JFK assassination? Where are all these motherfuckers? Where is everybody when I'm talking about 9/11? When I'm talking about Jeffrey Epstein certainly didn't commit suicide. That's crazy. Like, you guys are so quiet whenever I'm talking about this sort of stuff, and you let all the liberals chirp in the chat and tell me, like, Hasan, you're so dumb, you're such a conspiracy theorist, but chat collectively in unison goes wild bananas mode the moment that I'm like, aliens are probably real, but it's probably not the way that these guys are representing it. It's crazy. What's going on? Anytime I talk about a conspiracy that's not a conspiracy theory, but a conspiracy to do something like, you know, assassinate a head of state that the CIA may or may not have done, you're like, whoa, Hasan. Calm down now.
Mr. Grush actually can speak about anything he found out about these projects because we can prove in a court of law that they've been run illegally. In other words, senior people in the White House, Pentagon, Congress, Senate Intelligence Committees that I've met with have been denied access. So therefore, the National Security Act is vitiated in terms of secrecy so long as those programs are being run illegally, and they are being run illegally. I can say that with some direct authority. And secondly,
what kind of direct authority does this guy have? He has 200,000 Instagram followers. Like you have 4 things to your name at the News Nation broadcast, and they were like, he's been on the Joe Rogan Experience. The fuck do you mean? You have direct authority of what?
I think it's very important for people to understand there are 2 types of UAPs. There are the man-made ones, no question. My uncle was lifetime Northrop Grumman, worked on the lunar lander module. I think we have to understand that a significant part of the phenomenon is actually clandestine but illegally managed human reverse engineered advanced technologies, as they're called, ATs. And some are non-human intelligence. There's no question. So I think this needs to begin to be looked at more critically in terms of what part of the phenomenon falls under which category.
I mean, it's fascinating, and what a can of worms. We could be talking about this for the rest of the show. I do want to get to Professor Loeb. What is your reaction to the hearing today?
Well, I think what's most important is the evidence, the information, the factual information that we heard. You can think of yourself as a member of a jury, learning about what the witnesses are talking about and trying to decide whether it's credible and what your verdict might be. To me, the existence of materials and potentially objects that were retrieved by the US government is of greatest significance, because if it's true, this information should be shared with scientists. The government is not a scientific organization. The government should not hide the existence of neighbors in our cosmic environment. This is a subject that scientists should be engaged in, and in fact I am. The sky is not classified, the oceans are not classified. This has nothing to do with national security, because anything coming from thousands of light years away doesn't care about how we split the land on this rock. We need to know whether such a thing exists, and for us to figure it out, it should be a matter of science. So let's forget about people dealing with people, which was a lot of the discussion. What we need to worry about is, what do we have as material evidence? Let's look at it and study it scientifically. And I very much hope the government will release that information and provide it to scientists like myself. I lead the Galileo project, which is...
Wait, this guy's the Harvard scientist? He is not sounding like I thought he was going to be sounding. That's the Harvard scientist?
aiming to bring clarity to this subject.
Sean, I want to go.
AOC took it very seriously and wanted to have a skiff, but the skiffs were all denied for some reason, and you don't find that suspicious? No, I don't find that suspicious at all. I think that it's it could literally be because it's top secret classified information that pertains to like a Northrop Grumman project or something like that, and that's the reason why they don't want to reveal any of this information. Yeah. Like even beyond, like I love that people are going, that's what skiffs are for, Pepega. Do you know what a skiff is? Oh my God, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. The reason, oh my God. Maybe the reason why they don't want to open one up is because they want to not fucking reveal it to AOC and whoever the fuck in Congress. That's my point. I know what a skiff is. Guys, my brother works for Boeing and builds spacecrafts. Like, you think I don't know how any of this stuff works? The fuck are you talking about? God, this is the worst community to, right now to explain that to, because now they're going to be like, your brother's hiding the truth about aliens? What the fuck? Your brother's an alien and so are you. Yes, we are. We are aliens, like foreigners in that sense. So that's not wrong.
Go back to you with the time we have left. What is the most important thing that you think was left out from today's hearing, and where we should go?
No shot. Murat has been in a skiff. You could barely define it earlier before Chad helped you. Okay. 10-month subscriber, Terrible Posture is now banned for being the absolute dumbest motherfucker. Considering that in the past 10 months, especially when we're talking about the Trump trial, I have time and time again described what a skiff is. And you've been in here for long enough to have heard me actually adequately describe what skiff is and to make the assumption that while I'm eating food, that my description of what a skiff is was not adequate enough. And then I had to get the chat to fucking reveal what the letters behind skiff meant was a proper indication that I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about, is so stupid that unfortunately you are going to have to be banned. Sorry. The only reason why you're being banned in this circumstance is because you're so fucking annoying that you have forgotten numerous instances where I have discussed this very same subject matter, not as it pertains to aliens, but as it pertains to Donald Trump's top secret classified documents that were supposed to be kept in a fucking skiff. I don't know if you remember that, but we talked about it quite a bit, actually, in the time frame that you have been following me, and certainly in the time frame that you have actually subscribed to me.
Next.
While I agree with Dr. Greer and Dr. Loeb on the importance of the scientific efficacy and providing evidence, as a law enforcement officer for 20 years, we need to see this as a law enforcement operation. Mr. Grush is the reporting officer. The evidence is very important, but the people's stories and the people's observations of these events are equally as important. So marrying the technical data with the observational and anecdotal data will be the most important part of this going forward, I think.
We do want to get over to News Nation's Joe Khalil now, live outside of...
Okay, I don't care about that. Have you ever read the actual interview the main guy Gorich did? He talks about the aliens being captured by Mussolini and the Vatican, taking them after the Italian government fell. It's highly unserious. That Chatter's timeline is wrong. Other Congress people were denied access to SCIF before hearing. After the hearing, these meetings are now being set up, as you saw with the AOC clip. You realize the Inspector General has found him credible and urgent with his claims. I don't care. I want this information. Okay? I want this information. I think it would be great to have this information. I would like to look through it. But I don't believe these guys are super serious people. And it's hard for me to assume that they're revealing this information now for no reason, for no ulterior motives, especially when time and time again, the American intelligence communities have regularly misused alien scares to their own advantages, especially as we have built a space force recently to continue innovating or continue expanding on defense budgets, not on conventional weapons or nuclear warheads, but on new technology that might be limited to other aspects of the military that have smaller budgets. Okay? New radar technology, for example. Like, there's a whole bunch of money that goes into every aspect of the military, and some might feel less served and could be utilizing this as an opportunity to advocate for bigger funds being distributed to them. I think that is a significantly more reasonable conspiracy to have than the wholesale assumption that aliens have been perceivable by American eyeballs for generations, and the government is hiding that information from us. But now has decided to not execute every motherfucker who is talking about it publicly. Does that make sense? Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm implying? I feel like, knowing what I know about the United States government, if these guys were actually leaking credible information, they would fucking kill them. They would just, you would not hear about it. Okay? It is literally impossible to keep this large of a secret for this long. It's insane. Well, chatters will turn around and say, well, exactly. That's why it's being revealed now. You understand? Butt Slave. Yo, what up, Big H? I'm going to be in Cali next week. When do you want to link up? No thanks, Butt Slave. I'm good. Take a fucking day off. People are so delusional believing this shit. You're just becoming more stupid by buying into any of this. I mean, I'm not buying into any of this, but I do think it's highly entertaining. And I would certainly like to see more information come out because it's just still entertaining. I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome. I think it's entertaining. I would like to know more. I'm in it for the fucking content.
With talking to life from other planets. We can call it the compatibility problem. That even if they are out there, even if we know where they are, we may not even be capable of speaking to them, thinking in at all compatible.
I can't wait for chat to feel dumb as fuck when all of this gets exposed. Smadge. Yeah. One day, all of the things that I suspected are going to make me look like a smarty pants and you look like a big dumb guy.
Compatible ways. See, it's not like talking to a human who speaks another language, where we all share the same evolutionary principles and can point to this and go, it's a book. And they go, no, it's something else. Sometimes, the aliens might be so different, so strange, that we can't even figure out how to talk to them at all. We might not even recognize them as intelligent or they us. My favorite book of the last 20 years is this one right here, Children of Time by Adrian Tchaikovsky, and it explores this problem in a fascinating way. Humanity is spreading out.
Love that guy's albums, dude.
Into the stars, but not with spaceships or colonies, but with science. They do it in a way I've never seen.
He's got some
before.
bops,
An
you know what I'm
ambitious,
saying?
arrogant scientist called Dr. Avrana Kern wants to terraform a planet, seed it with monkeys, and then give them a nanovirus which will accelerate the monkey's evolution and allow her to become a god over her own creations.
This is the future,
she says.
This is where mankind takes its next great step. This is where we become gods.
Only it all goes wrong, because of course it does. The monkeys never make it to the planet, and the virus doesn't infect them. No. Instead, it infects spiders.
This is literally just Mormonism.
But why, of all creatures, spiders? Why are spiders so good at exploring the compatibility problem? Well, I asked the author himself.
You know, insects are genuinely a very strange form of life from a human perspective because we went our separate ways evolutionarily a long time ago. There's, you know, even down to the sort of...
Bro, all alien vibes are so fucking permanently... all alien vibes are so permanently messed up and look so identical, okay? You got guy with crazy facial hair and eyebrows speaking from the worst Vaseline lens you've ever seen, okay? With like the type music playing in the background, okay? Lots of books. Love it. Love it across the board. Either side of the alien conversation, doesn't matter if you're a skeptic, doesn't matter if you're a truther, it always has this vibe, okay?
Yeah, how?
Bro, this guy's a sci-fi author, not a UFO freak. Doesn't matter. He is speaking about aliens. Also, you know who else got delegitimized as a sci-fi author? L. Ron Hoya Bembe, who was a black man. Okay? So remember that. Remember that. Oh, he's just a sci-fi author. All of a sudden, Scientology.
How basic functions like eating work, everything is solving the same problem through very, very different kind of mechanical solutions. My starting point is very much what do we know about the cognition of these creatures?
Children of Time chronicles the rise and evolution of a spider society over thousands of years, from developing consciousness to their agriculture to war to technology to religion, to show the consequences of how deeply they might view the world. In one horrifying scene that will stick with me forever, a human is captured by the intelligent spiders and studied. The human begs for food and water. Time and again it tries to talk to them until one day they simply die. In her last years in that dark pit, she learns to motion with her fingers like a spider's palps to ask for water, like a dog might learn to beg. See, spiders can't
Big.
hear and never even considered that hearing was a possibility. It hadn't even occurred to them to engage with life and the—
This is your source, a book? Wait, what? This is not my source at all. Someone just sent. Wait, what are you talking about? Someone sent this in the chat and was like, this Kiwi has cracked the code. We're just watching a YouTube video like I do every day. I'm not trying to pose an argument here one way or another. Why are you so angry? It's just like people have their hearts set on an issue, and then they just go, oh dude, everything now is contentious. Like I have decided that you are against me and against my way of existing. I don't even know if I want to watch this video, by the way. This is all just way hyper specific to some sci-fi project that this guy is obsessed with. I don't really care about it that much. But don't let these guys let you down. Your views have been around a long time. One of the original Star Trek movies used it as a thrust of the movie, Voyage Home. I mean, I've talked a lot about this. I guess people were more quiet back then. It's not about raising more funds for the Pentagon. It's the opposite. Rerouting defense funding to a highly classified, non-approved SAPs for UFO programs is actionable. Wait, no, that's what I said. That's precisely what I said. I'm not saying it's just about raising funds. I'm saying it's raising funds for specific parts of defense that previously did not get a lot of attention or a lot of funds. That's what I'm saying. It's about rerouting funds. That is what I'm saying. Congress cannot effectively perform their Article 1 responsibilities without accurate information. It is clear that they, like the American people, are being kept in the dark. But Congress also has leverage of their own, and they can and should use it. By wielding the power of the purse, Congress possesses a myriad of tools, cutting funding, stalling promotion, invoking the Holman Rule, etc., to ensure that the executive complies with Congress's oversight authority. Fundamentally, the UAP issue and its possible implications are of far too much consequence to be monopolized by one branch of the government, regardless of party or administration. I was very relieved to see attention, thoughtfulness, and concern expressed by some of the members on both sides of the aisle during today's hearing, says Christopher K. Mellon, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence and the former Minority Staff Director, Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Malone. The least believable part in this is that anyone who knows about UAPs wants more congressional oversight. Anytime something like this starts to get press traction, I always assume it's to pull our attention away from some more pressing issue. No, I am not a believer in the, oh, they're trying to distract us from something else theory. Because that implies that, like, the other stuff is also highly visible. Okay? I don't like it whenever people say that, like, oh, this is here to distract, the Ukraine war is here to distract us from the Hunter Biden case or whatever the fuck. No, that means that, like, one, that comes with the recognition that you yourself are stupid and like an ADHD-addled brain, your ADHD-addled brain is going to immediately focus on something else collectively as a society. I don't think that is what happens in situations like this. Especially because it also comes with the recognition that the other thing is also, the larger thing supposedly, is also an issue that you can easily perceive, but are now unable to do so because your attention is shifted onto the alien story, when the overwhelming majority of the public, I don't think, cares about the alien story as much as you might care about the alien story. And everyone would then have the capacity to look at the other thing and see it. They just are somehow unable to. You know what I mean? I thought the alien stuff was cool, but after today being in this chat, I kind of lost all interest. A video that would explain your viewpoint on aliens would be one that explains the difference between type 1 and type 4 civilization. There is... Please have Malone on the broadcast. He's been behind this big push from the start. Also, the guy said that they're commonplace and regular. Then how in the fuck do we now have high-res and easily viewable proof on the internet? Somehow the governments of the world are capable of keeping that from the public. Something's up, but I don't think it's aliens. It's the Sagan standard. Incredible claims require incredible evidence. You are correct. USA has run out of new wars to fight and now is looking for money for UFOs Plan B. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. The United States of America will never run out of new wars to fight. What I'm simply stating is, and they will never run out of discretionary funding for the military. But this way, they can turn around and fund projects within our discretionary spending that previously did not get a lot of attention. Okay? It's just a new vector to focus or to reallocate pre-existing budgets towards. That's what I think. Because I'm not saying that like, oh man, we were at the precipice of cutting funding to the military. Even though, uniquely enough, this is one of the few instances where military spending has been called into question due to culture war stuff, like funding and facilitating abortions in red states. Like that is one of the few instances where like U.S. military funding has been stopped. In the past, I feel like that was unimaginable. You know what I mean? But I do believe that the reason why they're doing this is so that they can, here it is. It helps justify certain kinds of spending. Directed energy weapons, for instance, were something we researched, but generally limited to a small group like DARPA or the U.S. Air Force. Post-2017 and Havana Syndrome, there are tons of contracts for stuff like direct energy bioeffects. Plus, they just created a new UFO office, AARO, and they're already using that to funnel money to defense contractors. It's not the only reason, but it's a good one. So the AARO being used to fund projects like that are not really related to studying UAPs, like developing our own surveillance tech or something. Unclear what these guys are getting paid for. They have a concurrent contract with the government's Perception Management Office, both of which come from the same office Liu worked for. Defense company has current dollar contracts with Pentagon UFO propaganda offices. Sandcorp has been paid $2 million of $4.1 million for all Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, the Pentagon's UFO office. Also, $3 million of the $4.2 million for the Influence and Perception Management Office. What is the IPMO? Well, this recent article by King Klippenstein on The Intercept breaks it down well. Random highlights of the article. Perception management came to prominence during the Reagan administration, which used the term to describe its propaganda efforts. Its work was to provide news items, possibly including false ones. Not long after the 9/11 attacks, the Bush administration launched what it called the Office of Strategic Influence, which would seek to counter the enemy's perception management in the so-called War on Terror. But it quickly became clear that the office operating under Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld would be managing those perceptions with its own disinformation. AARO is literally a cover-up psyop. These hearings were to discredit AARO. Holy, do some research. Ain't no way. Have you tried to take a picture of a plane before, chatters? Shaking my head. No, they are redirecting funds to them already. This is about exposing the hidden programs and funding. SM head. Wait, what do you mean? Have you tried to take a picture of a plane before? What is this guy trying to say? Copium, it's fake. Copium, no aliens. Copium, strawman argument. Lol W, everyone here agrees with you on JFK and 9/11. AOC was at the hearing. She believes Pago, 2 based. Okay, you're using way too many emos to be taken seriously as a especially because you're a 40-month subscriber. Chatter is right about AARO. Whistleblower David Grush said in the hearing today that the AARO director was not accurate in his statement on the U.S. not having evidence of extraterrestrials in crash retrieval program. The UFO community believes the AARO to be a psyop where leakers go to have their stories killed. That's what chatter means. Okay, give me more. It's hard to take pics of things miles in the sky. That's why there's no hard UFO evidence from public phones. Okay. It's so funny when chatters who've been sub for the longest time, certainly long enough to hear almost all of your takes about almost all topics, choose the most random fucking things to nitpick over. No, it's because I have talked about aliens, my opinions on aliens, my opinions on the federal government and how they maybe utilize like stories of aliens many times over. However, back in the day, they were not as emboldened as they are now to speak out about it because most people would just like bully them, or I just like never really caught their statements. But now they feel super emboldened to be like, no, dude, you're fucking ridiculous. Like this guy is actually a real whistleblower. And it's silly that you think that, you know, it's silly that you are undermining his credibility. So in other words, the stigma was real. Yes, but also the stigma is still very real. You watched only a few minutes of the hearing and decided you knew everything that happened. It was 2 hours long. There's more context. The fundamentals for me to perceive that they're probably not real are the same. That's why. Why do you insist on making fun of the subject though? Because I'm paid by aliens or the federal government to make you not believe in it. Like, what do you mean? Because I think it's fucking stupid. It's dumb. That's why I insist on making... Oh, God, he took it seriously. Oh, Jesus Christ. My man, I think it's a silly subject. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm making fun of it. What is going on, dude? I said, okay, fair enough. When I said because I'm paid for by the government. Okay. Hasan, why do you keep making fun of flat earthers? How much is Big Globe paying you? Exactly. Chatters in here are arguing on the boundaries of like stigma being carefully concocted to hide the truth. The underlying premise in that situation on your end of the argument is that it is objectively true that aliens have landed on and have made contact and the government is hiding it, and they've actually launched a massive initiative to create stigma around people who are truthers. Okay? Like, you can't turn around. Sorry, the alien is coming out of me. Never mind, it was just a burp. Why, bro? You said yourself the universe is so vast, likely they exist. So what if they did visit us and they're somehow carbon-based or like a part of our dimension? The universe is full of the same stuff from what we've seen. The same elements exist even millions of light years away. So aliens could be made from the same elements. Because if they're made from the same elements, they can't travel this distance. That's probably that's one of the major reasons why I think that they can't travel from so far away that like they are able to travel light years without dying, without perishing. Reading obvious crazy fellas is a bit dishonest. Man, this person is not an obvious crazy person. The fuck, they're a 38-month subscriber. I'm reading like long-term community members. Oh. We covered the semiconductor breakthrough earlier today. Why are you making it metaphysical and debating people on that grounds? It's kind of dumb. Stop being so close-minded. Okay, stop making jokes about Mitch McConnell. I mean, debating it on the grounds of like whatever conspiracy theory that you think is good is silly. I think it's like not as interesting. You know what I mean? I find it objectively insane, as I said in the beginning of this conversation, that if there are beings that are perceivable by human eye and human cognition that somehow made it out here, they were carbon-based life forms that somehow evolved into like not withering away, okay? That means that they do not abide by like our understanding of physics, biology, all of this stuff. They came all the way out here. They are so technologically advanced that it is like impossible for us to comprehend. And yet they fucking crashed or were caught by like a random American pilot and his like, they were caught in the periphery of a random American pilot. Like that sounds insane to me. That sounds crazy, okay? Like they are able to transcend beyond time and space in the way that we can comprehend it, but then they fucking come to like a San Diego Air Force base and they're just chilling and they go, oops, I forgot to take off the invisibility shield. Fuck. Like every aspect of this conversation seems more ridiculous than the previous one. You know what I mean? Why assume they're carbon-based? I don't think that they are to begin with. And yes, I am familiar with the Great Filter, but I do think it's too defeatist. The concept originates in Robert Hansen's argument that the failure to find any extraterrestrial civilizations in the observable universe implies that something is wrong with one or more of the arguments from various scientific disciplines, that the appearance of advanced intelligent life is probable. This observation is conceptualized in terms of a great filter, which acts to reduce the great number of sites where intelligent life might arise to the tiny number of intelligent species with advanced civilizations actually observed. This probability threshold, which could lie in the past or following human extinction, might work as a barrier to the evolution of intelligent life. Like that they exist so far away that they exist in a different time frame, so that there will not. That's what it is, right? Am I misunderstanding it? Isn't that the great filter, which is that they exist in a different time zone, so far away that like they exist outside of the. No, everyone is saying no. There's a high probability of self-destruction. The main conclusion of this argument is that it's easier if it was for life to evolve to the present stage, the bleaker the future chances of humanity probably are. No, it's that we've passed the barrier. They have not. It's that civilizations tend to destroy themselves. The right star system, including organics, potentially habitable planets, reproductive molecules, e.g. RNA, simple prokaryotic single-cell life, complex single-cell life, sexual reproduction, multi-cell life, tool-using animals with intelligence, a civilization advancing towards a potential for colonization explosion where we are now, and then the colonization explosion. I think this still 100% revolves around the human bias that I was talking about every single time we talk about like alien life forms. Why alien life would be our doom, the great filter. Yeah, we've watched all these before. I've given you guys my thoughts on these before, and people weren't yelling at me as much before when I covered all of this. And said the exact same things I'm going to say now that I've been saying today. All civilizations eventually become so advanced and insane like a 38-month sub. Coming in hot. Think of the weirdest, most disgusting fish living at the bottom of the ocean. Aliens would be 10x, like 10x more unrelatable to us compared to that. Not even 10x, a million x. Like my assertion is that it's not even comprehensible by like our feeble peasant-brained minds. Like, it's not even shapes and colors or feelings. It's something beyond that. No, they are bipeds and they want to date. Especially because it is that far for us to be able to map out space travel that requires our bodies to somehow evolve. I'm thinking about it from the perspective of like what it would take for human beings to traverse space, the final frontier. Like what would it take for us to be able to fucking fly into space and go to a different galaxy. Okay? And it is impossible with current technology and current biology. It's just not something that we can do within a human lifespan as it stands currently. We can't do that. That's why our imagination usually stops with, oh, well, what if we are able to preserve ourselves like through cryogenic freezing or something and then traverse through space for hundreds of years? You know what I mean? Oh, dude. Stop. Take a day off, Motorface. Jesus Christ. You've just been spamming bird shit, Congress bird shit over and over again. I don't know what's going on. At light speed, time slows down. If we could go light speed, we could travel as far as we want and it will feel quick. You're only viewing this through the lens of physically traveling that distance as opposed to maybe some species out there found some cheat code for physics that we can't conceive of yet. Fine. But that in and of itself is still incredibly not likely for them to be humanoid or have the same biological constraints that we have. Like you're talking about going in through like potentially a black hole and teleporting elsewhere. Like a wormhole, right? Which is crazy. That's like, we can't do that. At least with our current understanding. Time doesn't slow down for us at light speed, chatter. For perspective, the nearest galaxy, the Andromeda, is about 5 million light years away. Light itself would take 5 million years. Yeah, one competing theory is that life does exist elsewhere. It existed many, many years ago, and we haven't seen it, and we will never see it. That's the whole filter concept, isn't it? Because, like, so much of the universe hasn't even come to us yet. Like, we can't even perceive it because it's so far in the distance that we haven't even been able to perceive it, even though technically it's happening right now. But it will take millions of years for us to even experience it from where we're standing. No particle with mass can even travel at the speed of light, but space can expand and contract at any arbitrarily fast speed, so we would have to move the space around us for this to be possible for our biology. Or we develop new methods of tapping into what we consider our consciousness and are able to upload it into something that transcends beyond our physical bodies. But again, not something that we have evolved into technologically with our current with our current limitations of biology, with our current understanding of the human mind or the human psyche or human biology in general, which is why I'm trying to say over and over again that if a species, okay, were to have been able to solve this problem, they would be so fucking advanced that A, they would not look at us like we are actual equals or peers or even animals to be studied, okay? We would be nothing but a speck, I think, or we would be nothing but bacteria, I think, in their eyes, okay? And also, on top of that, I don't think that they would resemble anything that we've ever seen before or anything that we can even see. They would be literally, like, they would be so far beyond our comprehension that it wouldn't even be it wouldn't even be like a shape or a size or anything like that. Is this not your human bias? No, this is the exact opposite of human bias. I'm saying that, like, if aliens do exist, which is very likely because the universe is infinite, it is beyond human comprehension. It is a human bias to assume that you would be able to perceive such a fucking deity-like form of existence, that you could even see their presence, or you could sense it somehow. That is the human bias. The notion that, like, they're going to be humanoid and fuckable is the maximum human bias. The notion that they absolutely do not exist is the other side of the human bias. The assumption that you are the only important organism on the planet that has developed consciousness and tool using and civilization building. I know I shouldn't say this, but can you chill a little? So angry. I'm not even angry. I don't know. I'm a Joe Rogan Experience, OG Joe Rogan Experience fan, okay? Long before I was serving top of the hour ad breaks, I was watching Joe Rogan talk to these experts. I've thought about this kind of stuff for a very long time. So I'm just, I'm talking about that exact same perspective that I held on to for a very long time, over and over and over again. And, I'm meeting new people that think I'm stupid. Sounds like copium, to be honest. You don't know their motivations or what they even are, just categorically deciding that they're beyond understanding or that they don't want to be detected. Brother, you can't possibly tell me that a carbon-based life form or any kind of life form that is that is perceivable in the physical space, that has captured technology, that has evolved beyond evolved beyond us so much, is able to be caught by the human eye or even captured, like their biological matter, their biologics are able to be captured by the American military. Like, that seems fucking so insane That seems way more insane than the top of the hour coming and going and me forgetting to run the ad break. I'll tell you that much. There's no reason to believe that alien existence would have to defy the laws of physics. That's an even more extraordinary claim. Defy the laws of physics in order for them to come here from such a distant future that we can't even fucking perceive them with our current conventional methods of looking into space, that yes, they will have defied the laws of physics as we understand it. Also, half of the testimony on your side from these fucking pilots is that they're defying the laws of physics. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, so you don't agree with the pilots either? Like, what are you talking about? Please read this. Chat, the notion that reality is exactly the way that humans have come to discover, organize, and explain in our species' existence is laughable. Our supposed unbreakable laws of physics, unpassable speed of light, known periodic table of elements, etc. Our only basis for these is our own human observations by definition, yet we extrapolate it to the entire universe, including parts we haven't even observed yet. I mean, we haven't even mapped out 90% of the fucking seas, okay? Which take up a lot of space on this earth, okay? The idea that, like, we know and can comprehend what the fuck's going on up there in the infinite, vast universe is so stupid.
NASA announced today that they found aliens. Bacteria on Mars, weird alien fish in the oceans of Europa, and also ancient alien ruins on Titan. Wouldn't that be great? Well, no, it would be horrible news. Devastating even. It could mean that the end of humanity is almost certain and that it might be coming soon. Why? Why would the most exciting discovery of our lifetime be bad?
You cannot reason with chatters who want to fuck aliens. I am a chatter who wants to fuck aliens. That's the most frustrating part about this.
Let us imagine the development of life from its inception to us today.
My guy, convergent evolution is a well-known understanding. Intelligent life would probably evolve to a humanoid. You sound crazier than the truthers. Okay. That chatter wants to fuck aliens. Okay, 100%. This chatter undoubtedly wants to fuck aliens, like, so bad that he is now, he's like, no, there's no other type of existence. Chatty's right. There's no reason why evolution and life would work any differently on another planet. I don't agree with that. But also, even if that was the case, then it is physically impossible for them to travel here. So that plays into my theory. Great argument. This guy wants to fuck aliens. Well, I mean, I do too. Literally German propaganda. They're going to tell us the aliens like laissez-faire neoliberalism.
As a flight of stairs. The first step is dead chemistry that needs to assemble itself into self-replicating patterns, stable and resilient, but also able to change and evolve. The second step is for our early life to become more complex, able to build more complicated structures, and use the available energy much more efficiently. On the next step, these cells combine to become multicellular beings, enabling unbelievable variety and further complexity. The step above sees a species of
molecular biologists here that chatter is wrong. Convergent evolution is a thing, but that absolutely does not mean that a humanoid form is the best suited for civilization. I mean, it's like I would doubt that it's even the best suited for our civilization on this planet, let alone another planet with entirely different forms that you could consider life that just doesn't look or feel or is even not perceivable. It's not physically impossible, bro. It's just highly unlikely. No, it's not just highly unlikely. For us right now, if we somehow found some fucking technology, we still would not be able to go to an area where we believe there's other forms of life. Like we would perish in the process. I don't understand why this is such a debatable subject. Shadows are stupid. Gravity, oxygen levels, and water would affect their evolution. Sea creatures are totally different from land and avian. I know. Like there's already so much variation through species on Earth, and that's all considered life.
Evolve big brains, enabling the use of tools, culture, and shared knowledge, which creates even higher complexity. The species can now become the dominant life form on its planet and change it according to its needs. First, shy attempts to leave its planet are happening. This is where we are now. It's in the nature of life as we know it to reach out, to cover every niche it can. And since planets have a limited carrying capacity and lifespan, if a species wants to survive, it will look for more places to spread to. So the steps above the current ones seem logical. Colonize your own solar system, then spread further to reach other stars. To the possible final step, becoming a galaxy-wide civilization. It's very likely that this is a universal principle for civilizations, no matter where.
Having only 2 legs is dumb. Something like an ant with hands is a better build. Yes, human beings, weren't human beings also like evolved as bipedal, but ultimately, like it's better for us to be on all fours? Am I wrong about that? I'm so glad now your average African disabled links right now. Someone just sent alien porn. That's insane.
Where they're from. If a species is competitive and driven enough to take control over its planet, they'll probably not stop there. We know that there are up to 500 billion planets in the Milky Way, at least 10 billion Earth-like planets. Many have been around billions of years longer than Earth. But we're observing 0 galactic civilizations. We should be able to see something, but there's nothing. Space seems to be empty and dead. This means something is preventing living things from climbing the staircase beyond the step we're on right now. Something that makes becoming a galactic civilization extremely hard, maybe impossible. This is the Great Filter, a challenge or danger so hard to overcome that it eliminates almost every species that encounters it. There are 2 scenarios. One means we are incredibly special and lucky. The other one means we are doomed and practically already dead. It depends on where the filter is on our staircase. Behind or ahead of us. Scenario 1. The filter is behind us. We are the first. If the filter is behind us, that means that one of the steps we passed is almost impossible to take. Which step could it be? Is life itself extremely rare? It's very hard to make predictions about how likely it is for life to emerge from dead things. There is no consensus. Some scientists think it develops everywhere where the conditions are right. Others think that Earth might be the only living place in the universe. Another candidate is the step of complex animal cells. A very specific thing happened on this step, and as far as we know, it happened exactly once. A primitive hunter cell swallowed another cell, but instead of devouring it, the two cells formed a union. The bigger cell provided shelter, took care of interacting with the environment and providing resources, while the smaller one used its new home and free stuff to focus on providing a lot of extra energy for its host. With the abundant energy, the host cell could grow more than before and build new and expensive things to improve itself, while the guest became the powerhouse of the cell. These cells make up every animal on the planet. Maybe there are billions of bacteria-covered planets in the Milky Way, but not a single one, apart from us, has achieved our level of complexity or intelligence. We humans feel very smart and sophisticated with our crossword puzzles and romantic novels, but a big brain is, first and foremost, a very expensive evolutionary investment. They are fragile. They don't help in a fistfight with a bear. They cost enormous amounts of energy. And despite them, it took modern humans 200,000 years to get from sharp sticks to civilization. Being smart does not mean you get to win automatically. Maybe intelligence is just not so great, and we're lucky that it worked out for us. Scenario 2. The filter is ahead of us. Plenty of others died already. A great filter before us is orders of magnitude more dangerous than anything we encountered so far. Even if a major disaster killed most of us or threw us back thousands of years, we would survive and recover. And if we can recover, even if it takes 1,000,000 years, then it's not a great filter, but just a roadblock to an eventual galactic civilization. On universal timescales, even millions of years are just the blink of an eye. If a great filter really lies before us, it has to be so dangerous, so purely...
This is why I don't like the great filter. It's like it's not fun to think about.
Devastating and powerful that it has destroyed most, if not all, advanced civilizations in our galaxy over billions of years. A really daunting and depressing hypothesis is that once a species takes control over its planet, it's already on the path to self-destruction. Technology is a good way to achieve that. It needs to be something that's so obvious that virtually everybody discovers it, and so dangerous that its discovery leads almost universally to an existential disaster. A large-scale nuclear war, nanotechnology that gets out of control, genetic engineering of the perfect superbug, an experiment that lights the whole atmosphere on fire. It might be a super-intelligent AI that accidentally or purposely destroys its creators. Or things that we can't even see coming right now. Or it's way simpler. Species competitive enough to take over their planet necessarily destroy it while competing with each other for resources. Maybe there are runaway...
Wait a minute. But you told me that in another video that climate change was totally defeatable with laissez-faire neoliberal economics.
Away chain reactions in every ecosystem that once set in motion are not fixable.
Wait a minute.
And so once a civilization is powerful enough to change the composition of its atmosphere, they make their planet uninhabitable 100% of the time. Let's hope that that's not the case. If the filter is ahead of us, our odds are really bad. What we can hope for. This is why finding life beyond Earth would be horrible. The more common life is in the universe, and the more advanced and complex it is, the more likely it becomes that a filter is in front of us. Bacteria would be bad, small animals would be worse, intelligent life would be alarming. Ruins of ancient alien civilizations would be horrible. The best case scenario for us right now is that
I never liked the great filter theory because it presupposes that just because we can't see alien life, it must be impossible. Very arrogant if you ask me. Not really. It doesn't mean that. The idea is that because the universe is constantly expanding, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but it means that right now, as we are alive, similar organisms could be very much alive at the same exact time, but for us to perceive them in any capacity, for us to understand their existence, they would have to travel through time for so many millions of years that they would be far gone by that point. It's not based on distance at all. Wait, no, like it means civilizations disappear before we can meet them. Did you just ignore the whole video? No, the great filter means that there is some event that ends every civilization before it gets to the intergalactic stage. It might just be that the simulating existence life. I mean, the great filter simplified is either we as human beings are going to encounter a all life ending event, or other prior, just like everyone else has, and then we are going to encounter it, or that we, like everyone else has encountered it and we lucked out. As long as humans can colonize other planets, moons, and humans will never go extinct, ever. I think you are thinking about the expansion of the universe expands the area of the universe we cannot reach every moment. Yeah, that's what I was, but that is how it is regardless of the great filter or not, which is why I was mixing both. Am I wrong? Which is why there might be other beings right now alongside of us that are going through their time frame of the great filter, but the likelihood that we will ever see them is impossible because it has already happened. By the time we see it, by the time we would theoretically experience it, it would have happened 10,000 or millions of years ago, or millions of years in the future. It is arrogant. The fact that we can't see the aliens can simply just be due to them not being interested in being seen by us. No need for a great filter to explain this phenomenon. Maybe they're already in our galaxy, but they're so beyond our comprehension we can't perceive them, period. I mean, that's what I believe, yes. Why are we speaking about this? We are not scientists. What do you mean? This is like... The whole point of this is that it's a theory. And also it's fun, I think, unless people take it super seriously and start getting upset. Ultimately, though, we have certain limitations that stop us. Like what kind of information that we can perceive, what kind of stimuli we can react to, our physical bodies, our lack of understanding of what it means to be human, like consciousness and whatnot, being able to capture the essence of what it means to be human and being able to like recreate it and reproduce it. There's still plenty of unexplained phenomena here on this planet. And until we figure out certain issues, with space travel, and be able to put ourselves through that process, I mean, and even beyond that, there's still some issues. But until we do that, we don't really know anything. The aliens make fun of you for being afraid of the ocean? No, the aliens would respect me and want to have sex with me, but also from a point of respect for my fear of the oceans. The aliens are probably afraid of the oceans too. They'd be like, no, dude, there's some weird ass shit down there. They look like fucking aliens. What's that about?
Mars is sterile, that Europa's oceans are devoid of life, and the vast arms of the Milky Way harbor only empty oceans hugging dead continents. That there are billions of empty planets waiting to be discovered and to be filled up with life. Billions of new homes waiting for us to finally arrive. How likely is it that we'll find life outside of Earth that is similar to us? Well, that depends on how many planets there are out there in their star's Goldilocks zone, the area around a star where water can be liquid.
Chatter, think of it this way. If the first Homo sapiens appeared on a planet that is 350,000 light years away, only today would we be able to perceive it. That is, if light travels at the same speed throughout the universe. So that species would have evolved to our stage until now, supposedly. That's what I was talking about. That's what I was trying to refer to when I said they, like, our perception of beings due to the universe infinitely expanding is so far ahead that it already happened thousands of years ago, millions of years ago, potentially. And that's why so many chatters are saying wormholes, 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 which in theory should be able to help you traverse great distances without completely causing you to eviscerate your biological form, whatever you are, without completely changing you. That relies on a bad understanding of physics. Atomic Energy Act, okay, dude, you can't fucking hit me with the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 and Invention of Secrecy Act. That's how it's being kept hidden. And then turn around and go, that relies on a bad understanding of physics, okay? You can't say the dumbest shit possible in sequence and then come at me all contentious and then go, man, I just baited you, okay? Oh, I won. No, you didn't win anything. You won the stupid guy award. Okay, there you go. Take a week off. We'll see you in a week then, okay? How about that?
Quit. Because stars come in all sizes and configurations, this zone is different for every star system and requires a little bit of physics to figure out. If that sounds like fun to you, this quiz from Brilliant helps to break down the math.
Here, this is the other one.
Are we the only living things in the entire universe? The observable universe is about 90 billion light years in diameter. There are at least 100 billion galaxies, each with 100 to 1,000 billion stars. Recently,
sort of wrong if we're talking about our galaxy. Our galaxy is not expanding like that. That applies to between certain galaxies. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
We've learned that planets are very common too. And there are probably trillions and trillions of habitable planets in the universe, which means there should be lots of opportunity for life to develop and exist, right?
Why?
But where is it? Shouldn't the universe be teeming with spaceships? Let's take a step back. Even if there are alien civilizations in other galaxies, there's no way we'll ever know about them. Basically, everything outside of our direct galactic neighborhood, the so-called local group, is pretty much out of our reach forever because of the expansion of the universe. Even if we had really fast spaceships, it would literally take billions of years to reach these places, traveling through the emptiest areas in the universe. So let's focus on the Milky Way. The Milky Way is our home galaxy. It consists of up to 400 billion stars. That's a lot of stars.
It's wild because, like, we can't even fucking send a human through the asteroid belt into Mars and have them survive. And we're over here talking about, like, no, 100%, we got this. Like, we will fly away. It's easy, bro. Just let me at them. You know what I mean? Insane. Asteroid belt is beyond Mars. The asteroid belt is after Mars. My bad. We can't go beyond the asteroid belt.
Counting one per second, it would take you 100 lifetimes to count them all.
We're still manually resupplying the ISS. There's no shot we see permanent spacefaring missions and civilizations in our lifetime. Isn't there a... Am I wrong? Maybe if you people and people like you didn't criticize Elon so much, we could be on Mars by now. True.
There are about 20 billion sun-like stars in the Milky Way, and estimates suggest...
Bro, speaking of like making, like terraforming and making fucking other planets habitable, how about we make this one habitable? Okay? Even that's up for fucking debate. I'm losing my mind, dude. We are so, like, I love talking about spacefaring, okay, the final frontier and all this shit. But, like, bro, we were given a gift, okay? Like a once in a, like, billion lifetimes gift. And we're already fucking it up. Like, super hard. Okay? Motherfuckers be like, oh, we can maybe one day live on the moon. How about you live in Arizona over the fucking summer, okay? If you tried doing that, we can barely live in New Mexico. And you're over here talking about living on the fucking moon. What do you mean? What are we saying?
That a fifth of them have an Earth-sized planet in its habitable zone, the area with conditions that enable life to exist. If only 0.1% of those planets harbored life, there would be 1 million planets with life in the Milky Way. But wait, there's more. The Milky Way is about 13 billion years old. In the beginning, it would not have been a good place for life because things exploded a lot. But after 1 to 2 billion years, the first habitable planets were born. Earth is only 4 billion years old, so there have probably been trillions of chances for life to develop on other planets in the past. If only a single one of them had developed into a space-traveling super-civilization, we would have noticed by now. What would such a civilization look like? There are 3 categories. A Type 1 civilization would be able to access the whole energy available on its planet. In case you're wondering, we're currently around 0.73 on the scale, and we should reach Type 1 sometime in the next couple of hundred years. Type 2 would be a civilization capable of harnessing all of the energy of its home star. This would require some serious science fiction, but it is doable in principle. Concepts like the Dyson sphere, a giant complex surrounding the sun, would be conceivable. Type 3 is a civilization that basically controls its whole galaxy and its energy. An alien race this advanced would probably be godlike to us. But why should we be able to see such an alien civilization in the first place? If we were to build generation spaceships that could sustain a population for around 1,000 years, we could colonize the whole galaxy in 2 million years. Sounds like a long time, but remember...
dude, easy, bro. Yo, let me at him, dude. That is, of course, if we have, like he said, generational spaceships.
The Milky Way is huge. So if it takes a couple of million years to colonize the entire galaxy, and there are possibly millions, if not billions, of planets that sustain life in the Milky Way, and these other life forms have had considerably more time than we've had, then where are all the aliens? This is the Fermi paradox, and nobody has an answer to it. But we do have some ideas. Let's talk about filters. A filter in this context represents a barrier that is really hard for life to overcome. They come in various degrees of scary. 1, there are...
Yeah, the Fermi paradox and the filter are
great
No,
filters,
I gotta take
and we
Kai
have
out.
passed them. Maybe it is way harder for complex life to develop than we think. The process allowing life to begin hasn't yet been completely figured out, and the conditions required may be really complicated. Maybe in the past, the universe was way more hostile, and only recently have things cooled down to make complex life possible. This would also mean that we may be unique, or at least one of the first, if not the first, civilization in the entire universe. 2. There are great filters, and they are ahead of us. This one would be really, really bad. Maybe life on our level exists everywhere in the universe, but it gets destroyed when it reaches a certain point, a point that lies ahead of us. For example, awesome future technology exists, but when activated, it destroys the planet. The last words of every advanced civilization would be, "This new device will solve all of our problems once I push this button." If this is true, then we are closer to the end than the beginning of human existence. Or maybe there is an ancient Type 3 civilization that monitors the universe, and once a civilization is advanced enough, it gets eliminated in an instant. Maybe there is something out there that it would be better not to discover. There is no way for us to know. One final thought, maybe we're alone. Right now, we have no evidence that there's any life besides us. Nothing. The universe appears to be empty and dead. No one sending us messages, no one answering our calls. We may be completely alone, trapped on a tiny moist mud ball in an eternal universe. Does that thought scare you? If it does, you're having the correct emotional reaction. If we let life on this planet die, perhaps there will be no life left in the universe. Life will be gone, maybe forever. If this is the case, we just have to venture to the stars and become the first Type 3 civilization to keep the delicate flame of life existing and to spread it until the universe breathes its final breath and vanishes into oblivion. The universe is too beautiful not to be experienced by someone. This video was made possible by your support. It takes at least 200 hours to make one of our videos, and thanks to your contributions on Patreon, we are slowly able to do more and more of them. If you want to help us out and get your own personal bird, for example, check out the Patreon page.
Yeah, thank you. Shouts out to Bill Gates, baby. All right, number 2.
There are probably 10,000 stars for every grain of sand on Earth in the observable universe. We know that there might be trillions of planets, so where are all the aliens? This is the Fermi paradox. If you want to know more about it, watch part 1. Here, we look at possible solutions to the Fermi paradox. So, will we be destroyed, or does a glorious future await us? Space travel is hard.
You must awaken. At HasanAbi, you need to learn the truth. Through meditation and astral projection, you can commune with them, and they can and will teach you the truths of the universe. It's an individual experience that one must go through to elevate your consciousness. Let me explain something to you. If what you are saying is possible, you're never touching Twitch, okay? Those two things don't go hand in hand. If it was possible to like astral project and learn from the aliens, your ass would never be on fucking twitch.tv, okay? No shot. Typing in chat with the rest of us mere mortals who have no capacity to astral project. So no, I do not believe you.
Although possible, it's an enormous challenge to travel to other stars. Massive amounts of material have to be put into orbit and assembled. A journey of maybe thousands of years needs to be survived by a population big enough to start from scratch. And the planet might not be as hospitable as it seemed from afar. It was already extremely hard to set up a spaceship that could survive the trip. An interstellar invasion might be impossible to pull off. Also, consider time. The universe is very old. On Earth, there's been life for at least 3.6 billion years. Intelligent human life for about 250,000 years, but only for about a century have we had the technology to communicate over great distances. There might have been grand alien empires that stretched across thousands of systems and existed for millions of years, and we might just have missed them. There might be grandiose ruins rotting away on distant worlds. 99% of all species on Earth have died out. It's easy to argue that this will be our fate sooner or later. Intelligent life may develop, spread over a few systems, and...
No, we're built different, dog. No shot.
And die off over and over again. But galactic civilizations might never meet, so maybe it's a unifying experience for life in the universe to look at the stars and wonder, where is everyone? But there is no reason to assume aliens are like us or that our logic applies to them. It might just be that our means of communication are extremely primitive and outdated. Imagine sitting in a house with a Morse code transmitter. You'd keep sending messages, but nobody would answer, and you'd feel pretty lonely. Maybe we're still undetectable for intelligent species, and will remain so until we learn to communicate properly. And even if we met aliens, we might be too different to be able to communicate with them in a meaningful way. Imagine the smartest squirrel you can. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to explain our society to it. After all, from the squirrel's perspective, a tree is all that a sophisticated intelligence like itself needs to survive. So, humans cutting down whole forests is madness. But we don't destroy forests because we hate squirrels, we just want the resources. The squirrel's wishes and the squirrel's survival are of no concern to us. A Type 3 civilization in need of resources may treat us in a similar way. They might just evaporate our oceans to make collecting whatever they need easier. One of the aliens might think for a second, oh, tiny little apes, they build really cute concrete structures. Oh well, now they're dead, before activating warp speed. But if there is a civilization out there that wants to eliminate other species, it's far more likely that it will be motivated by culture rather than by economics. And anyway, it will be more effective to automate the process by constructing the perfect weapon. A self-replicating space probe made from nanomachines. They operate on a molecular level incredibly fast and deadly, with the power to attack and dismantle anything in an instant. You only need to give them 4 instructions. 1.
They did it. Hey, Bill Gates, coronavirus.
Find a planet with life. 2. Disassemble everything on this planet into its component parts. 3. Use the resources to build new space probes. 4. Repeat. A doomsday machine like this could render a galaxy sterile in a few million years. But why would you fly light years to gather resources or commit genocide? The speed of light is actually not very fast. If someone could travel at the speed of light, it would still take 100,000 years to cross the Milky Way once, and you'll probably travel way slower. There might be way more enjoyable things than destroying civilizations and building empires. An interesting concept is the Matryoshka brain, a megastructure surrounding a star. A computer of such computing power that an entire species could upload their consciousness and exist in a simulated universe. Potentially, one could experience an eternity of pure ecstasies without ever being bored or sad. A perfect life. If built around a red dwarf, this computer could be powered for up to 10 trillion years. Who would want to conquer the galaxy or make contact with other life forms if this were an option? All these solutions to the Fermi paradox.
The Matrix is real, brother.
Have one problem. We don't know where the borders of technology are. We could be close to the limit or nowhere near it, and super technology awaits us, granting us immortality, transporting us.
Bro, if there was a highly evolved thing that was capable of traveling through space and time to come here, and because they were highly evolved, they were like not interested in death and destruction and were capable of understanding us, we would pelt it with batteries if it landed in Philadelphia. Okay? Until it fucking died. I'm just saying.
To other galaxies, elevating us to the level of gods. One thing we do have to acknowledge is that we really don't know anything. Humans have spent more than 90% of their existence as hunter-gatherers. 500 years ago, we thought we were the center of the universe. 200 years ago, we stopped using human labor as the main source of energy. 30 years ago, we had apocalyptic weapons pointed at each other because of political disagreements. In the galactic timescale, we...
Wow, good thing that like all of those things have changed and we've evolved beyond them, right? 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 Good thing that's not right. Yeah. Dude, the denuclearization agreement, the global denuclearization disarmament agreement was so fire when it popped off in 2022. Yeah. So
we are embryos. We've come far, but still have a long way to go. The mindset that we really are the center of the universe is still strong in humans, so it's easy to make arrogant assumptions about life in the universe. But in the end, there's only one way to find out, right? Hey everybody.
okay, Dark Forest, right? That's the Where's that one? Hi, Hasan, nerd here. Traveling at light speed to a destination 5 million light years away would not feel like 5 million years to the traveler. It would feel instantaneous. This is a common misconception. What? Brother, your feelings are irrelevant in the matter. What matters is what happens to your body. Your body would literally still be going through 5 million fucking years. What do you mean? No, you wouldn't age? Yes, you would. That's literally true. If you're traveling light speed, the observer doesn't sense time. This is what Einstein said. Your observation on the matter doesn't change what would actually be happening. Wait, I want to know the... fuck, where's the other one? Congress said today, David Grush, the black cube with orb bubble around it. Oh, here, this is the one that I wanted to watch.
The universe is incredibly big and seems full of potential for life, with billions of habitable planets. If an advanced civilization had the technology to travel between the stars at just 0.1% of the speed of light, it could colonize our galaxy in roughly 100 million years. Which is not that long given the billions of years the Milky Way has existed. So, in principle, any spacefaring civilization should be able to spread rapidly over huge sectors of the galaxy.
Links are not allowed right now. I don't know why.
And yet, we see nothing, hear nothing. The universe seems empty, devoid of others. This is the Fermi paradox, which we've discussed in...
Son, you are so incredibly undereducated on the subject, you should just look it up instead of asking for chat. It's irrelevant because our current bodies literally not survive traveling at light speed. Look up time dilation. Even satellites have to adjust for it because their clocks are slower than the ones on Earth. Astronauts at the International Space Station age a few milliseconds slower. I just the problem is they still age though. Like astronauts age a few milliseconds slower, but ultimately it doesn't matter because they're on the International Space Station. They're not reaching light speed at all, which we currently physically cannot survive. The person traveling at the speed of light would experience a slowing of time for that reason. The time would move slower than for someone who is not moving. Also, their field of vision would change drastically. The world would appear through a tunnel-shaped window in front of the aircraft which they are traveling. You will never truly cease aging because you can't actually reach light speed. You will age slower, but it will never truly stop. Source: I'm a physicist. Shadow explained how in the movie Planet of the Apes, the actors travel at light speed. True. Always going to come out with the same take and everyone's going to agree with them. Probably. Sergei Kalev, who spent 803 days in space during the collapse of the Soviet Union, spent so much time away from the center of the Earth that he is 0.02 seconds older than everyone else born at the same time as him. Okay. Even if you theoretically were able to achieve light speed and not suffer, your human flesh somehow doesn't suffer, you would still, albeit very slowly, still age. And over the course of 5 million years, you would still absolutely perish, even if you were able to reach light speed to begin with without perishing, which you would, regardless. No, you wouldn't. You need to say 99.9% light speed. Okay. 99.9% of light speed. Not light speed. Okay. Is that better? No, you wouldn't. The craft would be in its own reference frame and you would age depending on exactly how fast you're going. It's not useful to discuss full light speed because physics gets really wonky at light speed. At near light speed, hitting a grain of dust with a spaceship would be like hitting a nuke. Let's debate theories that scientists aren't even sure about as some himbos on the internet. Chatters, I'm very excited for you guys to hit light speeds. It's 5 million years for everyone outside of your ship, but for you, it'd be a small amount of time. If you don't have large amounts of acceleration and getting up to light speed would be fine. It would just take a while. Do the bullet trains in Japan instantly go 200 miles an hour? No, but look up time dilation calculator. You can get real numbers. The fastest speed any man-made object has ever went was 0.05% the speed of light. Okay, let's continue with this, and then we'll get back to the light speed thing in a second.
Confronted with the seemingly empty universe, humanity faces a dilemma. We desperately want to know if we are alone in the Milky Way. We want to call out and reveal ourselves to anyone watching, but that could be the last thing we ever do. Because maybe the universe is not empty. Maybe it's full of civilizations, but they are hiding from each other. Maybe the civilizations that attracted attention in the past were wiped away by invisible arrows. This is the dark forest solution to the Fermi paradox. The way of life. The hunter awakes in his hiding place and carefully listens for suspicious noises from the thick undergrowth before he gets up. Another night has passed without incident. The forest is dark and full of fog. He considers calling out to
The math has been done on this. At 99.9% light speed, it calculates that time is slowed down to 4.47% of outside value. That means 4 years are experienced at approximately 65 days. So in that regard, it would, okay, so then 5 million traveling the distance of 5 million would still absolutely eviscerate your body at 99.9% of light speed. So the answer was that I was right from the jump. That is, of course, if we were even able to accelerate slow enough without perishing during the acceleration to 99.9% of light speed, and then decelerate slow enough without perishing on the other side. No one said 5 million light years? No, the original video said that. No, everyone said ultimately that because at light speed it doesn't matter, time is not moving, so you could go 5 million years and it would feel like a second. Which is still not true. Well, technically for light speed it is, but you're not light. You can't move at light speed. Light speed isn't 99.9% of light speed. It is true. Well, none of us can do any of this regardless, whether it be 99.9% or even 100%.
others to end his loneliness, but stops himself at the last moment. What if they are like him? All living things seek to survive, secure resources, and multiply. Their greatest obstacle are other living things that share the same objective. Competition between species favored the survival of beings with advantageous traits. Our ancestors were inventive, competitive, expansionist, and greedy for resources, which led them to winning the competition for our planet. Today, most other animals are so utterly at our mercy that we wipe out about a dozen species a day, just as an unintentional byproduct of how we like to run things. But humans are more than individuals. From us, cultures emerge that also compete with each other. Competitive and expansionary cultures spread faster and further and merge with, subdue, or destroy others. If we look at our history, it becomes clear we are dangerous. Not just to others, but also to ourselves. Our human nature has driven us to take over every corner of our planet, and soon we will look to the stars, both to expand our domain and ensure access to ever more resources. And then we might stumble upon others trying to do the same thing. It's likely that the competition of life also takes place on faraway planets, so it's logical to assume that an alien civilization that came to dominate their planet would be in some regards similar to us. But if they're similar to us, they too may be dangerous. The implication. As the hunter sneaks through the dark forest.
I can't believe that the main point of contention that we've gone so far away from originally in this conversation was that if aliens are capable of fucking navigating through space and time, they would have to still be able to achieve something close to light speed, maybe even faster. Who fucking knows? I don't know. Like things that we currently perceive as the laws of physics that we think are solid are still absolutely limited by our own cognitive capabilities. We are impaired by our own empirical observations. Those guys are not going to Iowa. Those guys are not going, oopsie, I just got caught by some fucking drunk pilot at a base near San Diego. That's my point. I'm glad we went through this like weird ass fucking 2-hour stun lock to arrive at my final conclusion, which was my original conclusion, which is that a species capable of that is just fucking ridiculous that like the American government captured them, okay? Or they fucked up and somehow were able to be even perceived by human beings. Do you understand why I'm explaining? We went through all of this. I forgot. This is one of those unique stun locks where it was such a ridiculous point of contention that like I even forgot why we got here in the first place. I hope all of the fucking naysayers originally who were like, no, dude, you don't understand. Like, aliens, we totally have made contact with them. You're so dumb. Like, they definitely came to me in my sleep and probed my asshole. Like, I hope you understand. Brother, with peace and love, this stun lock makes the helicopter stun lock look like a TikTok video. For the record, I think this was a very important stun lock to have.
Forest all alone. He knows that there might be others like him. He can't know their intentions, if they are aggressive or not. The hunter knows he would kill to ensure his own survival, so he has to assume that they would too. And it might be that if he stumbles upon another hunter, the one that shoots first survives. None of this means that conflict is unavoidable. So far, the progress of the modern world seems to have made us more peaceful, not more violent. Maybe this is true for other civilizations too, that eventually progress means less conflict, not more.
Yeah, as is what clearly happened with us, you know what I mean?
Different alien civilizations also should vary from the mild and peaceful to the malevolent and militaristic. The existential problem we're facing is that when we meet others between the stars, we have no way of telling who is peaceful or aggressive and what their true intentions are. Similarly, they might not understand or trust our intentions even if we tell them that we are peaceful. On top of that, if we did discover another civilization and they discovered us, the light years between us would mean years of communication delay. Both sides would be in a state of uncertainty, wondering if the wisest move is to just attack, because there's another serious issue: technological explosions and the first strike advantage. We don't know where the limits of technology are, but we do know how much technological progress matters in war. A few 100 or 1,000 years can turn conflict with uncertain results into a one-sided massacre. Caesar's legions would stand no chance against Napoleon's army with their cannons and muskets, which would be eradicated by artillery from the First World War, which would not stand a chance against today's drones and guided missiles. So the power level of different civilizations may vary massively, and even if not, between the time it takes us...
Except it would, once again, I just want to point something out here. Once again, it would not be the difference between fucking the Roman legionnaires versus Obambe's drone strikes, okay? It will be the difference between a fucking amoeba and like some unexplored territory of non-conventional technological weapons that you can't even imagine. The coughing baby versus the atom bomb, if you will. Okay?
us to detect another civilization and us saying hi, we might already be hopelessly behind on the tech tree. Which is bad enough, but the nature of interstellar conflict makes this worse. If your opponent is light years away, sending an invasion fleet takes so long that by the time it arrives, it might be hopelessly obsolete. So war between civilizations might be just about eliminating the other to remove an existential threat to yourself. Someone else who might be so scared of you that they attack the first chance they get. In this environment, the only way to guarantee a win is to strike with such force and speed that the target has no chance of survival or time to counterattack or escape to seek revenge later. The stakes are the highest possible, with no room for error. If we assume that the majority of civilizations live on planets, that leaves them pretty vulnerable. All you need to do is throw something massive at a planet to make it uninhabitable. So the ultimate interplanetary annihilation weapon is probably something like a relativistic kill vehicle, a missile shot at a planet at a significant fraction of the speed of light. For example, a missile the size of a person going 95% the speed of light has as much energy as all nuclear bombs on Earth. If you shot a few dozen at the civilization you wanted to wipe out, success would be fairly certain. Even a single hit would suffice. This is not that absurd of an idea. A civilization only slightly above us on the Kardashev scale would have enough energy to send multiple strikes against every planet it suspects of harboring life. What makes these weapons so sinister is how much they favor a first strike, since they would be so fast that it might be impossible to protect yourself effectively against them once they're launched. Conflict between civilizations may not be lengthy affairs, but rapid winner-takes-all situations, where the first one to shoot wins. This makes any civilization an existential threat to any
That's
other.
why I always keep that fucking thing on me, brother. You know what I'm saying? First strike rules, baby. It's called rules of engagement. You understand me? It's called, right here, see what this is? 556 NATO. You understand? 556 NATO, brother. That's how I roll, brother. No aliens coming after me, motherfucker. I'll shoot it. Yee yee. Bet you them goddamn aliens don't have a Second Amendment right. A God-given right. Fucking destroy them pussies.
And if every civilization is an existential threat to every other, there may be only two kinds of civilizations out there. Quiet ones and dead ones. So, what should we do? Should we worry? It's unlikely that anybody has noticed humanity yet. The radio signals we've transmitted in the last 100 years traveled a relatively tiny distance and have long decayed into unreadable noise. At our technological stage, if we don't actively try to get noticed, and if nobody specifically looks at our pretty unremarkable solar system, we'll stay hidden. But one day we will venture into space in a serious way, and need to consider these kinds of questions again. We don't know if there are others or if we are going through the forest alone. But we have no way of knowing for sure. For the time being, it seems the best we can do is to carefully listen. And even if we see others step into a clearing and make themselves known, we should not reply right away, but carefully watch them from the undergrowth. Perhaps we are also thinking...
I love the idea that, like, we can sneak up on these motherfuckers, you know what I mean? We'll just, like, carefully observe them from a distance. Bitch, if you're anywhere near them from an observable point, they already know you're there, okay? It's just, this is such a, anyway. But of course, guys, of course, that's why they come in to San Diego and are seen like in the Tic Tac situation. You know what I mean? Like they came to San Diego and they got caught by our brave, beautiful Air Force veterans. Okay, they got them caught. They put the biological matter in a laboratory. They just fucked up. Guys. Okay, and the government was hiding this information from us But now, due to some brave, beautiful, bold military veterans, okay, the sexiest and the boldest, okay, finally, and a guy in a group of bipartisan congressional members, including a guy that says, daggone it, we now know at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, the secret's out there. Now, it's not about whether or not the top of the hour ad break exists. It's about what you do with that information. Okay? And what you do with that information is, dadgummit, you fucking subscribe. $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, okay? You subscribe. That's what you do. At the top of the goddamn hour, you subscribe. I think I'm not even joking. I think my most important, prescient, best point so far in that entire analysis was thinking that a guy that says, dadgummit, you guys are brave and bold veterans for revealing these national security secrets, was genuinely excited at the prospect of these guys revealing said secrets, okay?
Thinking about this all wrong by allowing our primitive brain that evolved in the context of the gruesome competition of life to conjure fears of predatory aliens all around us. Maybe the fact that we are looking at the universe like this is a sign that we are not grown up yet as a species. There could be a friendly, welcoming community of alien civilizations waiting to hear from us when we are ready. As for now, the good news is there is actually little we need to do. We just need to be thoughtful about the signals we send out into the galaxy. We need to watch the sky and learn more about our galaxy, our forest. Because whatever the nature of our forest is, full of dangers or friends, or nobody at all, only careful observation can tell. So, let's do that. At last, the hunter reaches a clearing and finds a comfortable position. Slowly, the sun melts the fog away. Lost in thought, he admires the vegetation until suddenly...
Someone is now resorting to shoving their fucking chew toy, a rope, directly onto my leg. I wonder who that someone is. Who might that be? Somebody is a little bored. Okay? Somebody's a little bored. They gave up and laid down on the ground and started chewing on their own.
He is eye to eye with another hunter, frozen in terror, just like himself. His mind is racing, considering all the different options. The hunter takes a deep breath and makes a decision. Maybe the only way out of the dark forest is to step into the clearing together. And with this hopeful picture, we say goodbye to the year 12,021 of the human era. It was a wild year to say the least, still much more fun than 12,020. Kurzgesagt had its most successful month.
Okay, yeah, good ending. Okay, we got it. I think we figured it out. I was right. That's what we figured out. Okay, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It took 3.5 hours, but you guys are fucking silly. Sorry to poop on your parade, okay? Now it's time for Johnny Harris to tell us why another Cold War is happening.
The world is changing, and it's changing.
You were absolutely wrong. But don't make me take this car back, okay? I will turn this car around, and I will make us watch 8 hours of alien footage one more time. Yes, you misunderstood special relativity. Yeah, regardless of my misunderstanding of special relativity, okay, I'm still right. That beings that are capable of traversing this time and space, regardless of the theory of relativity, are not going to be caught are probably not even going to be fucking comprehensible by your imagination, by your limited fucking dumb brain. I hate that. I hate that so much. All right, let's watch Johnny.
We're exiting a period of incredible growth and relative stability, where after the most destructive war in human history, the U.S. rose to power as the global leader.
The American people in their righteous might will win through to absolute victory.
And as that leader, the U.S. created new structures like NATO and the World Trade Organization. They established rules about trade, rules about economics, rules about justice, rules that they based on Western philosophical values, now being projected around the globe by a country with an astounding amount of alliances and military hardware.
Oh, God.
For a time, another great empire challenged that order, operating with a different set of rules, a different set of values and philosophies, trading with their own bloc and working with their own alliances. But it couldn't last. The collapse of the Soviet Union in the 90s left the US and their rich allies as the sole setters of the rules, the holders of the power. So the US doubled down, and their system of liberal values, democracy, and free trade spread and fortified throughout the world. But when
just on its own, by the way, it just kind of happened. It's a thing that just kind of happened. Just like the USSR just kind of collapsed on its own. It was crazy when it collapsed. Remember when it collapsed completely on its own due to the impossibility of this insane, absolutely unimaginable way of organizing society.
When you're the global leader, when you're the one who sets all the rules, you get to decide when you follow your own rules.
Johnny Harris last week. America is doing coups everywhere. It's unstoppable. Why is it so insane? Down to like making down to like possibly doing terror attacks on its own soil in order to galvanize and generate public support to invade countries. Johnny Harris this week. It's crazy how the USSR collapsed in and of itself, completely just on its own, and then democracy started spreading also on its own, liberal democracy in the American way, completely on its own. What happened to like all of the other videos that he made?
And when you don't. Being the global superpower has turned more into being the global policeman. Over these last 75 years, the US has been known to violate the values, norms, and ideals that it built the whole global system off of. Cozying
No, that violation is how it did it.
up to strongman dictators, throwing out democratically elected governments, fueling regional wars, and generally trying to stamp out communism across the globe. And anyone who didn't want to play by America's rules was cast out as an insane pariah in need of regime change.
The Iraqi regime has plotted to develop anthrax and nerve gas and nuclear weapons for over a decade.
And yet, despite this double game the US has played, this system has been a part of the most peaceful period of human history. Major empires don't fight each other like they used to. And a major reason is because they came to understand that getting in line with the American-led system would mean economic opportunity and growth. It wasn't worth a war. Fighting against this system often meant destruction and losing deals for all sides. This peace was also helped by the existence of the most powerful weapons ever invented, which great powers didn't dare use on each other. The American-led system has meant stability and an incredible amount of trade, leading to a dramatic reduction in global poverty. But that era is coming to an end. Hey, it's me, not in the VO booth here on camera, so I can just tell you about something. I'm not sure if you've heard that the goal of this channel is kind of developing, let's say. We want to become the place for rigorous independent journalism on the internet and on YouTube. And we're doing that, not just here on the channel, but we just launched a new channel called Search Party with my old Vox colleague, Sam Ellis. It's live now. If you're looking for ways to support this journalism and get something in return, I've got a fun one for you. Consider subscribing to Nebula. Nebula is a creator-owned streaming service where we publish all of our videos a week early and ad-free. You pay a few bucks a month or a yearly subscription for a discount, and a portion of that subscription goes directly to supporting our next journalistic project. But that only happens if you sign up with the link in my description, which is nebula.tv/Johnny Harris. Apparently people actually aren't clicking the link, they're just opening a new tab and typing in nebula.tv and signing up and missing out on a discount as well as supporting us. Please don't do that. But signing up for Nebula isn't just about supporting independent journalism and getting my videos a week early and ad-free. It's also the home of super premium content that you can't get anywhere else. Like, I've been watching this excellent series lately by Real Engineering called Battle of Britain. It's full of all of this stunning animation and compelling storytelling about the engineering and technology behind British military aircraft in the 40s. Really, really good stuff. Or you can let Wendover Productions teach you about the world of logistics that you never thought you needed to know, but you actually do because it's fascinating. And of course, one of my all-time favorites, Real Life Lore, has a series on modern conflicts where he beautifully teaches you about the military strategies and developments in a bunch of conflicts around the world.
I'm sorry. I know. I had to pee and I had to fucking close my gate, okay?
So please consider subscribing if that is interesting to you. You can try it out.
And I also almost died again.
Until any time. For those who sign up, I will see you a week early and ad-free. US-led second largest economy, which until recently was the most populous country on Earth, has risen to become the second largest economy and world's largest military based on active forces.
You missed the wild shit he said about U.S. peace, bringing peace to the world? Let me guess. Are you ready? Wasn't even here. I'm going to guess it. You can tell me if I'm wrong. The United States spread liberal democracy around the world, even though it violated it in recent years, and that's kind of bad. Not necessarily that, like, it literally spread the liberal democracy in that exact same capacity that it violated it in recent years, maybe even in more brutal ways in the past, but certainly still. And then that actually that unipolar structure that one global power structure actually was quite peaceful because there was no other nation state that could ever withstand America's awesome power, so they never even fought, which made it significantly more peaceful that way. That's the reason why it was more peaceful than years before. Maybe add a little bit of seasoning, sprinkle in the whole nuclear deterrent conversation as well, like the existence of nukes at the hands of all the biggest states means no one is going to fight each other because of mutually assured destruction. Did I get it right? Was that basically the gist of it? He followed up with trading was more favorable to them than war with liberal democracy in trade. Oh. No, I don't. It's not that I know Johnny Harris well. It's that this is like the ultimate defense of neoliberal hegemony. That's how... I've heard this same argument a million times over.
And more, China sees the US as an unfair policeman of the global order, only holding to the rules that benefit them. And this projection of values and philosophies from the West to the leaders in China, this looks a lot like the modern-day version of colonialism. They see this hypocritical American empire, drunk on power that they've had since 1945, an America that is increasingly defensive because it's in decline, with its broken politics, divided people, and a complacency with their spot at the top. So China is building a competing system. In March 2023, China's leader Xi Jinping announced his Global Civilization Initiative, where he stated that countries must, quote, refrain from imposing their own values or models on others, and refrain from stoking ideological confrontation. So instead of the hypocritical colonialism of the US imposing their human rights and democracy around the world, his system would be transactional.
Okay. That's crazy. The United States was never imposing human rights. What the fuck? This implies there's a faulty premise here. The faulty premise is that the United States was legitimately imposing human rights on other countries. That is the exact opposite. The United States hasn't even done human rights on its own country, okay, on its own soil, to its own citizens, before we even arrive at its own territories, which are even in worse shape than mainland United States, okay? Let alone, like, the United States, any other country that has better human rights have only been allowed to have it because the United States didn't interfere in their process as aggressively. I don't really understand how you could say that. BRICS is mid, USA forever. I mean, I'm not a BRICS guy by any means, okay? I think it's like kind of ridiculous for other reasons. But the idea that the United States would fucking impose human rights anywhere is so silly.
Stripping away the veil of what he views as a hypocritical, rules-based order that is built to basically benefit one group. The Chinese system would be built on common interests, beneficial deals, and opportunistic alliances, not purported philosophical values. And unlike decades past,
yeah, the US's philosophical values is just a way to sell it to people like Johnny Harris. Like, he must recognize this, right? Like, it's like the World Economic Forum talking about green initiatives or whatever, or how, like, every third daughter has to be transgender, or whatever the fuck they do at the the Carl Schwab types talk about when the real conversation is about consistently reinforcing neoliberal capitalist Western liberal hegemony. Like, the idea that the United States is imposing human rights on other countries is just what is supposed to make us here in America feel better.
opportunistic alliances, not purported philosophical values. And unlike decades past, China now has the military and the money to make it happen, to ignore the rules of the global superpower and to make their own, to engage with the world in a different way, to pursue Chinese interests outside of the system. And so now you see a competition between these two great powers that have become deeply economically entwined over the last 50 years. And now they're slowly decoupling. And around the world, you see China planting seeds for its new system, using state-backed money.
Motherfuckers be like, bet you Ukraine and China would disagree with that bullshit, with that China bullshit. For every Ukraine and China, there's like 200 countries that you could point to that would absolutely disagree. Okay, so what does that make? What does that mean? You know what I mean? It's so weird. It's like pretty much every fucking country at a certain point in time in post-World War II global development has been impacted by United States and has been interfered with by the United States. Even European nations now, which are completely servile to American interests, even European nations at a certain point were absolutely dominated by the United States of America at a time when they didn't want it. NATO.
Need to invest in infrastructure projects all over the globe. This gives China a presence in many new countries, tying these countries to Chinese debt, which often translates into future leverage. In March 2023, China sent diplomats to the Middle East for the first major effort to broker a peace deal between Saudi Arabia and Iran, these two bitter rivals. This is something that the US couldn't do, and it showed the declining influence that the US has on this region. But the US still remains on top, and they will as long as they can control the economic and financial systems that the world operates on, which they do, for now. But China is challenging this as well, working with Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa, or the BRICS countries, to develop an alternative economic bloc. These are all major growing economies, and they will only become more important in the next 2 decades. Since 2009, the BRICS countries have been stepping up their cooperation, meeting annually, creating a new development bank to invest in their countries, and coordinating on various policies. The BRICS countries are becoming a potential rival to the G7 countries, which represent the US-led order. BRICS countries are even discussing creating their own currency that they share between these 5 growing economies.
They're creating a secondary economy in the world, totally independent of the United States. We won't have to talk about sanctions in 5 years because there'll be so many countries transacting in currencies other than the dollar that we won't have the ability to sanction them.
This would be a major challenge to the US dollar, which is currently the standard for international trade, and a major reason why everyone has to play nice with the US. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was a major pushback against the Western security and economic order, and it showed us which countries will fall on which side of that divide. You can see that most countries aren't taking a side here. They aren't siding with Russia and China or with the Western Bloc. You could call these the non-aligned countries, the undecided, the countries that China and the US will be looking to influence into their system in coming years. Let's highlight the 25 largest economies among these non-aligned countries, at least according to the Economist Intelligence Unit. These are the economies that the US is working to keep on their side, to keep in their system, and that China is trying to woo to join their new transactional system. But this Cold War is different than the last one.
Their new transactional system, if you look at those countries, the old transactional system is the IMF and World Bank, which is, according to Western papers at least, objectively worse than the Chinese loan structure that they are putting forward. So, like, I don't know why we're acting like there is no history there. I don't know why we're acting like there's no history there, and these countries were like, I don't know, maybe on the side of the Western Bloc for the longest time for one reason or another. Why do you run cover for the CCP? Because I want to get, I'm a Chinese national. I'm secretly doing a fifth column style infiltration. I've been Chinese since day one. That's why. Or maybe because I have the perspective that I do because I'm looking at it objectively. I don't know.
The one where the USA and the Soviet Union forced countries to deeply choose a side based on ideological convictions about capitalism versus communism. This new rising Cold War could be much less black and white. Instead, in this much more globalized and interconnected world, non-aligned countries will exploit this bidding war between the superpowers to get them the best trade and security deals possible. Like in Brazil, where this is already happening. Brazil is a massive country who is a
He said BRICS, and then he's saying these are non-aligned countries. And then he says Brazil is a non-aligned country. And it's like, so what's the B then? I don't get it. I mean, I'm not like a big BRICS truther in general. But what's he talking about?
Super close ally with the United States. And yet, they're a part of the BRICS bloc with China, which is one reason Brazil refused to sell
he's talking about non-aligned in the Ukraine
weapons to Ukraine when the country requested a deal. They're already walking this line between their interests that align with the US order and their interests that align with China. Brazil's president traveled to Beijing in April 2023, and not only...
I mean, I low-key get it. It's like, why the fuck... If you're Brazil, like, why the fuck do you... have to have a say in what's going on in Ukraine. I'm not siding with Russia before everybody fucking yells at me. I think what Russia is doing is objectively wrong and inhumane. But if you're Brazil, like, why the fuck do you care? Don't say human rights. Stop. Human rights are being violated on a daily fucking basis in every part of the fucking planet. Okay? Not just in Ukraine. These countries never care about those other places. They're not giving weapons to Hamas. They're not giving weapons to Yemen. My point is that, not that what is happening in Ukraine is good or bad. It is objectively bad. What Russia is doing is objectively bad. My point is, why would a nation state involve itself, especially if they're not a part of NATO?
Only did the Brazilian president sign around 20 new agreements on technology, trade, and agriculture, but he actually asked Beijing to help him negotiate the war in Ukraine. So even as the US and China cut ties, Brazil is showing that they're not going to take a side. They're going to play both sides to their own benefit. India is kind of doing the same thing, getting lots of cheap oil and nearly half of their weapons from Russia, and then getting a quarter of their weapons from Europe, and recently securing $200 billion in funding from the US for Indian technology startups. Saudi Arabia gets almost all of its weapons from the United States, but is turning away from the US in other ways, like trade, where China is now their top trading partner. In late 2022, China and Saudi Arabia signed a strategic partnership agreement, meaning that their leaders will be meeting more frequently. There will be more trade, more technology transfer, and more diplomacy. Turkey is a member of NATO, and generally...
Okay, don't do it, Johnny. Don't fucking, oh God. Turkey has been and will always be a wild card. Turkey also happens to be the only NATO nation that is actively in conflict with other NATO nations. Okay? You cannot put Turkey in there and expect a consistent result for anybody. Okay? They are definitionally inconsistent.
Aligned with the West, but also has to walk a fine line here. Because it has strong economic ties to Russia, Turkey also doesn't want to lose out on China's economic expansion. China has this Belt and Road initiative that runs right through Turkey, and they're hoping to court more Chinese investment in transportation, energy, and mining. Pakistan is a country that has been aligned with the US in recent years and a partner on the war on terror, but it also entertains investment and trade with China, including a $62 billion investment from China's Belt and Road Initiative to create this economic corridor between the two countries. The continent of Africa is full of mostly non-aligned countries. It's also where China has been busy giving huge loans and building bridges, ports, mines, and railways, all with the goal of tying these countries to the future Chinese way of doing things. And China is expanding trade here too, trading $254 billion with Africa in 2021, while the US only traded $44 billion, a sixth the amount of China. China's investment has been swift and effective here and all over the globe in garnering new friends and allies, laying the foundation for their competing world order. But the US isn't just going to sit back and let this happen. They're already responding. Big names like Kamala Harris, the vice president, or Janet Yellen, the head of the Federal Reserve, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, have all visited Africa in 2023. President Biden went to Saudi Arabia last year, despite calling the country a, quote, pariah state on the campaign trail. He was there to try to claw back some influence that was being taken by China. And then, of course, the U.S.
Again, spreading liberal democracy, of course. Like doing it in a way, but with pizzazz. And with a little bit of liberal democracy spreading. Don't make no mistake.
The US is hitting China straight on, cutting them off from Western technology to hamper their economic and military progress. The US and its allies in Asia are also encircling China with their military in the Pacific, sending billions of dollars of weapons and infrastructure into China's backyard.
Okay, in a lot of circumstances, and I mean this in all sincerity, with full sincerity, anytime these guys make a video about how China is bad, if you don't automatically have the assumption that China is bad, it kind of feels like they're glazing China and totally and totally being like, yeah, this is the reason why China is like very threatened by America. Like, how, if you don't have the well-built, like, social conditioning that declares China to be like an existential threat to American society, why would you leave this video with the understanding that like anything China's done has been wrong, and also China has no reason to fear America? I mean, seriously, like he just said it right here. Look at this.
The cutting them off from what was being taken by China.
He's mad that China is building and developing relationships with these countries and doing trade with these countries.
And then, of course, the U.S. is hitting China straight on, cutting them off.
And then the United States is retaliating to that by cutting them off
from Western technology.
From Western technology to hamper their economic and military progress. And that's not even the whole story, by the way. A big part of it is also trade. They do not want China to have an advantage in trade. That's why they're trying to cut them off. And it's not even just like American technology. Notice how he said Western technology. Key fact here. Like, there's a reason why American envoys will routinely go to other countries. I think it was like, what was it, the Netherlands recently, for to stop them and threaten them from dealing with China with respect to their like what was it, like their semiconductors? I don't remember the exact details. God damn it. Like they will regularly go to historic allies or people that are in their sphere of influence and tell them not to fucking sell semiconductor technology to China. That's not just because they want to hamper their military and economic development. That's because they don't want them to outcompete the United States of America in the development of new semiconductor technologies. Like, think about it. Two nation states are interested in engaging with one another in trade. And America comes in and says, no, you can't do that. I'm not consenting to this. Like, that's fucking nuts. Why? Why would you hamper growth in this way?
The U.S. and its allies in Asia are also encircling China with their military in the Pacific.
And then also this. How is your takeaway that America is the good guy here, unless you automatically came into this video with like a real and perhaps incredibly overblown fear of China and Chinese development, which many Americans do have, so you can watch this and not feel like weird about this video and not go, oh, what the fuck? Like, it doesn't seem like they've done anything super wrong here. He didn't even do the classic American propaganda points about why it's bad for China to develop their own power center and engage in trade in a negative fashion or whatever.
Sending billions of dollars of weapons and infrastructure into China's backyard. So it looks like we're in the early days of a new multipolar world, a competition between a great superpower and a rising superpower that wants to lead a new system based on different values. The result is likely the undoing of a lot of the...
What is values? Here's the thing. Even if I was a comatose child and I just got out of a coma and my Madeleine Albright loving mom said, Hasan, you have to watch this video. And this is the first video I ever watched. I have no other assumptions. Okay? I look at this video and I go, hey, Mom, what are the values that you're talking about with respect to China? Because earlier in the video, Johnny Harris, who I assume is your favorite YouTuber, that's why you showed this to me after I got out of my coma, said China doesn't want to impose any values on any other country and wants to operate on the strict boundaries of trade. But now, Johnny, this man you're showing me, is also telling me China wants to operate with new values, a different perspective. What's going on there? I have no other opinions on the matter. I'm just watching this video that you showed me. I just got out of a coma, and it make sense.
Globalization and interconnectedness that has developed in the last 70 years. And for now, I think what we'll see is countries won't be choosing a side hastily. Instead, they'll play both of these great powers off of each other to get the best deal for their country. I'm not sure how long they'll be able to do this as tensions rise and the pressure mounts to choose a side. But for now, what's clear is that we're moving into uncharted waters.
Chat, I haven't been taking notes. Someone please share. I don't know. He didn't. I mean, it wasn't like that bad of a video overall. Choose a side, Hasan. Bro, you know my side. Don't make me say it. The Oligarch Act has been introduced in Congress. The bill proposes the following wealth taxes. 2% for all wealth between 1,000 and 10,000 times the median household wealth. 4% starting at 10,000x. 6% starting at 100x. 8% for all wealth over 1 million times the median. Sounds great. It will not happen, but sounds great. Oh, here is Jim Cramer. I mean, your side is America, right? That is the form of population control you prefer and live in? No. No. I do not fear a multipolar world at all. We have more chance of seeing aliens than getting that tax the rich bill to pass? Yeah. You have a higher likelihood of fucking alien pussy than having that wealth tax pass in the United States of America, okay? Not even just seeing aliens, like having hot, sweaty, they probably don't even have sweat glands type sex.
Speaking of exaggeration, how about the way that UPS stock initially went up on that deal? Yes. And then people see that maybe the Teamsters got the best of it.
Although it's a good thing for the U.S. economy that there is not going to be a UPS strike.
You know, I'm so glad you mentioned that because that was very important for the U.S. I do want to know whether Ford is going to talk about whether there's more of an issue with the UAW than Carol Tomei talked about being an issue with Teamsters. Very important to watch that.
Uh-oh, what does that mean? Oh, no. That means the fucking UAW is never striking. That's what that means. It's the inverse Cramer, dude. He said he's scared of Ford and he's scared of unions, which means, oh, fuck. He ruined it. He ruined it. It's the kiss of death, dude. It must have been a shitty deal the Teamsters got then too. Yeah.
Because when you look at the way GM traded, it started going down when Mary Barra, the CEO, glossed over the union issue. That's a big mistake. Sean Fain reminds me of the 1930s UAW, which we don't want. Dave, we also didn't mention, speaking of that,
says that Teamsters maybe got the best of UPS and he worries that the United Auto Workers and their president Sean Fain are more like the 1930s UAW, which we don't want. Not that they won't strike it, that they won't have to because they're going to get everything they want without having to strike. Blau's crew got fucked so hard they got hit with 2 buckets of KFC. Wait, they did? Oh, dude, there's... First of all, why did those fucking twinks think that they could compete against us? Okay, look at this.
Did like DougDoug is the run killer? Yeah. How much did like DougDoug and them get when they did
a bucket?
This? But we have 2 buckets.
And they had great.
We have 2 buckets.
No, this is
insulin units, insulin cost. My man put his... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Blau was also diabetic, dude. What the fuck is he doing? Not only is he a twink, but he's also a diabetic twink. He's not built for this. This is like physically impossible for him. They hit In-N-Out, Chick-fil-A, Jack in the Box, Taco Bell, McDonald's, Starbucks, and Kentucky at restaurant number 7. They hit 19,000 calories.
This is the worst KFC I've seen. This is the worst I've seen.
And 7 bottles of water and a
and
tank
you're forgetting the 4 boxes of fries and 8 biscuits.
These are a fuck ton of fries,
no, like,
bro.
there's so many fries.
This is just
in there.
one bag of it.
Can we show some of this? I need chat to see all this. Like,
wait, let me pull out a thing. This is one. There's 4 of these.
What?
There's 4 of these.
It's for. I can't. It's actually for an actual fraternity.
This single order at KFC was 20,000 calories. Yeah, no, that's you just have to fucking end it at that point. That's crazy. It was an order for a frat house, by the way. Yeah, no shit, dude.
Oh god, I want them.
There's so much.
Okay, that's not.
Yeah. There's 4 of these.
Okay,
Team DougDoug ended at 20k calories. This meal alone is 20k calories.
What?
What?
This is the unluckiest you could have been.
Like this is the.
Yeah, they fucked up. They should have gotten KFC earlier on in the run. I mean, this is all wrong, dude. This is all wrong. First of all, like, again, the Blau was diabetic. Like, he can't have any of this shit.
Run killer. Like, I don't think we can do it. I'm down to like eat a little bit and try, but genuinely, like, bro, I think I eat the most. This is the run killer.
Yeah.
So what is it?
It's gonna be a 16-piece meal with 7 bottled water and a bucket of lemonade.
Okay.
We want the delivery instead.
He's laughing.
What's the delivery? The delivery was the new filler box, which it was $24.99 plus tax.
Yeah.
What was the last drive-through order?
There's the one that I told you, the 16-piece.
We'll do it.
No, shot. It's over.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's laughing.
All right, for the fries, they order all fries. You want to change the side orders or?
Nope. Just exactly.
Bro, they didn't even get 55 burgers. They got 60. Think about that. Even the meme itself was like 55 burgers, 55 fries. It's like, no, 60, motherfucker.
They did it. All fries is perfect, man. What?
The guy.
Hey, at least 7 bottles of water, you know?
Oh. It's done. That's so funny, though. That guy was laughing at you guys. He was laughing.
What was that?
He's like, do you want to know?
This is actually kind of messed up. I'd be pissed making another order like that. I mean, it's been long enough for fast food employees to know about it. They could be trolling. Nah. What's more surprising is that KFC sells bottles of water. Hasan, what's thoughts on Saudi building a line city? Reference site Neom. I love it. I'm very excited to live in the line city of Neom in Saudi Arabia. When are you setting up your own challenge? Dude, I did it. I was the second. We are the ones who basically did the challenge. We made it. It was Will and I. And Nandre and Cutie Cinderella and Caroline. We did it first after DougDoug did it. Will made it. You showed up. Motherfuckers are so ungrateful, dude. Oh my God. I put my body on the line for that. You sons of bitches. How dare you? How freaking dare How freaking dare you? You know what I wanted to do? Hey, they call me the Turkish Armada, dude. Oh, yeah. Let's hear what friend of the show had to say. Also, you guys took less than 3 hours. Yard run is fake as fuck. Oh, 100%. Your current rank? Yeah, we're cooked. I mean, I know. Everyone has raised the stakes since then. Team DougDoug 16,000 calories. They not considering the last one. Team Will Neff 15,000 calories. Team Ludwig Slime Eamon Nick at number 2 11 drive through 17,000 calories. Team Miskiv hit 14 drive-throughs in the state of Texas. It is the most legitimate run of all time, okay? Round 2. Y'all were the only team with the girl. Listen, I just want to explain something. We are not sexist. Okay? We're not sexist. That's the problem. A lot of these other places, they're sexist as fuck. They don't have any women. They don't want to hang out with me. They say, yuck, ew, girls, cooties. Kind of why you lost. First of all, we didn't even lose. What are you talking about? And also, how dare you? The guzzler was a demon. Cutie actually unironically pulled through. I will have no one shit on Cutie's presence in that process. Cutie ate so many French fries, dude. We did it in 3 hours. Lud took 6 hours with 2 donut runs and numerous toilet runs too in between. There and a flag on the play at In-N-Out too, where there was a return that happened. Like, there were so many flags on that fucking play, dude. They played like the New England Patriots. I'm gonna say it. Ludwig moves like the Patriots, okay? Ludwig is the Bill Belichick of Twitch streamers. Actually ridiculous. What he considers science is actually just new scientific methods of cheating. Minsky was eating lemon peels off the floor, most legit run on the planet, even pulled a lunatic move of going to a DQ. Yeah, no, I will not slander the good name of Team Miskiv, Lakari, Russell, and Simply. They did it so right. They did it in a way that is not even replicable. The reason why I say that is because, remember, they fucking did this in Texas, okay? Texas is like the difference between NCAA Division III, which is Los Angeles, to NBA Finals. Okay, it's one of the fattest fucking states in the goddamn nation. It's not even comparable. It's not even comprehensible. They cracked 20,000 calories. Doing a Texas drive-through run is a terrifying prospect. Why is Wubby's not on this? I asked as if I don't know. Wait, Wubby did a run too? Wait, what do you mean? I don't know. I didn't know about it. Ludwig had a Mickey Mouse ass run 100p. You guys went to a fucking vegan joint? It killed us, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, by the way, that vegan joint was not a joke. The vegan place was fucked. We thought it was going to be salads. We ended up getting absolutely eviscerated by the fattest fucking vegan burgers of all time. Also, chatters think, just like we thought wrongly, that the vegan place was going to be like light. A lot of people don't realize something about vegan food. Vegan food does not mean healthy, okay? As a matter of fact, in many instances, vegan food can be literally worse than animal protein-based foods that you could have because they cheat. They put so much cashew oil and cashew butter in vegan food, especially if it's like for mass consumption, like a fast food joint like this, that it ends up stacking calories way higher than you would think. And I say this as someone who thinks that vegan food can be delicious. I'm just saying that, you know, don't fall into the trap of thinking vegan food is actually healthy overall. It's morally conscious. It's probably better for the environment, but it still is fast food. And vegan fast food, they have to substitute animal fats for cashew butter, and they dump a shit ton of it in there so they can make it taste better. And oh my Lord, it's a delicious journey if you're on an empty stomach, but certainly not great when you're at the end of your run and you're expecting a goddamn salad. Anyway, I'm going to run this. Let's see what's happening with Jason Aldean, or at least what our friend of the show had to say about it.
Singer-songwriter Jason Aldean is clapping back to defend his racist dog.
What body fat percentage would you be for you to be 225 pounds with visible abs? Like around 12% body fat. Like once you start nearing 10% body fat, you start having visible abs. It depends though. Visible abs when you flex or visible abs all the time? Visible abs when you suck in and flex versus visible abs without sucking in and flexing versus visible abs all the time. Resting visible abs all the time, you're going to have to be less than like around 10%, maybe a little bit less. That isn't healthy? That's not true. It just entirely depends on your body type. It entirely depends on your genes. It can be very healthy or it can be very unhealthy. A big boy like myself, 10% body fat, I have to be there for a very long time for my body to acclimate to being at that percentage. My trainers, Mike and Brian, sit around 8%, 9% yearly, literally year round, and they're perfectly fine. I Did a Thing is another great example of someone who's around 8%, 9% body fat year round, perfectly healthy, perfectly fine. It's just all about genetics. You might lose your period if you're AFAB. Yeah, I mean, it's different for AFAB. Yes, we're talking for men. Body fat percentages are, of course, very different for women versus men. Natural body fat percentage for women and what body fat percentage you need to be at to be healthy for a woman is certainly much higher than for a man. Healthy body fat percentage for a man is like 9% to 19%. Maybe not. Yeah, 9 to 19% is like the healthy range. We're talking about abs. For women, it's much higher. Women do be fat, you're right. No, what? No, women just have to retain more fat. They have tits. Like it's just different. They have different fat retention. They have boobs, they have butts, they have more fat retention around legs. Some men have tits. I'm just talking on averages. Yeah, body fat deposition is also based on hormone profiles. Yes. Bro, stop talking like that. I'm about to bust.
Whistly, country, vigilante, violent song. And he's saying cancel culture is a thing. Oh no. When in reality, he's seeing 1,000% increase in his streams. The song is #2 on the Billboard charts right now in the Hot 100, which doesn't sound like cancellation to me. At the end of the day, this is why I and many others have been pointing out just how garbage and awful and toxic this song is. Because it's not just the content of the song itself. It's not just the bootlicking imagery in the music video of, depicting this woman who's like flipping off these militarized police officers as like, being a bad person. Furthermore, what's funny about this footage that's in the music video for a split second, this isn't even in America. This footage was not shot in the US. Though the song's supposed to be depicting...
Yes, Jungkook outsold. At the top of the hour, the 3-minute ad break outsold, but so did Jungkook. Lost Sony Suit Tano. Top of the hour, Tinny, and ad break Tano. Fuck. All right, whatever. It's the last one anyway. I gotta go.
America just in chaos and how none of this stuff could happen in a small town because we would take care of that here. We take care of our own. I didn't see any Jan 6 footage in the video. But anyway, mentality going into this track, into this video, garbage. Because historically speaking, we know what this white redneck guy...
I'm not gonna lie, it also got stuck in my head a little bit, which I hate. You know?
A vigilante justice mindset leads to. And you don't even need to go far back into the past to find it. It leads to this. This is what it leads to. This is what it leads to. You tell me these three guys are not the ideal demo for this song? This is not the demographic for this song? You're telling me these guys didn't have a we take care of our own, none of this is going to happen in our town mentality? What makes the irony of this even weirder is that Aldean himself is a mass shooting victim, meaning he was on stage at this Vegas shooting where almost 60 people died. One of them could have been him. And yet his concerns lie mostly with Black Lives Matter protesters and people who aren't licking cops' boots enough. Dude, you're disgusting.
Good take. Good take. Activision L. That'll be all for me today. I gotta go do some stuff. Okay. Can you kiss chat before you go? There you go. Kiss for chat. Tomorrow, Leftovers is back finally. You know? That's crazy. Many people are saying, how will that happen? That's never happened before. Well, it's happening. Leftovers is back tomorrow. And then afterwards, I'll be live. I think I might have Young Gravy and BB No Money on as well. That's exciting. And yeah, that's it. Love you guys and see you tomorrow. Peace.
To the topic just begun. is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.